The virtual reality game Thelot suddenly appeared, stunning the entire world. It's a perfect world with graphics and sensations that are indistinguishable from reality. Thelot is a world even larger than Earth. Inside the game, you can talk to anyone and act just like a real human. And this young man right here is Yoon Min. I was once the strongest player in Thelot, ranked #1 in solo combat and the most powerful triple S class berserker. I was the legendary king of violence Rokon. However, the appearance of Odin changed everything. Every single day, Yoon Min gets beaten to a pulp only to log out and sit in a corner wallowing in self-pity. Today is the 8th time he's been ganked by the Ragnarok Guild. Each time he's defeated, Yoon Min's level drops and he loses his gear at random. This has left him feeling utterly helpless. When Yoon Min reflects on everything he sacrificed for this game, he feels it wasn't worth it yet. He'd rather die than give up on Thelot. After stealing his resolve, Yoon Min logs back into the game capsule. As soon as he returns to the virtual world, the Ragnarok Guild is already there waiting. Seeing Odin's loathsome face, he lunges forward in the rage, fists clenched. Yoon Min tells himself he will take them all down and reclaim his position as the top player. But no miracle happens. Ai is defeated once again. Each member of the Ragnarok Guild unleashes their skills on him. As he lies on the ground taking the hits, he can't help but curse in frustration. Right at that moment, the system announces that Yoon Min has been stripped of the King of Violence title for failing to meet the requirements. It's like a fatal blade, piercing his heart. Yoon Min screams in agony, but there's no miracle here. Odin realizes it too and turns his back on him. The Ragnarok crowd doesn't hesitate to follow Odin. Everything has collapsed for Yoon Min now. He can only grit his teeth and sob in frustration. Yoon Min reflects on everything he once had. His title, his level, his gear. Nothing is left. Unwilling to accept this, he tilts his head back and screams at the heavens. Immediately after, lightning strikes, as if in response. The legend of Rokon, the strongest and most violent man in Thelot, ends miserably as he returns to reality. The alarm clock rings incessantly. A furious Yoon Min slams his hand down on the table and yells, "Shut up!" He helplessly buries his head in his hands, sighing. In the end, there was no plot twist. Yoon Min has become increasingly pathetic, unable to defeat the Ragnarok crew on his own. On top of that, in the real world, he's struggling to pay rent. So Yoon Min decides to sell whatever he can to make ends meet. However, right at that moment, he notices something strange. The Thelot connection capsule has vanished. Yoon Min suddenly freezes, looking around confused about his current location. Just as Yoon Min is reeling, a phone on the floor lights up with a notification popping right in his face. Virtual reality game Thelot will be released soon. He's outside a convenience store. The morning air is warm and comfortable. Someone asks, "What was that?" With a terrified expression and a face drenched in sweat. Kim Yoon Min can only stammer. As if unable to believe what he just heard, he mutters, 2021. Is this for real? His hand trembles as he rubs his temple. The clerk, Jang Hyung Cheol, turns to him, looking suspicious. "Are you serious, bro? Why on earth are you suddenly asking for the date?" His sudden question confuses the kid. "Your name is Jang Hyung Cheol, right? What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" His eyes suddenly darken, sweat dripping in large beads. He turns and bolts out of the store, leaving the kid wondering what on earth is happening. Jang Hyung Cheol scratches his head, looking bewildered. He grumbles, "Ever since his girlfriend dumped him a few days ago, he's been acting so weird." The scene shifts to the bustling street filled with traffic and honking horns. The sun is scorching. He's been running hard and is now stopped by the roadside, gasping for air, soaked in sweat, his face glistening. His mind is a chaotic swirl of thoughts. This is definitely the neighborhood I lived in 3 years ago. The convenience store I always go to, even the name of the part-time worker I'm close with. He screams internally. What the hell is going on? Images flash through his mind, himself falling with 2 others in Thelot. He always thought that since the moment he was betrayed by those bastards, he'd been stripped of everything. The image of him falling into the abyss, arrows raining down on him. He died so painfully, so miserably. Even the rocks around him seemed to shatter into pieces. Suddenly he remembers a crucial detail. Wait, I died because of Lam Loi, didn't I? He stands there staring at his hands, still not believing what's been happening. But the moment he opened his eyes, I was back in the real world and I've gone back 3 years in time. Thelot hasn't even been released yet. He stares at his hands for a long time, then a wicked smile spreads across his face as if he's preparing for some dark plan. Am I dreaming or something? Suddenly a jolt of realization hits him like lightning. His eyes widen in shock. Right, he remembers someone named Odin. When he thinks of this person, his palms instinctively clench. This must be his doing. He slaps his thigh and laughs out loud, leaving everyone around him confused. It has to be. He drags his heavy feet along the pavement, muttering and complaining. He must have used some weird skill to mess with my mind again. A heavy sigh, and suddenly he screams like a caged beast, let loose. His eyes full of rage, he yells at thin air, making passers-by nervous. Get out here right now, you son of a bitch, what is this? Stop playing these pathetic tricks. Come out and fight me man to man, you damn piece of trash. Sitting in the office, he stares blankly into space with a glazed expression. The police officer looks at the report speechless. Your last name is what? What kind of weird name is that? Stepping out of the police station, his face is filled with murderous intent. This time I'll let you go, but don't you dare do this again. He stands there, stunned, his mind a mess of chaotic thoughts. How can those mental attacks feel so detailed? Why wouldn't they? What's the point of even trying to hallucinate like this? He suddenly catches a glimpse of something. All of a sudden, he grips a street lamp with both hands. With a burst of raw strength, he lifts it right up. He's testing to see if this is just a hallucination created by that guy. It leaves passers-by panicked and terrified. What the hell is that? Sweat pours down his face like rain, but he feels absolutely thrilled while the people around him whisper and gossip. This feels so real. What's wrong with him? He must be some kind of lunatic. Cut to the entrance of a gym. Kicks like fireballs rain down on the equipment. He's punching and kicking the sandbag like a madman to vent all the frustration inside him. Two other people practicing nearby. Seeing his strikes, they stop to discuss. What kind of martial art is that? Is it some form of kickboxing? I've never seen those moves before in my life. But with that kind of range, maybe it's wushu. He lands a massive punch on the sandbag, his eyes burning with rage, a smirk playing on his lips. Of course, you've never seen this before. This is my own martial art created specifically for my own use. These combat techniques were something I perfected while I was inside the lot. On top of that, he remembers a few details. Back when he was in the game, a level 16 monster could easily force a level 41 player to log out. A Mevo wave is going to break out right after the lot is officially released. It's because people often die at the hands of low-level monsters. He clenches his fists, the joints popping loudly despite the huge gap in their levels. Because of their poor control skills, players have only ever used keyboards and mice until now. Everyone else in the gym collapses under his power. His hand rests on the barbell. They aren't used to full-dive virtual reality technology like the lot at all. But there's something much more important. He uses every ounce of his strength to lift the barbell. Even as he's drenched in sweat, he keeps going. It's about understanding, about being able to command your own body. Just imagine the muscles all over your body, every single fiber from your head to your toes. The ability to know and control every single muscle is directly proportional to how well you can control your body in the lot. Thud. He slams the barbell down from high above. It's time to accept the reality of it all. He leans against the wall, panting. I've returned to the past 3 years ago. He recalls his glory days back in the lot, when he could take on a whole squad of monsters all by himself, sitting proudly on a pile of corpses right up until the month before the lot was released. That game was my whole world. I leans against the wall, laughing like a madman, shaking all over, causing a young guy nearby to think he's run into a total psycho. In his mind, the images of Odin and the others appear. They seem to be laughing at him, making him even angrier. He practically radiates the smell of gunpowder. He grinds his teeth. And Odin, too. I'll be reborn as someone else, and you won't even have a fraction of a chance to win. I'm going to grind you all into dust in 1 month. In the next room, beside a single bed, is a glass pod. The pod opens, and Kim Jong-min is inside, lying underneath a screen that hides his face. He twitches slightly. The light from what's in front of him makes it impossible to open his eyes. The familiar sound of the system begins to chime. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A small source of light appears, connecting to the lot. He opens his eyes wide. Outside, he only sees a purple sky filled with stars. He jumps up, stunned by the scene before him, only able to mutter, "This really is the world of the lot." He's startled as the system announces, "Dear traveler, please state your name." He gives a lopsided grin as if he has a different agenda. He says a name that is neither far nor strange Roken. It's as if two different sides of him are talking. He shouts his name out loud. "My name is Roken. System, welcome to the lot, Roken." In a village within the lot, smoke billows into the air. Fires are breaking out everywhere and the scene is total chaos. The screams of adults, the cries of children. A massive horde of armed goblins is attacking the village. Run, the raiders are here. The goblins trample over the villagers' backs. They aim their bows at them. An arrow strikes a young man nearby. He appears looking cool and imposing like a god sent down to protect the system. Do you want to start the tutorial? If you decline, you won't get the tutorial rewards. Obviously, you're going to take it. He stood tall amidst the flames as a level 2 goblin bared its jagged, crooked teeth at him. He feigned weakness to make it think he was an easy target, and the creature fell for it, charging right in. Suddenly, he gripped the axe by his side, flashing a wicked grin. "That's right, I love how gutsy you are." As if it realized it had just walked into a death trap, it could only stand there and take it. He braced his axe, preparing to deliver a blow it would never forget with one swing. He split the creature clean in two, decisive and brutal. After that blow, the very ground seemed like it was about to shatter. He laughed loudly, looking towards the others. "Kneel before me, the king of violence has returned." The village was buried in a sea of flames with screams echoing everywhere. "Run!" Many goblin bodies lay sliced and half-sprawled across the floor. Yunmin slowly walked forward when suddenly a system voice echoed from nowhere. He instinctively looked up. "Exceptional achievement. You have defeated an opponent stronger than yourself. You have received the title Born Warrior. Born Warrior Common. You have defeated an opponent of a higher level than your own. Be proud of your combat talent." With a stat boost applied, Yunmin wore a deeply satisfied smile, muttering to himself, "That's it. That's how it should be." The system popped up again, offering a brief explanation of this trait. This is a special trait of the LOT, the achievement system. When a player performs a special action or achieves something that is near impossible for them, images of players fighting challenges without fear flashed by. It will increase your stats or grant you a special buff. Mindlessly hunting monsters to level up is the least efficient way you can play the LOT, he affirmed, just as I thought. The tutorial didn't provide any experience points at all. Yunmin quietly hid behind a wall, thinking that the completion conditions for the tutorial were quite simple. He peeked out. Observing everything carefully, he figured it out for himself. All I need to do is survive in this farming village, to fight back against the invading goblins. Yunmin began to plan his battle. All you need to do is dodge the goblins and escape the village. It wasn't just that it lacked experience because it was a tutorial. It was also because it was incredibly difficult for a level 1 player to face 2 goblins at the same time. Suddenly his face darkened. Then he cracked a devious smile, wondering, but what if there actually is a real way to complete this tutorial? Yunmin recalled some events from the past. 2 months after the official release of the game The Lot, a strange player named Tonkin appeared, claiming that he knew exactly why the goal of the tutorial was to survive instead of run away. That figure mused in thought. If we do survive, then what happens next in that scenario? Suddenly he discovered a mirror and burst into laughter, overjoyed. Of course there really is something like this. Yunmin confessed, I heard for sure that he got a special reward, one that was even better than the reward for just completing the basic quest. I walked along thinking to himself that the lot had just been released and the burning scenery created a truly intense atmosphere. Yunmin stepped forward, heroically declaring, the only person who knows how to complete this perfectly is me. Back in the chaos of the village, a woman ran in a panic from the goblins, who were trying to tear her apart. Run! She poured all her strength into moving forward, tears falling endlessly as the goblins chased after her. He stood on the rooftop, looking down at this pathetic scene. Suddenly, a biting cold wind blew toward them. From out of nowhere, Yunmin flew in and dealt the goblins a fatal blow. The surrounding ones immediately turned their heads in surprise when they saw their comrades end up like that. But he didn't let them process it. What is happening? He immediately swung his axe at them, the method to complete it perfectly that he had found. It was an axe that had severed a goblin's neck. It screamed in agony. Yunmin laughed gleefully, saying, You guys! At the same time, he thought to himself, eliminate the goblins invading the village without letting a single one survive. Yunmin quickly performed a simple calculation. Following that method, there would be a total of 25 goblins invading this village. He tapped solemnly on the goblin's corpse. The first option is to divide and conquer by taking them out one by one. Yunmin clicked his tongue in annoyance. Hiding and ambushing isn't my style of fighting. He recalled some scenes of himself slaughtering goblins. With this method, I've already killed 9 of them. Yunmin walked away, leaving behind a pile of corpses he had created, thinking, but this method isn't efficient enough. In Yunmin's head, he mapped out a plan that seemed more promising than the last. If the number of goblins drops to 15, the leader will sense the danger and gather all the remaining goblins together. Because of that, they'll be stuck together. Regardless of what the player might do, he stopped at a certain place and spoke up. So now Yunmin stands before the door of a house and confidently declares, "Time to use Plan B." The house is strangely quiet. Suddenly he pants heavily, his body devoid of any strength, and Yunmin collapses against the wall with various potion bottles scattered across the floor. A notification pops up. You have 20% health remaining. Body functions have been diminished. He tiredly mutters, "Damn it, I thought I was a goner diving into 3 of those things at once like that. Was that too reckless?" Yunmin grabs a blue potion bottle from the shelf and drinks it without stopping. At this moment, a notification appears, using lowest level health potion, restoring body functions. Having just finished drinking, Yunmin is as happy as if he'd fully recharged his energy and cheers. A potion on the brink of death is always the best. Suddenly, a terrifying, chilling roar echoes through the air. He freezes, recognizing that voice. An armed goblin mouth Agape lunges forward immediately. It is none other than the armed goblin, the pack leader. Yunmin excitedly calls out, "Looking for me, you ugly piece of trash!" It startles and turns its head toward him. He laughs, beckoning with his hand and repeatedly taunting, "Come on, kill me then." It widens its eyes, grinding its teeth, its face showing pure fury. The armed goblin lets out a loud roar that echoes through every corner of the house. Simultaneously, the other goblins rush to attack Yunmin according to its command. He boldly declares, "Come on, you damn little runt, armed goblin." The creature senses something unusual, but it is too late. Yunmin has already poured a yellow liquid over himself, and he smiles craftily, asserting, "I've prepared this special treat just for you, you bastard." He silently celebrates. The second part of the plan is to become stronger. Notifications continuously appear, using lowest level enhancement potion. Strength increased by 10, agility increased by 10. The armed goblin accelerates toward Yunmin. He calmly waits for the attack, but before it can land a hit, Yunmin punches it right in the face. With just a bit of strength, he sends it crashing into the ground, creating a thunderous sound. It lies motionless, grinding its teeth in pain. Not waiting for it to recover, he delivers a second blow to its head. As the axe splits the armed goblin's head, Yunmin kicks its body several more times, making the wall behind it look like it's about to shatter into pieces. The others witness this scene. They don't stop their frantic assault and rush out, but before they can even touch a hair on Yunmin's head, they are hacked into pieces. One remaining goblin, full of spirit, continues to collide with Yunmin. He lightly trips it, then uses his axe to deliver a decisive blow. In the darkness, Yunmin acts like a predatory beast hungry for its prey. He hacks its body in half, unable to hide his excitement. As he slices it in two amidst the sea of red, a sudden notification pops up, startling Yunmin. Only those who frequently use the achievement system can grow this quickly. He stares at the notification panel, deep in thought. Sometimes Yunmin imagines himself as incredibly cool with infinite power, and he feels thrilled. The system announces a series of achievements. Surprise achievement. You have achieved a perfect victory against a large number of enemies stronger than you. You have earned the title Born Warrior. Your talent allows you to defeat a large number of enemies 3 levels higher than you. Hearing this, he smiles and wonders, does it also give rewards to the first person to... Yunmin stares at the text, thinking to himself, I'm only level 1, but my stats are currently 15 strength and 14 agility. These stats are on par with a level 10 player already. Suddenly, the goblin crowd screams loudly and rushes toward him. Yunmin's face shows pure manic excitement as he speaks. Don't you guys get it yet, you idiots? One by one, they are hacked into hundreds of pieces. Yunmin takes them down as easily as a gentle breeze, boldly asserting, you guys aren't worthy of me. Suddenly, the armed goblin jumps out. It points its sword straight at him, making Yunmin hesitate for a second. It puts all the strength in its arm into swinging this blade. The armed goblin delivers a powerful strike at him. Notification: level 15 armed goblin attacks you. But contrary to what it expects, Yunmin is completely unharmed and says, all right, you're still here, you stupid boss. The scene is more chaotic than ever, the house engulfed in a sea of flames. The armed goblin puts all its strength into stabbing at Yunmin. The blade moves in a long, sharp arc, but he skillfully dodges it all. Unfortunately, Min is grazed by a strike on his shoulder, making him wince in pain. Seizing the opportunity, it delivers a decisive blow down at Min. The strength of the armed goblin is truly terrifying. Everything around the battle seems to be blown away. This time, he still skillfully dodges its move. Min silently marvels that it is stronger and more flexible than the ordinary goblins he knows. Bosses are clearly different, and that makes him feel even more excited. Min lets out a wide grin and charges toward the armed goblin, boldly asserting, "But a goblin is still just a goblin." Both sides are truly enjoying this fight. They don't stop attacking. It throws a blow like a thunderbolt at Min, but he quickly dodges it. Immediately he counters with a strike at its body. Looking at the scene before him, Min lands lightly and asks himself, "All right, is this okay?" He thinks everything might be over, but suddenly the wound on the armed goblin's neck gradually heals. A hard-to-describe killing intent covers the area. Seeing this, he freezes, sweat pouring down, unable to believe his eyes. "What?" Before he can finish, the armed goblin jumps in and grabs Min's arm tightly. It lets out a huge roar as if to tear the sky apart. Then the armed goblin slams him hard into the debris, causing him immense pain as he tries to grit his teeth and endure it. The system announces, "You have taken 355 damage, health reduced to 20%. It prepares to stomp on Min, making his eyes widen in fear. Then the armed goblin puts all its strength into stomping on Min, causing the surrounding earth and rock to shatter. He is sent flying quite a distance away, his face showing visible frustration and bitterness. He thinks to himself, the problem isn't about strength or speed. The atmosphere becomes increasingly tense. Min furiously declares, "We've got trouble now." He stared intensely at the armored goblin's movements, realizing its defense was incredibly annoying. He couldn't finish it off with his current weapon stats. Min frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that his strength potion only had 5 minutes left. "All right then." He suddenly let out a terrifying laugh and declared, "Let's do this. Get ready." Seeing Min like that, the armored goblin couldn't help but pause, but contrary to what Min had just said, he hitched up his pants and sleeves and ran for his life. The best strategy was to bolt, leaving the goblin stunned. After watching for a moment, the armored goblin still didn't understand what he was doing when suddenly it let out a massive roar as if it wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. It rushed after him with its heavy weapon while a terrified Min poured all his remaining strength into running forward. After a while of chasing, the armored goblin lost track of him. It screamed crazily, and suddenly it noticed something to the left. It was a house light still on, and mostly intact. A wild, crazy idea flashed through the armored goblin's mind. It smiled more sinisterly than ever. Min had entered that house. He then slumped onto the floor, panting. He frowned and clutched his stomach, wondering, "This hurts so much. Did I break a rib? Is it really necessary to make this game this realistic?" Then a rolled-up piece of paper appeared in his hand. He smirked triumphantly and tore the scroll apart. "It's time to use the last item I got from the item shop." The system notified him, "You have used a low-level fire-resistant scroll. Your fire resistance will increase by 30 for 10 minutes. Min was delighted and immediately formed a plan. "All right, now I just need to lure it in and—" Before he could finish, the house he was in was smashed to pieces by the armored goblin. It scowled, searching every corner for Min, never noticing what was behind it. Just then it realized he was right there. He just chuckled and said, "Hello there, you look pretty angry, don't you? Let's talk for a bit." Not letting the words distract it, the goblin slashed wildly, intending to slice him into 100 pieces. Min frantically dodged the attacks. Its special moves were truly terrifyingly powerful. The armored goblin kept swinging its blade while he grew increasingly exhausted. Min suddenly realized he didn't have enough room to dodge and took a direct hit to the stomach. Min was sent flying through several walls, such a terrifying force. He lay buried under a sea of rubble, his face showing the sheer agony that reached down to his very bones. A battered Min sat slumped on the floor as the system continued to notify him. "You have sustained 78 injuries. Health has dropped below 10%. Even so, the armored goblin refused to let him go. It approached, a surge of magic enveloping it. Just then he jolted upright, grabbed his axe, and poured the last of his strength into it. He let out a loud roar and hurled the axe toward the armored goblin, but it dodged easily and flashed a smug smile. Min also smiled and asked, "Having fun? Keep laughing while you can," he boldly asserted, "because this is the last time you'll ever get to laugh." No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud crash echoed, making the goblin snap its head around. It turned out the axe had chopped through a support pillar, causing it to slowly collapse. He stood up overjoyed and said, "Goodbye, you idiot." Strategy number 3, use the environment. Seeing that the goblin rushed out, but he had quickly jumped out the window and slammed it shut. The goblin lunged forward in a frenzy. As the house began to collapse more and more, burying the armored goblin, Yunmin had already managed to escape just before the house swallowed it whole. Then a boom erupted from the building. He couldn't help but cheer in joy. As he walked, Yunmin thought to himself, "I did this for the reward, but it's still pretty sad that the poor guy had to die. To have to rely on tactics just to beat one monster." The system notified him, "You have defeated the armored goblin, health below 10%. He recalled Odin's face and flew into a rage. "Odin, you jerk, you've made me suffer enough already." He gritted his teeth and swore to himself, "Just you wait. I will make you pay 10 times, 100 times over for everything I've been through." The system continued, "You have completed the tutorial." It made Yunmin's eyes widen in surprise. Multiple notifications flashed one after another. "What an incredible achievement! You have defeated an enemy 10 levels higher than you. You have received the title Descendant of David. You are the first person to earn this title." The system continued. "What an incredible achievement! You have defeated an enemy stronger than you. You have received the title 1 against 17. You are the first person to earn this title." Upon hearing this, he stood stunned, unable to believe his ears. The notification came again. "What an incredible achievement! You have passed the tutorial perfectly. You have received the title Unstoppable. You are the first person to earn this title." Yunmin laughed happily. "Awesome!" He stood on the rubble and froze again when he heard, "You will receive a reward for the tutorial. You have obtained hard bread 3 bottles and 50 coins. You will receive an additional reward for this result. You have received 5 nameless armor sets." Yunmin then broke into a sinister smile. "I'll admit the rewards aren't bad at all." He scanned the scene for a moment and said, "Now let's see what these titles can do." Status window. Yunmin pondered, reading every word in the status window. Suddenly he smiled in disbelief. "This is insane. This can't be real." Yunmin's face showed pure satisfaction. "Amazing, incredible." The notification read, "First person unbreakable legend. You have created a miracle by subduing a monster that no one else could ever subdue. There will be those who scheme and plan, for those who turn the impossible into possible, but no one hates someone who creates miracles. You are the first to have achieved this. Your relationship with the NPCs starts on neutral ground, while your connection with the NPCs in the Alliance begins at a friendly level, the kind you'll need to level up. My skills are going to drop by 30%. Yunmin thought to himself, secretly thrilled. The legendary title? I can't believe it. He stared at the notification board constantly in awe. The reputation boost and the skill upgrades were already overwhelming enough, and it comes with other effects too. Yunmin couldn't hide his smile. A flood of thoughts raced through his mind, forming new plans. I'll be able to level up so quickly, just with this title alone. Otherwise, I would have had to redo my entire plan. Yunmin had received countless titles. First Descendant of David, you defeated an opponent 10 levels higher than you. Possessing strength, far superior to your own, all your stats will increase by 10% when battling higher-level opponents. First to win a 17-on-1, you emerged victorious in a battle. 17-on-1, a meaningless number to you. Defense points increase by 10% when battling in a match with multiple opponents. Defense will increase by 30% based on the number of foes you face. He smiled in delight. Those titles were one of a kind and their effects were too incredible. Suddenly, a shield appeared around Yunmin. He shouted out loud, "All right, let's go. I'm going to open all the treasure chests I've received. All of them." He teleported to an incredibly crowded and modern city. Yunmin let out a sigh. Honestly, it had been quite a while since he was last here. He stood tall, looking up at the sky, and spoke loudly. "Rookie Village, Pop Kid City." He narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance, guessing to himself, "I knew it. It's already packed solid, even though it's only been open for a few hours." Yunmin keenly looked around and realized, now that I look, aren't half of them already here? Suddenly he flew into a rage, screaming internally, "Odin and his followers." Yunmin recalled their images from the past, those bastards from the Ragnarok Guild. He clenched his fists, determined. "I need to find them immediately and kill every single one of them." But then he told himself, that's way too many. Odin's figure stood like a god towering over the people. A blinding aura flashed in his mind. Odin in that spotlight. After achieving the King of Creation title 2 years after the game launched, his face had been cold as ice, completely expressionless. Yoonmin thought to himself, no matter how much I think about it, it's still so strange. He imagined the scene of 10 people kneeling before Odin, confidently reasoning around that time. Dozens of rank A players were loyal to him. They even changed their nicknames and appearances. Yoonmin explained the name he gave them. That's why I call them the cosplayers. Weirdos. They even cosplayed as Norse and Greek gods. However, it's still possible to find these people. He rested his chin on his hand, deducing, but who are they really? What kind of massive reward did they promise? To show such loyalty, did they bribe them with hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is he the son of a big company chairman or something? The more he thought, the more absurd it felt. Yoonmin kicked his leg in frustration, swearing repeatedly, "Damn it, I should just forget about it for now. Thinking more about it won't solve anything." Suddenly, he went quiet, telling himself, "What's more important is preparing for the day I meet them again." Yoonmin quietly walked through the crowd, firm in his resolve. "I have to become stronger, faster than anyone else." His footsteps grew slower than ever. "If I want to do that, the first thing I should do is—" Suddenly a voice called out from somewhere. It broke Yoonmin's train of thought. "Hey kid, do you want to become stronger?" It turned out the owner of the voice was an old man with bulging muscles, standing with his arms crossed behind him. He asserted, "Well, come here. You can become as strong as me." Then he winked at him, trying to look credible. Yoonmin looked at him with a bored expression mixed with suspicion. The only thing in Yoonmin's head was 2 words, training ground. Looking at the people training in the yard, he guessed, it must be because it's the first day, which is why there are so many people. Even though he knew they would leave sooner or later. Still, he said, "I want to use the training ground." Hearing that, the old man became overjoyed, showering Yoonmin with flattery. "I can see the potential in you. I can't let someone with such potential in the future be price gouged by the market rate. I'll give you a price of 20 coppers. Suddenly, the system notification appeared. Your relationship with the NPCs starts on neutral ground, and your relationship with the NPC will begin at a friendly level. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the title board pop up like that. The effect of the friendly title, the entrance fee is usually about 30 coppers. Everyone in the training yard was working extremely hard. Being active in the yard made Yoonmin feel very nostalgic. I really miss this feeling. He flashed a happy smile and threw a punch forward. The scarecrow took the full force of his attack. The training yard scarecrows at the very beginning, they were one of the ways to accumulate experience. In this Popkid city, everyone in this training yard practiced with it because you earn experience if you hit it. It couldn't be any easier, because of that many new players rushed in here at the start. But like an experienced veteran, Yoonmin stated confidently, sooner or later they will realize that it's extremely inefficient. "Damn it, when am I finally going to level up?" I muttered. "I've been hitting this thing for 5 hours straight." Instead, doing those odd jobs for NPCs would get you way more EXP, they said. Plus, they pay you and give you food as a reward like those delivery quests. "Here are the 10 bundles of grain you asked for," Youngmin said. "Great job. Even so, if you keep grinding in the training yard, you'll just end up burning through your food supply. You'll just keep losing money, so most players give up on this and go hunt goblins or something else instead. Damn it, we've just wasted way too much time here." As he punched the training dummy in a frenzy, he thought to himself, "Of course, in my past life I wasted time on this too and ignored everything else." However, leveling up wasn't the only goal of this training. Yoonmin punched the dummy so hard it flew back. He gasped for air, completely exhausted, as the notification pinged strength +1. Yoonmin was stunned. Then a joyful smile spread across his face. "Yes, that's it, my hard work has finally paid off." Yoonmin revealed his secret. If you spend enough time hitting these dummies until your stamina is completely drained, you can actually increase your stats by 1 point. This method isn't dependent on leveling up at all. A loaf of bread appeared in his hand. Hardened wheat bread tutorial reward. Yoonmin smiled. "Right now, I'm the only person who knows this, and even if someone else found out, they wouldn't actually do it." He sat down and started gnawing on the bread. "Summing it up, spending that time leveling up by doing quests will boost your stats faster," Yoonmin mused with a faint smile, then wondered, but is that always true? He recalled his battles against the armored goblin. Around level 10 or 20 you can level up in a day or two, but would that still hold true at level 100 or 200? It gets so boring and difficult by then. But the day will come when it bears fruit, the day when my base stats are just that high. His body surged with an immense wave of power. All right then, let's get back to work. Cut to 10 days later. Yoonmin was still hitting the training dummy, practicing new moves and techniques. Other players in the yard glanced at him, looking completely baffled. "What's he showing off for?" one player asked. Another replied, "Just leave him alone. He's just some guy fishing for attention. Yeah, he should just go do some quests instead." Yoonmin didn't give up no matter how exhausted he was. What's so stupid about mastering every single type of attack? Once you start leveling up, simple hits won't be enough to boost your stats anymore. At that moment, he planted his foot, coiled up, and delivered a brutal kick to the dummy's side, shattering it completely. The system pinged, "Incredible achievement, your strength, dexterity, and physical resistance have reached their maximum potential. You can no longer increase your stats in the training yard." Yoonmin caught his breath as another notification appeared. "You have earned the hardworking citizen badge." A long string of notifications followed. "Incredible achievement. It is no exaggeration to say you are the strongest man in this village after destroying the dummy. In less than 1 minute, you've earned the title Strongest Man in the Village." He let out a loud shout as if to announce to the world that he'd done it. The notifications kept pouring in. "Hardworking citizen. You have overcome the impossible. Things that cannot be overcome by hard work alone. Your perseverance knows no bounds. Strongest man in the village destroyed a training dummy. To prove you are the strongest man in the village." He laughed excitedly. "Now it's time to level up." Suddenly, an old man's voice boomed from somewhere. "Hey kid, do you want to become stronger?" He looked over, surprised. "I've been watching you closely for the last 10 days. Why, that sounds way too suspicious." The old man puffed out a glob of spit, making a menacing face, but then praised Yoonmin. "A man with your courage and perseverance. You could actually do it. If you want, I can show you a higher plane of existence." Yoonmin felt a bit hesitant. The old man asked again, "So how about it, want to follow me?" Now in Yoonmin's eyes there was only a burning curiosity to find out. The old man stood tall and spoke slowly. "What is this, a hidden quest? I've never heard of anything like this." He widened his eyes, a mix of shock and fear. "Wait, a hidden quest? I've never heard of this before." Just then, in a dark passageway, Yoonmin followed the muscular man, his mind racing. "I never thought there would be a secret passage underneath the training camp." Noticing Yoonmin's distraction, the man warned, "It's dark in here. Watch your step or you'll slip and fall." Beyond thinking about the passageway itself, Yoonmin kept dwelling on what the man leading him had said. What did he mean by a higher plane? He started to piece something together. A smile flickered across his face. Could he know about a hidden job or a hidden skill? Okay, we're here. But the thought vanished, replaced by a surge of suppressed anger. Still, he had to try his best to keep his cool in front of Yoonmin. In a vast room filled with humanoid robots clad in heavy combat armor, the man guiding Yoonmin turned around with a cheerful expression. He patiently explained to Yoonmin, "This is an advanced training zone exclusively for the chosen few," trying to cool his boiling temper. Yoonmin snapped, "What the hell? Why are you even bringing up high-level stuff? It's just a practice zone with different equipment, isn't it?" But Yoonmin was clearly underestimating the situation. It wasn't just different equipment. Yoonmin grew confused at the guide's words. On the robots' chests, a faint blue glow pulsed, likely their power source. They are always active and can attack or fight humans at any moment. They're incredibly smart, they move exactly like people, and they know how to strike and counter. You could die if you haven't reached level 10 yet. The man offered Yoonmin a choice. "Want to try? I'll give you a piece of advice. You only get one shot at this." Yoonmin froze for a moment, deep in thought. Then a smirk flashed across his face as if he'd just realized something. "I might get my butt kicked, but sounds fun, doesn't it?" He stepped forward. As he walked through the iron door into the main room, the door slammed shut behind him. These were no longer ordinary robots. They were elite warriors. They fought with tireless aggression. Yoonmin immediately braced himself, sprinted toward the robots, and unleashed a crushing kick, channeling all his power into his arm. To deliver a lightning-fast punch, Yoonmin kneed one of the robots squarely in the back, then gathered his strength and fired a blast of light straight at them. One of them began to stagger, but he didn't stop there. Yoonmin kept raining down kicks and punches. With his wind-like speed, the robot struggled to keep up. But on his left arm, a faint mark appeared. Something had actually managed to strike him. He was starting to feel the fatigue after fighting for so long, yet the robots looked barely scratched. They remained in a constant cycle of offense and defense. Wiping away sweat, Yoonmin let out a scornful laugh. These toys are actually pretty strong. Yoonmin gathered his momentum and leaped high. "All right, that's enough. He launched himself at them with terrifying speed, his eyes blazing. Why shouldn't I enjoy this? Outside, behind the massive door, 5 days had passed. The noise grew louder and cracks in the metal became more visible. The door swung open and a robot lay on the floor. Its arm was twitching, and one of its eyes was shattered. A boot stomped down on the robot, crushing it to pieces. Inside the room, the person standing there, Yoon-min, seemed like a completely different person. Everything inside was shattered. I've reached level 10 and all my stats have hit the limit, and even better, Yoon-min was absolutely satisfied with his feat. First epic title attained absolute resolve. No one can break your resolve. You are the first to achieve this title. Effect attained. Immune to all negative mental effects. When health drops below 5%, all stats increase by 50%. As the notification window popped up, Yoon-min stood before it for a long time. An epic title, absolute resolve. He never thought he'd earn a title in a place like this. Yoon-min reflected on his past. After everything he had endured, it had been a tough road. All those life-or-death battles, but he had finally made it. It was worth it even if he only had to fight some wooden dummies. The time had come. Yes, the moment was finally here. Sunlight bathed the city. Somewhere on the street there was a shop decorated with skulls by the entrance. Inside, a large man was snoring loudly. To wake him up. Yoon-min slammed his fist onto the table and shouted, "Greetings, sir!" The man was none other than a member of the Berserkers. Yoon-min asked, "Are you not going to work?" Startled, the man was stunned. "What? Do you even know where you are?" Yoon-min looked him straight in the eye with confidence and replied, "Of course I do. Isn't this the Berserker Guild?" The burly man looked at him and answered, "Who doesn't know the famous Berserkers?" He laughed heartily, satisfied. "You've got some knowledge, kid." He didn't forget to remind Yoon-min, "Yoon-min, you know you can only change your class once, right?" Annoyed, he retorted, "I know, just get to work." No sooner had he finished speaking than the man struck the bell on the desk. Fast and concise. I like that. A surge of power flowed through Yoon-min's body. "You have changed your class to Berserker." The Berserker member wore a satisfied smile. "Roken, congratulations on becoming a Berserker." Yoon-min couldn't hide his happiness. "Your level has reset to 1, but all your stats remain the same." Finally, the man brought up the next part. "Now for the class change reward, pick whatever you want." He revealed an array of top-tier weapons like axes and swords. Yoon-min picked one up, his eyes flashing as if he had been searching for it for a very long time. Yoon-min swung his axe, pulling off a few moves as fast as the wind. Watching the performance, the old man observed the fluid-chained attacks with deep focus. He couldn't take his eyes off them. For the final move, Yoon-min put all his strength into a downward strike, creating an incredibly powerful pressure wave. The old man praised him, impressive. Finding what he needed made him happy. It really was what he had been looking for. After weighing his options for so long, he finally had an answer. Honestly, he had been struggling with which class to choose. Unlike his past life, where he knew quite a few hidden classes and how to obtain them, this time was different. Yoon-min already knew what his next step should be. However, if he wanted to take them all on, nothing was better than being a berserker. If he wanted revenge, Yoon-min needed a plan. Odin always had his guards by his side. Berserkers gained extra stats if they fought in groups, and he had plenty of room for breakthroughs. Furthermore, berserkers could use the berserk skill to boost their stats even higher. It was one of the most suitable classes for someone with high base stats. He could buff himself using the battle frenzy skill. After a few seconds of deep thought, Yoon-min realized something. Above all else, it was important. An interesting thought flashed through Yoon-min's head. Since that bastard Odin wanted his throat, he had to at least take the guy's head. A notification board suddenly popped up. The old man saw Yoon-min standing there in a daze and asked, "What's wrong? Are you that proud of your new class?" "Oh no, it's not that." Yoon-min was quite surprised. What was this notification box? The window displayed this message. "On the path to finding the new wind, the sign of the desolate gale, the power that blew away the entire world long ago has been found. Find the remnants and fulfill the dying wish of the Gale Master. Complete the advanced training area with your first class." The quest felt a bit mysterious. Was this a hidden quest? At the bank, a clerk named Eric welcomed him warmly. "Welcome to Eric Bank. We always bring joy to our customers. How can I help you?" The girl hadn't even finished her greeting before Yoon-min jumped up and demanded a loan. The girl was startled and turned pale. Yes, sir." "What's the class and name?" Yoon-min was in a rush as if someone were chasing him. "Berserker Roken. Give me the largest loan." The clerk still had to patiently provide all the information. "All right. If this is your first class, the maximum loan is 30 silver coins with a 3% monthly interest rate. At an old ancient house with curved roof tiles, reaching up toward the blue sky. Yoon Min was busy with his business. First-class skill book for Berserker everything you've got. The old man, the Berserker expert, was surprised. Oh, really? You're quite the spender. Yoon Min didn't have time for small talk and barked, "Stop with the chatter, how much?" The old man immediately gave him a price of 10 silver coins. The system displayed countless details about the skills he had just learned: Axe Mastery and 4 other skills. Axe Mastery Level 1, you can wield an axe proficiently. Speed and attack power will increase. Skill proficiency 0%. Current level Novice. Attack power increased by 70%. Flash Step Level 1. You can move quickly for 3 steps. Accuracy increases by 110% when used. Impact Strike Level 1. The next attack will be stronger than normal. Both strength and accuracy increase by 110% on the next hit. Battle Roar Level 1. Causes the enemy to panic with a frenzied roar. Berserk Level 1. Burns your own health to generate terrifying power. Yoon Min read through it all looking annoyed. The old man, the Berserker expert, saw him like that and wondered, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yoon Min turned around and called out, "Hey, sir!" The man replied, "Yeah." Yoon Min frowned and asked, "Do you know anything about the Desolate Gale?" The old man grimaced, confused. "What's that?" Leaving the house, Yoon Min sat on the steps next to a waterfall. On his path, long streams of system information appeared, searching for traces of the Desolate Gale. You have found traces of the Desolate Gale, the one who plunged the world into a sea of fire long ago. Find the remaining traces and complete the dying wish of the Desolate Gale. Complete the advanced training. Along with his first-class change, it was completed. Yoon Min swiped his finger across the screen aimlessly, muttering, "Desolate Gale." He became lost in thought. I thought it might be a quest related to berserkers, but even the master didn't know anything. The more he thought, the more his face scrunched up in frustration. Plus, even as a rank 1 berserker, he had never heard of that quest. Had someone already done it before? Suddenly, Yoon Min grabbed his head and shouted, making everyone walking by stare at him. "Damn it, how am I supposed to do this with no clues?" Yoon Min went quiet and kept thinking. The hidden quest rewards were really tempting, but even now he had no leads. Forget it. Let's put it aside for now. Status window: Roken race, human, gender male, level 1 class, berserker, health 700 out of 700, mana 150 out of 150, strength 5, agility 4, stamina 1, resistance 1, intelligence 1, wisdom 1, remaining points 0. Titles: owned, born, warrior, talented warrior, descendant of David, the strongest in the region, 1 against 17, unstoppable hard worker, unwavering resolve. Yoon Min swiped through the screen reading the info. He had changed his class. Now he just needed to level up like crazy. Suddenly he flashed a cunning grin. So should I go ahead and pursue the level up like crazy path I mapped out? Everyone passing by turned to look at him. Yoon Min sat, like he owned the place, chin in his hand, not at all bothered by the stares. Above his head was a line of text, harsh stare. Looking for a rider to take me to the Ot camp. Reward 15 silver coins. Suddenly a voice called out, making Yoon Min turn his head back. Do you want me to take you to the Ot camp? A man in gleaming armor approached, offering to help. That was Baiken, a massive guy who flexed his muscular arm waiting for his reward. I want to be paid in advance. Young Min glanced at Baiken, looking annoyed, then asked, Are you going alone? What level are you? Baiken puffed out his chest, looking proud. Level 25 heavy armor knight class. Young Min curled his lip in contempt. Just you, I can't trust you. Go somewhere else. Baiken looked like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. What did you say? He roared. Furious, he held up a badge for Young Min to see. Look, don't you see this? It's an orc warrior badge. I killed one myself to earn this. Young Min picked at his ear, unimpressed. He probably just got lucky killing a couple of patrol orcs near the harsh forest. Young Min bluntly replied, I need at least 2 people over level 30 to reach the orc camp in the middle of the forest. Stop acting so arrogant and get lost. Baiken's face darkened, furious, as he realized people were starting to stare. That bastard. Baiken thought, feeling humiliated. Damn it, he's shaming me in front of everyone. Suddenly, Baiken reached out with his massive hand toward Youngmin, initiating a challenge, a skill where the opponent is locked into a duel for 5 minutes. Self-defense moves are ignored, and the duration increases if the opponent resists. Youngmin hung his head low, slowly spitting out one word, you. He looked up, his eyes cold and sharp. What the hell do you think you're doing? Baiken wasn't afraid. He just grinned, mocking him. Good lord, he sneered, seeing Youngmin's level. Level 1. So you're just an amateur. Did you just change classes and think you're hot stuff now? Baiken didn't stop teasing him. If your skills are trash, keep your mouth shut and get lost. Youngmin's face went dark. What the hell are you babbling about? Do you want to die? Baiken screamed, challenging him. Come at me, you idiot. You're just a stuck-up brat thinking you can reach the orc camp at level 1. Youngmin flashed a chilling smile, repeating Baiken's words. Just level 1, huh? Suddenly, Youngmin proposed, hey, want to make a bet? Baiken paused, confused. What? Youngmin offered a duel. Let's fight. Whoever wins gets 15 silver coins. How about it, no penalties, not a fight to the death or anything? Doesn't that sound great? Baiken leaned his face close to Youngmin's and hissed, Are you crazy? Youngmin provoked him. Are you scared? Is a level 25 guy afraid of losing to a level 1? Baiken's pride was stung. He slammed his foot hard into the ground. A notification popped up. Player Baiken has requested a duel with a wager of 15 silver coins. Baiken raised his arms, getting into a fighting stance, teeth gritted. Baiken looked absolutely hideous with rage. Come get it, you newbie bastard! Youngmin smiled, seeing Baiken take the bait. His eyes widened, looking truly terrifying. The sky was blue, high-rise buildings stood side by side, and passers-by were walking about. The crowd grew, gathering to watch, whispering excitedly. Hey, there's a fight over there by the fountain, a duel. People glanced over. A duel, they must have a death wish. The captain looked over, saw Youngmin's face, and wondered, a duel, huh? Beside the fountain. Youngmin and Baiken stood facing each other. Baiken had equipped thick armor and a weapon with 3 sharp prongs. He raised his weapon, voice full of rage. I'm going to kill you, you arrogant brat. In contrast, Youngmin was completely indifferent. Yeah, good luck. Baiken paused, confused. Wait, where's your weapon? Youngmin smiled confidently, raising his fist. My weapon is right here. Do you really think I need to swing a sword to take down someone like you? Baiken went even crazier. You arrogant piece of trash, duel start once health drops below 5%, it's considered a loss. Baiken stomped his foot into the ground again. Clad in armor, he looked like a giant, raising his weapon high at Youngmin. Baiken swung down with massive force, shattering the ground. But Youngmin nimbly dodged to the side. Baiken immediately swung again, attacking repeatedly, but Youngmin dodged them all, light and simple. Youngmin laughed, mocking him, which infuriated Baiken. You little rat, are you just going to dodge the whole time? Baiken started to lose his breath, thinking, damn it, is a berserker always this fast? Youngmin suddenly appeared right next to Baiken. Yeah, I should probably keep going, right? Baiken swung his arm down, cursing again, but before he could finish, Youngmin's fist slammed right into his face. The punch was so strong it shattered Baiken's mask. Youngmin thought to himself, you stupid jerk, I maxed out my bonus stats. To the limit at the training grounds. Youngmin clenched his fist. My level reset just because I changed classes. My true stats are over level 50. Youngmin swung his fist with terrifying force. The onlookers went pale in shock. The captain gasped, oh my god! He crushed that armor with just his fist. Baiken sat slumped on the ground, looking pathetic. His armor was completely shattered. Youngmin grabbed Baiken's face, leaned into his ear, and whispered, I'm not just any level 1. Then he slammed Baiken's head into the ground. Baiken didn't even have time to react or struggle, just pinned flat against the dirt. Youngmin stood up, smiling in satisfaction. Name Roken. Race human. Gender male. Class berserker. Level 1. Status health, 700 out of 700. Mana, 150 out of 150. Strength, 79. Accuracy, 63. Wisdom, 15. Intelligence, 12. Bonus stat points, 45. Baiken's head was smashed against a rock. The pain was so intense his eyes rolled back. Just then the system voice chimed in. Player Baiken has been defeated. You have died in the duel. You will lose 15 silver coins. The system continued. Player Roken has won. You will receive 15 silver coins. Youngmin smirked triumphantly. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Nice, some extra pocket money. Meanwhile, the onlookers were whispering. One person muttered to their friend, Did you see that? Right there with his bare hands, his friend replied. I heard he's only level 1. No way is he a hacker. Yoonmin clenched his fist, radiating an intense aura. He flashed a wicked grin and thought to himself, not bad, this is enough for now. As Yoonmin walked along pondering how he was going to get there, someone spoke up. Excuse me. Yoonmin turned around to see 3 people standing behind him. From left to right, Elfie rose, and the person in the middle was none other than the captain. The captain looked excited. Are you really planning to head to the orc camp? Yoonmin continued, looking for a party of knights to take me to the orc camp in the harsh forest, just like you guys. The 2 girls were staring at Yoonmin while the captain kept talking. We've never actually entered the camp, but we hang around that area a lot. Do you want to come with us? Hearing that, Yoonmin thought for a moment before asking, what level are you guys? Elfie looked at him annoyed, but replied cheerfully, I'm level 35 and these 2 are level 32. Yoonmin watched the 3 of them talking and thought, their equipment looks decent. A pretty balanced team, a tank, a damage dealer, and a healer. After carefully considering it, he thought, all right, let's do this. Yoonmin proposed, instead of joining the party, I just want you guys to take me to the camp gate. He clarified his offer. I'll pay 10 silver coins up front and the rest when the job is done. In exchange, I'll just watch and won't participate in the fighting, and of course any loot that drops along the way belongs to you. And so the 4 of them set off and eventually reached the harsh forest. The captain, along with Joe and Elfie, were on high alert, but in contrast, Yoonmin seemed quite relaxed. Suddenly, he called out a stop. Before them stood a strange structure. It looked like a tower adorned with many horns and skulls with smoke drifting out from the doorway. The captain turned to inform the others, from here on, this is orc territory. There will definitely be guards patrolling the perimeter. Yoonmin thought with disdain, I know, you idiot. But he said aloud, so what do we do from here? To Yoonmin's inquiry. The captain held out his hand and said to Rose, Rose, can you give me that thing? She rummaged through her gear and replied, yeah, hold on. Suddenly, Yoonmin stood up and threw a piece of meat far away. The meat landed right in front of the orcs. When they saw the meat, they rushed toward it. They sniffed around to find the source. One of them yelled, meat. While the orcs were distracted talking amongst themselves, the captain's group began to move. Did the hunting party drop that? He looked at Joe, Elfie, and Yoonmin and signaled, this way. The whole group quietly slipped away. Seeing that, Yoonmin thought, they're more skilled than I expected. Not bad at all. The 4 of them continued their journey, and it seemed they had discovered something. It turned out they had arrived at the orc village. There was a hole in the wooden fence, but suddenly an orc appeared on guard there. Seeing this, one of them said regretfully, oh no, that's the only back door. After hearing that, the captain analyzed, they must have realized and sent someone to guard it. This captain stared at the orc and spoke to Elfie. Well, we have no choice now. Elfie quickly replied, got it. Elfie raised her staff and began casting a spell. Suddenly she shouted, silence! The shout startled the orc. Waiting for exactly that moment, the captain grabbed his sword and immediately lunged forward. The orc shouted, intruder! But he didn't realize his voice had already been suppressed by Elfie. Now he could only choke out, my voice. Seizing the opportunity, the captain immediately sliced the orc in 2. The orc collapsed and died. The captain calmly sheathed his sword, all done. The captain smiled at Yoonmin and gestured to the door. Once you cross this, you're inside the orc camp. Yoonmin handed the remaining payment to the captain. Thanks, here is the rest. He replied, thanks and good luck. Rose looked at Yoonmin concerned. Are you really going in there alone? It's much more dangerous in there. But Yoonmin remained calm. Yeah, I know. Goodbye then. The captain turned away and told the 2 girls, it's too dangerous here. Let's go quickly. A bit timidly, Joe replied. I don't understand what he plans to do in there, and he even spent money just to get here. Elfie sighed, forget it, he's just looking for a way to die. At this moment, the captain spoke up. We don't need to worry. Elfie asked, what do you mean? And then he kept analyzing. I'm not entirely sure, but he probably can't rely on a carry because he's weak, Elfie. Let's just argue. Why do you rate him so highly? He's really good in a one-on-one duel. But cutting off the conversation, the captain asked from the very beginning, why did he even request a duel? Elfie continued, right. He started recalling the scene where Yoonmin fought Baikon, saying, according to those who witnessed it from the start, that big tall knight was the one who used a skill to attack first. You just thought of a massive muscular black shadow appearing, causing the guy holding the blade to panic, just as you said the person who was attacked by a certain player first. It was temporarily ruled as self-defense. The image of that black shadow appeared again, grinning excitedly after being heavily buffed, and they could even gain experience points for defeating him, the opponent. Everything seemed to be clearing up, but Elfie seemed suspicious. That's right. It's a good opportunity to level up, Rose added. So why did he... Looking at the captain's darkened expression. I'm not sure, I'm still not sure, but he turned around and walked away. That player named Roken must have had some reason. Yoon Min's shadow slowly appeared in the captain's mind. The reason why he had to stay at level 1 until he reached the orc camp. Meanwhile, at Yoon Min's side, those orcs were very surprised. Their friends saw Yoon Min walking in with an arrogant air. One of them spoke up. There's a human male here, looking at Yoon Min with what seemed to be great conceit. On his lips was a triumphant smile. Another orc continued, an intruder. Yoon Min calmly took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, which one of you knows about the honor of a warrior? If there are any true warriors here, fight me right here, right now. In utter astonishment, the orcs blurted out, a human who knows about orc honor. That's a first. Now Yoon Min with an arrogant look. The way to defeat the orcs had yet to be revealed. He attacked the orc wildly. If you shout this right in the middle of their camp, in the warrior camp they will hold a duel to protect their honor. Yoon Min with the smile of a winner. Thought to himself, yeah, I didn't come here just to level up. It's important to get stronger in the lot. Not realizing he was holding the crown. That all monsters crave, they attacked. Yoon Min like their lives depended on it. He achieved an almost impossible feat and earned a legendary grade title. As a reward, he thought, that was my true goal. There are many very strong and vicious orcs. Fighting orcs in the harsh forest is known for being a battlefield. But surely winning a duel here will give you a huge reward, and not only that, it's a mechanism that allows duels to take place without any worries with a playful look. Yoon Min stared at those big orcs and yelled, now come on, who among you is the strongest? Yoon Min had a blank, slightly dazed look as he stared up at the smoke rising from the explosion area. Then he smirked, baring his teeth, mouth twisted in contempt for the enemy. This is your chance to prove your honor. Come on, human! Yoon Min felt slightly anxious and tense, grinding his teeth a bit due to the difficulty of Chip. Damn it, I was too cocky. I didn't think the orc chieftain would be here. The chieftain's tall, massive, muscular figure forced him to crane his neck to look up. Compared to a normal player, this guy is at least level 70 with 2 different jobs. With my current stats, I absolutely cannot win. He scowled in anger, his face showing his discomfort. Damn it, I'm so stupid at this rate I will... He suddenly heard someone call out and quickly turned his eyes, looking back to see who that call came from. No, chieftain, he's ours, Chip said with a cunning look at Yoon Min. That's right, chieftain, he's too strong for us. Give us a chance to prove our honor. He smiled sinisterly, revealing bright white teeth with 2 fangs sticking out. That's right. You must be tested before you can fight me. He stomped his foot hard on the ground. The one called out was Yahello, a guy with a ferocious face and a nose ring. Yahello, deal with him. Yahello, the rank 4 orc warrior. Yoon Min smiled dangerously as if seeing a glimmer of life, not having to fight Chip but fighting Yahello. I'm saved. All right, I guess that's enough. He moved as if chuckling. He became serious, his face turning scary, dangerous cold, yet still radiating a powerful killing intent. Did I just feel relieved because I'm facing a weaker opponent? Yoon Min corrected himself with a willpower that twisted his mouth. Damn it, get a grip on yourself. Rokan Odin's cold face appeared in Yoon Min's imagination. How can I become stronger than that guy? With that mindset, okay? He let out a long sigh, and in the distance the orcs were enraged. Human, you will fight me, raise your weapon! The guy raised his brow, confused by his actions. He tilted his head to one side. Watching him manipulate the screen. Human, what are you doing? Yoon Min manipulated the screen, showing the user's stats and abilities. The notification screen displayed stats, bonus points, and data. 0, 4, 15 bonus points. He stood with a slightly hunched posture while carrying the blade on his shoulder, showing readiness to fight and a terrifying, intense killing intent. All right, let's begin. A notification appeared, popping up a series of stats and highlights of Yoon Min class distribution. Completed Rokan species human gender male level 1 class. 4 Berserker 1. ST health 700 over 700 mana, 150 over 150. Strength 112, agility 70, endurance 70, determination 70, intelligence 15, knowledge 12 bonus points 0. Yoon Bin points toward the orc chieftain, flashing an excited, confident grin. He knows he's going to win. I predict you'll die by my hand today. the chieftain declares, staring him straight in the eye. Yunbin just laughs, a sinister, wild, and maddening sound. Humans really are funny creatures. The chieftain's eyes bulge, veins throbbing as he loses his temper. You! He lunges forward, slashing down in a blind rage. You shameless human! Your opponent is me! He swings his axe with a massive, earth-shaking strike. Yunbin seems distracted for a split second, eyes unfocused. Your eyes, they see better than mine, don't they? Yunbin smiles, thrilled. I like that. I'll make good use of it. Axes collide, showering sparks as he charges straight ahead. Yahello narrows his eyes, face tense as he faces Yunbin. I underestimated this human. The orc rages, steam pouring from his mouth, swirling around him. Then take this, the orc roars, a terrifying battle cry that makes Yunbin turn pale with worry. He looks down at his hands, feeling a strange surge of power flowing through his body. Warning indicators flash as his stats begin to drop slightly due to the battle cry. Yunbin sneers in contempt. Is that all a berserker's battle cry amounts to? There's actually a skill like that. The orc charges with his red axe. This human is weakened now. I'll win. Yunbin's expression darkens, radiating cold, dangerous, killing intent. Really, you actually think so? The orc leaps into the air, spinning for a powerful downward axe slam, but then he freezes. Eyes wide, pupils dilated in utter shock at what he sees. You, the orc screams. Die, you arrogant human. Yahello and Yunbin clash, both unleashing their ultimate moves to crush the other. The battle intensifies. Neither side is holding anything back. The orc is panting, sweat dripping down his face. I don't understand. A human should definitely be weaker than me. He swings horizontally, but Yunbin dodges it. What are you doing? Fight properly, will ya? Push him harder! Yahello! Chip scowls. It makes no sense. Yahello definitely has the edge in strength and speed. Yahello fights desperately, face tense, while Yunbin just grins, looking hyped. But why hasn't he won yet? Yunbin leans in his face, inches from the orc's eyes, glowing red. Curious, aren't you? Before the orc can react, Yunbin kicks him in the stomach, knocking the air out of him. He looks exhausted, his stats dropped, his attacks were simple and stupid. Like a third-rate warrior's, Yunbin says, standing tall with cocky, overbearing confidence. It was so easy to read just from your stance. The orc's eyes turn bloodshot with rage. He lunges for another strike. A flash of light appears as the blade nears Yunbin, but the orc suddenly stops, bewildered and confused. A red emblem appears. It's the stance of the axe wielder, crouched low. Yunbin surges forward, his power stats skyrocketing as he unleashes his move. Strike level 1. The next attack will be stronger than usual. Power and agility increased by 110%. Yunbin smirks, sinister and terrifying. Warrior Yahello, I'll be sure to remember your honor. Yahello looks surprised and caught off guard by the sheer power. This human is strong. Yunbin leaps into the air, laughing with devious joy. The orcs watching from the sidelines gasp in disbelief, shocked that someone could actually fight back against one of their strongest warriors. Yunbin stands triumphantly, axe resting on his shoulder, giving Yahello a mocking smirk. That was great, human. You're strong. He opens his notification screen. A series of notifications pop up showing overwhelming stats and rewards. Unbelievable achievement, you have solo defeated an orc warrior level 1. Many will remember your bravery in battle. You have received the title Orc Warrior Slayer level 1. You are the first to earn this title. Yunbin raises his fist in victory. Nice, that's my first goal achieved. A black silhouette appears, mimicking his pose. It's like a shadow clone. After changing classes, if you defeat a certain number of monsters in your first hunt, you receive the title Orc Slayer level 1. Defeat Orc level 1. His face glows from the screen's reflection. The higher the monster count, the greater the title effect. This is awesome. If I level up with this. Yunbin jumps, startled. I could probably take down that stupid orc chieftain. He panics, jumping in surprise as the notification screen shows that his stats were held back. Warrior's Honor quest in progress. Title and stats will be awarded upon quest completion. He shouts right in front of the orcs. Warrior's Honor quest? What quest? Since when? Chip stands tall, blocking his path. You have proven yourself worthy of fighting me. Yunbin grumbles, annoyed, looking up at him. This is because of you, isn't it? The chieftain recalls the scene. What are you talking about? You're the one who stormed into our territory and shouted about warrior's honor. Yunbin grimaces, frustrated and frowning. So I have to obediently stick to this warrior's honor until the end. Damn it, in the species taming tutorial from the past, none of this was in there. The shadow clone grins widely. Probably just a basic monster NPC. It's not weird for them to give quests to players. The lot is that kind of game. Yunbin bows his head, face darkening. So Chip is forcing a duel. The orc radiates terrifying power, the pride of a tribal leader. If I beat this damn chieftain, I'll get extra rewards. If I lose, I get executed, but I might still be able to keep the previous rewards. Isn't that right? Yunbin tightens his grip on his axe. Wait, lose, no way, that's ridiculous. He swings his blade with a sinister, excited grin. I'll grant your wish and kill you, you violent old man Rokan. The chieftain welcomes it happily, ready to fight this human to the death. Humans really are hilarious. Fine, I accept your challenge. He smirked, and they both lunged at each other, him going berserk as he roared with rage. A massive, terrifying power radiated outward. Berserk level 1, he shouted. He triggered self-destruction fueled by his own fury to boost his strength, increasing all skill stats by 200%. All skills can be used without consuming mana, immune to all mental attacks. You will not die even if your health reaches 0, unable to distinguish friend from foe due to the frenzy state. Once the skill ends, you will lose at most 50% of your health at once. After the skill ends, you must restore your health to over 10% if your HP is at 0 or you will die. After the skill ends, the first side effect is that all of your skills will be reduced by 50% for 10 minutes. Following the first side effect, the second side effect is that all of your skills will be reduced by 20% for 20 minutes. When you use the Berserk skill while still under the penalty period, your penalty time will double, the 10-minute limit. Yunmin went terrifyingly, uncontrollably berserk. A cold, murderous aura radiated from him with immense power. He was panting, but his strength didn't wane. It continued to surge. That's it, that's the one. He laughed with a manic, exhilarated glee. The sensation of his blood boiling and power exploding was exactly why he could never give up on going berserk. Chip narrowed one eye, watching him in confusion. Chip saw a savage, sinister violet aura swirling around Yunmin, a terrifying energy enveloping his entire body. What is this ferocious power? Yunmin leaped high into the air, gripping his axe like a grim reaper ready to strike. You bastard, so you've been hiding your true strength all this time. Yunmin brought the axe down in a powerful, formidable strike. He laughed like a deranged, deviant madman. What is there a problem? He used his legs to push off the ground. He spun in mid-air, striking the guy and knocking him far back. He laughed like a maniac. An image of Chip flashed in Yunmin's eyes as he used the berserk technique, yet he could still tell the difference. Usually when people use berserk, they can't tell friend from foe. But thanks to the system, I can still clearly distinguish between friends and enemies as clear as day. I won't mistake him for anyone else nearby. His pupils turned red. And that was his berserk state, reaching its absolute peak, pure madness and recklessness. Berserk, level 1, can be used for about 180 seconds. He charged at Chip like a madman. No one could stop his frenzy. I'll kill you within this time limit. Flash step. He struck the guy, making him grimace, but the guy dodged perfectly. Yunmin's pupils glowed a deep crimson. The guy blocked his attack and cursed, "You bastard!" Yunmin put all his weight into it, slamming the axe into the ground. He looked tense, his hand holding the axe trembling slightly. As expected of an orc leader, your strength and durability are like a hack. A loud explosion echoed as they clashed. Both had their own strengths ready to fight. At least in terms of speed, I'm still better. The guy was slowly being pushed back. I was pushing the leader back, and they were locked in an intense battle. The orcs stared in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Chip was struggling to hold his ground and was being pushed back further and further. The leader is being pushed back. He grimaced, thinking, damn it, this isn't good. Yunmin was also having a hard time fighting back. Damn it, it feels like I've got the upper hand now, though. But he stepped back, his face full of frustration because Chip's stamina was preventing him from landing a decisive blow. Because of the level gap, I can't land any critical hits. How is his stamina this insane? I have to find a way to land a lethal blow. The guy lunged forward, determined to win. They clashed again, fighting for the upper hand. Suddenly, Yunmin spotted his weakness and opening. Perfect, I'll take this chance. They both gritted their teeth. Chip let out a loud roar, and another insignia activated to join the battle. Yunmin grimaced and cursed, damn it! Immense power erupted from both of them, clashing and intertwining to create a blinding light. One of his axes shattered and broke. Instantly, mid-battle, his low-level battle axe was destroyed. He stomped on the pieces. Yoon Min stepped back and slumped down as all his stats were dropping and his weapon was broken. Your health has dropped below 30%. Berserk has only 80 seconds left. Damn it, I can't believe I made such a stupid mistake. He breathed heavily, thinking about his next move. How should I fight him? He's a boss, so there's no way his attack trajectory is this simple. Chip stood there holding his blade, looking arrogant. Is that really all you've got? He looked down from above, scratching his head with contempt, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I thought you were something else. What a disappointment you turned out to be human. He turned his back, but Yoon Min smirked. The human's manic, berserk, wrathful, and highly agitated state was becoming even more terrifying. Yoon Min covered one side of his face, revealing his crazed eye. What's that? I thought you were something else. That's pretty fake. Especially from a coward who only knows how to fight dirty like you. The guy looked at him confused. What did you say? The imaginary scene played out in his head as he was talking to the orcs. You think I don't know? You could have fought me from the beginning, but didn't you just pretend to scold your underlings and keep spewing nonsense about meeting conditions? Yoon Min smirked, pointing his finger. You've already realized my level. The guy laughed loudly, underestimating him, thinking, is he starting to make excuses because he's about to lose? That's so pathetic, human. Yoon Min's face visibly darkened. Yeah, I guess that's true. Odin appeared in his imagination. Maybe I was calculating too much because I wanted to get stronger too quickly. High went berserk, lunging forward like a wild beast. Direct frontal combat was what suited him best. The guy took a full-blown strike from his power. Yoon Min pushes him back and keeps on the attack. Chip winces, sweating profusely at how tough this human is. He charges in, swinging his axe like a madman, attacking head-on. The boss tries to fend him off, but he just keeps hacking away relentlessly, charging right at him. Without even bothering to dodge, his body suddenly freezes from blood loss. A bright light shines between them as the system alerts your health has dropped below 20%. The boss glares and mocks him. Desperate now, are we? You're being way too reckless, human. Yoon Min is running out of steam, but his savage ferocity remains. With only 70 seconds of berserk left, Yoon Min roars in fury, his power peaking. Shut your mouth! He lunges, striking from midair. The boss thinks to himself, feeling smug, sure that victory is his. To die like that, how pathetic. The win is already in my hands. Yoon Min slashes straight at him. Your health has dropped below 10%. You are now suffering from the hemorrhage status effect. Yoon Min collapses to his knees, gasping for air, struggling from exhaustion and severe internal damage, his strength fading, his breathing heavy, and his face covered in blood. Your health has dropped below 5%. The boss grins, gloating and overjoyed that he's about to win. Finally, it's over. Chip prepares one final strike to end him. Goodbye, human. I've won. Yoon Min smirks. His rage causes a massive explosion of power, a terrifying intensity. His killing intent, skyrocketing as the legendary title effect triggers. Unflinching, he finishes it. Chip is stunned and shocked that he could even stand up, let alone unleash such power. What the? No way. How is he getting stronger? His berserk frenzy hits its maximum, boosting all stats by 50% since his health hit 5%. With only 30 seconds of the skill left, he growls, his face wild with madness. All right, let's end this. The boss winces, tense, struggling to defend. So dangerous. He uses his defensive skill to block the blow iron defense, but Yoon Min slashes like a maniac, finding a gap. Yoon Min lets out a roar. The boss tries to hold his ground, desperate not to take the hit, struggling to endure. Then Yoon Min smashes right into his defensive shield. The boss is skewered and collapses, his weapon shattered. He screams in disbelief, a cry of bitter hatred. Impossible! His rage hits a terrifying maximum level. Nothing is impossible, you scumbag. Strike. Yoon Min delivers one final blow, killing the brute instantly. You have defeated the orc chief. Chip staggers back a few steps, face contorted. He falls backward, roaring out his final curse, and just like that, blue sparks flicker across his body. I can't believe it. Defeated by a mere human. Yoon Min stands over him, looking down as the boss lies on the ground, gasping his last breath. Looks like you're about to log out. Didn't I tell you? Yoon Min laughs heartily as Chip's body begins to vanish before his eyes in a blinding flash. You're going down by my hand today. Before disappearing, the boss screams one last time. It seems he just can't accept his defeat. Human. His face breaks into a wide grin, showing off his victory. Proud of himself for winning. Chip, the orc chief. I'll admit you were a hell of a warrior. The notification chimes. You have defeated the orc chief. You have leveled up. The other orcs stand there watching. They've seen the fight from start to finish, whispering in a frenzy, unable to believe their chief is dead. How can this be our chief? He lost. He stands there, axe slung over his shoulder, face filled with the cocky, arrogant swagger of a winner. Amazing. That human is strong. A true warrior. Finally, these ignorant orcs have acknowledged him. He winces slightly as his health is about to run out, and he's at risk of dying from blood loss. 5 seconds left on Berserk. Ugh, I'm gonna die. He gulps down health potions one after another, cheeks puffed out, annoyed by the skill's drawbacks. Berserk has its pros and cons. It's a super powerful skill, but it has too many downsides. Using the lowest level potion, you have obtained the title Orc Chief Slayer. Level 1. The first person to defeat the Orc Chief at level 1. Legendary. You defeated an Orc Chief while only level 1. You are the first to receive this title. Effect all stats. Strength, stamina, and endurance increase by 30. Attack power increases by 30% when fighting a stronger opponent. Chance of causing critical hits increase by 10% when fighting a stronger opponent. You have received the title Honored Orc Warrior. First recipient Honored Orc Warrior rare. You deserve the respect of the Orc Warriors after proving your worth in battle. You are the first to receive this title. Effect. Factional disputes will be resolved within the Orton territory. Your reputation in Orton territory will change to trusted. You will not receive stat points. When hunting orcs belonging to the Orton territory, you will not be attacked first by any orc NPC. Yunmin breaks into a huge, beaming grin. All right, now this is the kind of reward I deserve. His eyes turn black, a red glow appearing. He raises a fist high, showing his triumph and resolve. That was a rough journey. But I've already surpassed my original goal. Thinking about it, I've already earned a legendary title. He laughed, feeling happy and proud of himself, picking up his axe and ready to charge. I'll just keep going like this and level up like crazy. Come on, you orcs, listen up. I am now part of your tribe since I've defeated your leader. What are you talking about, human? The battle is already over. You've defeated the chieftain, so now you are an honored orc warrior. Yunmin froze, completely stunned, standing there blankly as the shock hit him. What the? His eyes lit up in joy as he shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" Yunmin roared in anger, his eyes practically shooting fire at the screen. The first honored orc warrior, a rare title. You deserve the respect of the orc warriors after proving your honor in battle. You are the first person to receive this title. The faction conflict effect will be resolved within the Octon battlefield. Your reputation in the Octon battlefield will change to trusted. You will not receive stat points. When hunting Otts belonging to the Ott battlefield, you will not be attacked first by any NPC of the Ott species. No, wait, I haven't finished hunting yet. Yunmin became gloomy and slightly dejected. Damn it all, seriously. I was planning on wandering around here to grind for some stat points, but I never expected that killing the chieftain would lead to this consequence. He frowned, closing his eyes to think about his next plan. Even though this plan couldn't be used anymore, whatever. There are plenty of other ways to level up anyway. A relationship of trust with the Ott species will definitely be very useful later on, I'm sure of it. Yunmin turned to look at the Otts. The Otts all placed one hand on their chests and knelt down in unison and order, ready to worship and regard Yunmin as their noble leader. O noble human who has proven your honor, let this warrior spirit serve you. Let this warrior spirit serve you. He smiled deviously as if seeing the immediate benefits. Yunmin sat up high, looking down, rubbing his chin and admiring the overflowing loot, feeling quite proud and satisfied. This is truly amazing. A notification window appeared showing his stats. Roken human species male level 19, Berserker class rank 1. Health 1110 out of 1110. Mana 150 out of 150. Strength 132. Agility 63. Stamina 111. Endurance 96. Intelligence 15. Knowledge 12. Bonus stat points 90. Yunmin laughed smugly and excitedly. Only 2 battles and I've already skyrocketed to level 18. What a steal. I'm in a state of frenzied slaughter of many monster species to level up. If I take down even more, I'll be able to reach level 31 easily. Yunmin draped one arm over the chair legs, spread wide, sitting comfortably. The perfect posture of a leader in control. Well, I should forget about that for now. With this level, it's enough to continue with that thing. He suddenly realized, that's right, now that I'm in the village, should I learn a second skill? The butcher appeared unexpectedly practicing with his axe. He was chopping meat, looking proud as he demonstrated his skill for him. You chop through a slab of bone of it in one hit like this. You have learned the second skill, meat cleaving. He looked around at the meat and hides hanging above, thinking, I could sell them and make a bunch of money. If I sell the hides, or the pre-cut monster meat, I could make a little extra right. Oh, it also helps me gather valuable resources. A building like a library. A nurse stood smiling, introducing some books to Yunmin. If you read that skill book, you'll be able to learn it immediately. You also need to use clean resources to bandage wounds. He looked bored, not wanting to read because there were too many words, chin resting on his hand as he flipped through the pages. I know. Yunmin was working the fabric shears. Bandage. You have learned the second skill, first aid. He cut the fabric while thinking, his face serious, learning properly. If I learn first aid, I can save money because I won't have to keep buying so many potions. Yunmin held the bandage he had just cut in his hand. The healing effect is a bit weak, but apart from emergencies, this is still more economical. A shop specializing in making and forging axes. Appearing in the late afternoon, the axe was sharpened, polished, and razor sharp. Everything is prepared and ready. It only costs 1 silver coin. Yunmin picked it up as it came out of the forge, admiring it and thinking, Battle Axe of the Ott Warrior Magic Grade 1, a double-bladed axe for an Ott Warrior. Take it to battle, attack power 100. Durability 200 out of 200. I've learned a lot of second skills and had my weapon repaired, so I'm sure I've got everything ready. Yunmin laughed deviously and crazily. Well then, shall we get started? The main quest of this game. A deep sewer in the distance where no light could be seen. It was dark. The sewer of the settlement. Yunmin pinched his nose, face twisted in disgust, groaning at the stench. Ew, the smell. He took steps forward, pinching his nose while complaining. Damn it, I knew this would happen. But I didn't expect it to be this foul. A notification appeared, clean the sewer. The quest states that the village sewer has had a lot of rats lately. Hunt the rats in the sewer and prove it by keeping their tails, and then you will be able to receive a worthy reward. Completion requirements. Need rat tails. Reward 2 silver coins for each rat tail. Yunmin thought about it, his cheeks puffing out in dissatisfaction. Chieftain Chips! Should I just leave here? Do you think we should just leave this place right now? Well, I guess I have no choice but to accept it. Covering his nose with a scowl of disgust, he navigated the gloomy sewer tunnels. He needed to complete 10 quests in specific order before the main mission. Better to finish this off as quickly and efficiently as possible, he muttered, his eyes drifting and then locking onto a massive foul rat covered in waste and festering sores. It bared its teeth at him. Yunmin glared at it with pure revulsion. Disgusting little vermin. How have you been, huh? It lunged, jaws wide, ready to snap at his head. Yunmin swung his axe, and in one clean strike the rat's head was severed and sent flying. Its corpse began to dissolve into light. A filthy rat daring to attack me. He watched it vanish, still covering his nose to block the stench. Guess I found the right place then. A sound emerged. Something was charging toward him. A dozen sewer rats swarmed him with savage intensity. He grinned manically, thrilled to have found the right spot, and spun his axe in a full circle. Coming straight to me, are you? Doesn't that just make things easier? Every rat that dared approach was decapitated. They kept pouring in wave after wave. Yunmin laughed heartily, his growls echoing through the sewer as their corpses piled up and dissipated. Bodies were scattered everywhere. Useless trash, he spat. A notification chimed. Outstanding achievement. You have slaughtered over 200 sewer rats. Achievement unlocked. Rat Hunter. Yunmin sat down, picking up a severed, dissolving carcass. Their bodies were unnaturally deformed by the plague. It must be around here somewhere. He froze. That familiar madness surged within him as a massive creature emerged, a plague rat standing tall behind him. Level 23 Plague Rat. Yunmin's guess was spot on. He came here specifically to hunt the leader, the strongest one to rank up. Bingo. The plague. Rat squinted, grinding its teeth and breathing out hot, fetid air. Level 23 Rat King. It reared its head and let out a roar. Yunmin winced at the deafening echo. He looked up, his expression hardening. Just looking at it made him feel sick. Let's get this over with. On cue, the plague rat whipped its tail toward him. Yunmin frowned, dodging the attack with a sharp tilt of his head, then launched himself into the air, closing the distance. He chuckled, eyeing the exposed tail. You disgusting rat. In a flash, he swung his axe down, severing the tail. You dare swing that filth at me? The plague rat shrieked in pain and recoiled, hissing at the gleaming blade. Yunmin smiled, twirling his axe as a challenge. With an arrogant gaze, he taunted, "Come on, bring me your head. I'll finish this quick." The plague rat reared back its mouth, swelling with a glob of sludge which it spat directly at him. Yunmin paused, his eyes narrowing at the projectile. He stared at the sludge, a realization dawning on him. "Poison, huh? It's been a while, so I almost forgot." Yunmin glanced at his arm as a faint, hazy vapor rose from his skin. The system chimed. "Warning, you have been poisoned by the Rat King. Your HP will decrease by 1 every 10 seconds. Gripping his axe tighter, Yunmin watched the plague rat charging. He ground his teeth in annoyance, cursing under his breath, "You annoying little rat." The plague rat lunged with sharp claws. Yunmin took a deep breath, braced himself, and roared, war cry, sending the rat reeling backward. It hissed, glaring at him with pure hatred. The system constantly notified him that the enemy's stats were decreasing. He spun his axe, his eyes gleaming with an excited, hungry smile as he locked onto the rat. Through the opening created by his swing, Yunmin aimed straight for the target. With every step, his power grew, and the plague rat's ugly exposed skin became a perfect target. He unleashed a powerful strike, sending the beast flying. Yunmin smirked, his adrenaline spiking. "You think you can beat me just by using poison?" The plague rat scrambled back. A faint green light enveloped the creature, and its wounds began to heal rapidly. Yunmin raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. "Not bad. So you're a boss with a healing skill." He swung his axe, his expression taunting. "All right, this just got more fun. Come on." The plague rat charged frantically, fangs bared. It swiped with long claws, but Yunmin just smiled, reinforcing his arm with energy. He moved with blur-like speed, his axe swinging in a rhythm as the system updated, skill-activated Dust Strike. Yunmin was ecstatic, his whole body burning with the thrill of battle. "Amazing! Let's see how long you can last." He rained down blow after blow, putting everything he had into every strike. Moments later, the plague rat's body shattered despite its healing ability. Yunmin laughed, savoring the scene. "Getting tired, are we?" He walked up to the rat's head with a look of feigned surprise. "Look at you. You still want to fight." Without hesitation, Yunmin stomped on its head. He flashed a look of utter contempt. "No more chances for you." A satisfied ding echoed from the system. "You have leveled up. You have defeated the disaster-class boss, the Rat King." Yunmin bandaged himself haphazardly as the system updated. Detoxification successful. The poison had been purged. He leaned against the wall, panting, and assessed his wounds. "This fight was a bit of a pain, but at least I got poison resistance." Yunmin carefully approached the plague rat to loot it. "Now let's see what I wanted." He activated a skill, Butcher. A faint metallic shimmer appeared on his hands. "Found it." He pulled out the calamity bead, which emitted a cold black aura. Yunmin furrowed his brow. "Warning, you have been afflicted with the curse of calamity. Your stats will be slightly reduced and your HP will decrease by 5 every 10 seconds. If you don't recover quickly, you will be forced to return to the city." Yunmin looked up, his expression stern. "Just like I expected. In my previous life, this curse caught me off guard. But things are different now." My body felt unsteady as I dragged myself out of the dark sewer. Time to get out of here. Upon arriving at the city gate where he lived, the guards watched the bag I was carrying with a mix of interest and excitement. It was pretty decent. Hunting these rats was pretty intense. The guard gave a cold smirk and gestured to the loot, saying, "Nice work, here is your reward." The system notification popped up, "You have completed the sewer cleanup quest." As it counted the rat tails, you received 10 silver coins. Young Bin smiled, tilted his head, and explained vaguely, "Ah, well. I also picked up this strange gem on the way while doing the mission." The guard looked surprised at the dark aura emanating from it. "That is..." The guard frowned, visibly uncomfortable, and backed away. "That is definitely a cursed item. Now look at yourself. There's some kind of mark on your face. You've been cursed." He turned his head away, not wanting to see it, and muttered, "What a hassle. Can you take this thing to Master Sterorian? I'll inform him and go get treated immediately." Young Bin was completely annoyed by the guard's fearful demeanor. "You jerk, just take it. I can't even refuse the quest because of this reward." The system simultaneously updated the quest, "Transport the cursed gem. Transport the cursed gem from the sewer to the Master of the Mages Guild. Completion conditions. Transport the gem before the player dies from the curse. Rewards 5 low-level potions. The disaster curse will be partially lifted. Some of Yungbin's stats returned. He reached out wanting to take the item. Okay, leave it to me. The guard stepped back slightly, offering a reminder. Thanks, but you look like you're in critical condition. Take these. A mechanical clinking sound played. You have received 5 low-level potions. The guard's eyes narrowed with detachment. Go wash up as soon as possible, all right? The smell of the sewer is pretty strong. At the tower where the mages gathered, Yungbin was gasping for air, marveling at the place. What a massive building! They must have cast a ton of spells on this structure. It's completely different from the Berserker Guild's building. He walked slowly, uncomfortably, holding his nose with a grimace. Regardless, mages are always the popular choice, even in my past life. Those jerks! Try paying attention to the Berserkers for even a second. Yungbin gasped, clutching his trembling arm. Damn it, it's getting harder and harder to move. The system sounded continuous warnings. 30% health remaining. Yungbin silently tried to drag his battered body forward. I have to hurry. His legs struggled as he climbed each step. He kicked the door open and shouted, Is anyone here? Sterorian frowned and turned around, probing him with a puzzled look. He shook his head, slightly displeased, and questioned, You should have washed up before coming here, shouldn't you? Yungbin held out the gem, explaining, I came to get treated and I found this in the sewer. I was told I had to bring it to you. Sterorian looked surprised at what was before him. Isn't this the plague gem? Sterorian stepped forward excitedly, urging him to hand it over. You were right to come to me. Curses are my specialty, so hurry and give it to me. Yungbin silently observed his expression. Sterorian looked slightly annoyed, grimacing. What are you doing? Give it to me, that cursed gem is eating away at you right now. That was what he said. Yungbin, full of vigilance and distrust, replied, I will give it to you if you are truly Master Sterorian. He looked taken aback and countered, What do you mean? His words were full of confusion. What are you saying? Yungbin just summoned his axe. He swung it towards Sterorian. You... Yungbin's eyes glinted, serious and full of suspicion. What is the meaning of this? But the way Sterorian looked down at Yungbin was full of disbelief. If you really were Sterorian, you should have easily been able to block my axe, right? Yungbin excitedly swung his axe high, glaring at him. Try it, otherwise I'll kill you. Seeing the axe about to strike, he screamed in terror, Wait! The figure across from him suddenly flickered, signaling a stop. The person in Yungbin's hand dissolved into mist. A sigh echoed. The real Sterorian appeared, grimacing as he explained, That was just a clone to test your magic skills. I didn't expect to be caught by a berserker. Yungbin turned away, feeling helpless. I thought he was that bird on the windowsill. Don't they usually turn into animals? The sight of the old man appearing made Yungbin muse. Well, I'm the only one who knows all because of how that jerk Tonkin cleared the tutorial. Thanks, buddy. The tutorial NPC of the Mages Guild. Tonkin, the NPC writer of the Mages Guild. His actual purpose. Suddenly, the system board appeared rapidly. An incredible achievement. You have recognized the lie of a high-level mage without any assistance. You have received the title, One Who Sees Through Lies. You are the first person to receive this title. The first person, One Who Sees Through Lies. Unique. Applause for your thoroughness in your awareness. That was a lie from a high-ranking mage, and he didn't even need any help to tell it. You are the first person to ever receive this title. Its special effect boosts your anti-illusion skills by 20%, and once a day, you can summon the Bell of Truth to distinguish between fact and fiction. Fact or fiction? Yunmin's eyes lit up as he rubbed his chin. Is this really a unique grade item? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I never would have believed it. Lucky you! Sterorian suddenly stepped forward, tapping him sharply. Now hurry up and hand it over. You're in a very critical condition right now. Yunmin finally looked down, dazed. He's right. I'm low on health and I've already used up all my bandages. The system kept spamming alerts. Your health has dropped below 10%. Yunmin looked at Sterorian, acting as if he were fine, which made the old man flinch. Yunmin excitedly pulled the item out, grinning mischievously. I've got to check if you're the real deal first. You won't fool me. Ding. The Bell of Truth rang out. Sterorian could only accept his fate and curse under his breath, You crazy little bastard. Yunmin smirked and held out the gem. Truth is, you're the real one. Here, take it. Sterorian turned away while gesturing, Now drink this. He could only grimace as he drank it all down. Yunmin tensed up, feeling his strength returning. The plague curse. It's been boosted. I feel better already. Starorian stared at the gem, frowning. I guess he really is high level, he thought. The gem suddenly radiated a dangerous, deathly aura. Starorian's gaze grew deep and contemplative. So this gem is what infected the sewer rats. That's why they were so heavily deformed. Starorian turned his head to Yoon Min, cutting straight to the point. Any other special information? He put his hands on his hips and speculated, I bet this gem is what infected the sewer rats, causing them to deform like that. Starorian's eyes, however, were full of worry. He couldn't help but ponder, using rats to create chaos, huh? It'd be way easier for the guards to control it if they knew. Yoon Min stepped in quickly, offering a suggestion to Starorian. That gem seems pretty lethal to humans, too. The old man rubbed his chin, humming, well, you know. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Starorian's mind. Yoon Min smiled, watching the realization dawn on him. Exactly. Humans are the final target. The old man stared at the gem, uncovering the sinister plot. If those infected rats wandered through the alleys or nested in the water gates, oh no, I think I've got a rough idea of what they're trying to do. Yoon Min watched him with excitement and anticipation. That's a high-level mage for you. Just from a few clues, he can figure out the cause so quickly. The memory of the cloaked figures resurfaced in his mind. They were planning to spread the plague throughout the entire city, through the sewer system. Images of mutant rats and suffering slum dwellers flashed by. In reality, it would start in the slums before spreading everywhere else. Before anyone even realized it, the other players were desperately trying to provide cures, and they'd eventually have to face the 10-part hell difficulty quest chain to stop the plague. But I'd say, I've already cleared that quest chain. Starorian stood up, eager to leave. I must notify the guard captain immediately. He walked off, not forgetting to look back and remind him, come find me again in 2 days. The system quickly updated the quest status. The person who spread the plague. Starorian and the city guards are working to identify who planted the gem. The plague is in the sewer. Wait for the initial investigation results. Requirement to complete meet Starorian again in 2 days. Reward some stat points. Yoon Min completely tuned it out. He looked around, observing everything curiously. So, should I head out now? I've never played a game like this before. Suddenly, the system buzzed with a notification. Thanks to one player, the first phase of the main scenario has been reached. A major quest has spanned the entire space. Therefore, the Plague Outbreak quest and other related quests will be deleted. Yoon Min stared in shock, unable to believe the announcement. Yoon Min's eyes were filled with disbelief. Plague Outbreak was the first of the 10-part quest chain. Because of me, the quest just vanished. The other rookies behind him would be stuck because the quest was gone. That meant there was no way for the others to get anywhere near the main scenario. Now, to reach the main scenario, I'll have to complete a lot of other difficult quests. Instead of doing that specific quest chain, a smile tugged at Yoon Min's lips. I'd better hurry. He said to come back in 2 days. His eyes were overflowing with excitement. As it happens, there's a perfect place to spend those 2 days. From the teleporter, he arrived in the wilderness. Looking around to scout the area, he thought to himself, is this the east? Sparks of metal glowed on Yoon Min's body. I used the rest of my money to buy a throwing axe and some armor. I should be able to equip them once I hit level 50 or so. He swings the gear, uploading it directly into the system. This graveyard, a place confirmed to have absolutely nothing. Yoon Min's eyes dart around, a smirk forming at a specific spot. But I know the secret of this place. You naive idiots. It makes sense that they don't know the info that hasn't been released for months. A prosthetic leg suddenly appears before him. Found it. System identifies the item. Prosthetic leg, common grade. A prosthetic leg dropped by an amputee. It would be good if you brought it back to him. Even if you do bring it to him, you'll just get kicked out, and you won't receive any reward. In the shared memories of many players, even if you bring it to him, you'll just get kicked out, and you won't get any reward. Because of that, almost every player thinks it's a useless item. But in no time, Yoon Min finds a tombstone with a strange gap. There it is. The prosthetic leg fits perfectly into the gap. The ground shakes, revealing a dark, deep path below. System displays. Congratulations, you have discovered a secret dungeon. Undermoon Graveyard. An exceptional achievement. Applauding your insight as the first person to discover a secret dungeon, you have received the title Seeker. You are the first person to receive this title. Yoon Min's eyes grow eager as he watches the screen. Perfect. I need this to make money. The system displays a long list. First-time bonus, first-time seeker rare. Your talent as a seeker has allowed you to decipher things by using your keen senses and insight. Your vision effect has been improved. Thanks to the night vision effect, you can see clearly in dark places. You will find hidden devices with a low probability. The rusted lever in front of him suddenly becomes shiny and eye-catching. Thanks to this title, not only is my vision improved, but it also marks hidden objects with a beam of light, no matter how low the drop rate is. This title is going to be so convenient. The floating system adds a casual reminder. Since this is your first time entering, you receive a bonus. Stat points gained and item drop rates will increase by 30%. Yoon-min steps in firmly without hesitation. Since I just got a first-time bonus, should I head down here to earn a bit more profit? He follows the dark, gloomy tunnel path. A door suddenly opens above. The hallway is quickly lit by countless lamps. Yoon-min frowns and scans the surroundings. Do I have to clear everything before I can leave? This is a secret dungeon, so that's not surprising. But more than that, Yoon-min's eyes flicker with anxiety. What if a ghost monster pops out? I wouldn't even be able to hit it with my axe. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoes. A skeleton army appears. Level 26 dry bone grave skeleton. Yoon-min swings his axe, shattering the bones to the ground. The bones scatter everywhere. He swings his axe, taking them down one by one as they rush forward. You're making my back ache, you pile of bones. Yoon-min slams his axe down. The wind-imbued strike shreds everything. But honestly, seeing you guys is still better than seeing those sewer rats. He spins the axe, continuously watching the skeletons rush in. The smile on Yoon-min's face grows wide with excitement. He crazily spins around, sweeping through the dungeon. That's it. Bone fragments fly everywhere, blocking the path. The system quickly provides a new skill. Yoon-min aggressively slams his axe into the ground, sending rocks and bones flying. Yoon-min sighs, exhausted, looking at the mess on the ground. System updates. Level up. Roken level 22. Yoon-min sits down, excitedly opening the system window. Let's see, it must be pretty long by now. The system updates, quickly scrolling down. Roken. Human male. Level 22. Class Berserker. HP 1110, 1110. Mana 30, 150. Hunger 10. Thirst 7. Normal status. Strength 132. Agility 63. Stamina 111. Durability 96. Intelligence 15. Knowledge 12. Bonus stat points 105. Weight 89, 300. Titles: Natural Warrior. Talented Warrior. Strongest man in the village. Honorary Seeker. Descendant of David. Hardworking Attacker. He who sees through deception. Fearless Decipherer. Unstoppable. Defeated Orc Chieftain at level 1. Yoon-min observes the stats and considers his options. I've got over 100 bonus points. I don't need to save them anymore. His fingertips move quickly. Yoon-min smiles, satisfied. I don't need to rush, but to speed up the hunting. The system stats fluctuate as he clicks. Strength points. Roken. Human male. Level 22. Class Berserker. HP 1200. 1200. Mana 30. 394. Hunger 10. Thirst 7. Normal status. Strength 200. Agility 63. Stamina 200. Durability 100. Intelligence 39. Knowledge 12. Yoon-min smiles comfortably. It feels great. He looks at the high strength stat. Sky high. My strength has reached 200. To level up more efficiently, I need mana, so I added a few points into intelligence this time. Yoon-min is getting more and more excited, eyes burning with determination. All right. 2 days until the main scenario starts. Let's reach level 30 before then. The skeletons are repeatedly shattered by his axe. Others smash into the wall and crumble. The sounds of screaming and breaking bones echo. Yoon-min sighs, bored, starting to get sick of this. Suddenly, a large skeleton wielding a weapon screams. Level 30 skeleton warrior dungeon boss. It roars in anger and swings its axe, but is ultimately sent flying by one of Yoon-min's hits. System. Yoon-min level up. Yoon-min level 30. Yoon-min doesn't even glance, picks his nose, and walks away. So weak, yet still trying to act tough. While waiting for the skeletons to vanish, Yoon-min takes the opportunity to check his updates. Finally hit level 30. Everything in this hellhole is over. His eyes show the fatigue of the past 2 days. I've been running around without rest for 2 days straight to beat these monsters the moment they respawn. It's not bad, actually. I leveled up 10 times in just 2 days after all. The amount of gold in the system is displayed, and it seems I've collected quite a bit, haven't I? 1 gold and 80 silver. I've got 1 gold and 80 silver. The armor Yoon Min collected from the kills, but he doesn't want to wear them. More importantly, I've collected the skeleton knight armor which any warrior would want to own, but it looks so ugly, so I probably won't use it. Yoon Min's body is aching. He rubs his neck, sits up on the mountain range, and thinks about how much equipment he's collected. His eyes light up as he looks at the board. Maybe I should sell them and invest a bit. I already know the future of Thelos, so investing should be as easy as pie. He glances elsewhere, cracks a faint smile, and thinks, let's get started. Although he's a bit sad to leave this amazing hunting ground, Yoon Min quickly sells the information for a pouch of coins. Selling info about this place earns quite a lot of money too, especially for organizations like guilds looking to train new members. They'll surely come flocking in, he thinks, walking away excitedly, feeling hyped. He wonders, what should I do with all that money? Buy a new weapon or gear with better stats. Starorian is still intently studying his books when Yoon Min walks into the shop. Old man, I'm back. He looks up. You've finally returned. Starorian stands up, looking a bit awkward. I apologize for leaving you so suddenly. I really had something very urgent to attend to. Yoon Min is slightly surprised and walks over. Did you find the culprit? Starorian shakes his head, looking frustrated and helpless. No, after investigating everyone, we couldn't gather anything at all. There were no witnesses either. Yoon Min's face turns cold, brows furrowed, thinking to himself. Of course there weren't. There's no way the culprits would be caught that easily. The mysterious figures in black, those fallen disciples. The story has moved on to the part about stopping them. Yoon Min thinks the more he contemplates it, the higher the stakes. He needs to find the culprit, but essentially he already stopped their plan from the very beginning. But if he investigates, he thinks he might be able to find something. Starorian tiredly pulls out a gem. That's why I decided to read the memory of the land. Yoon Min looks up, eyes widening in surprise. There's such a thing. The system displays information, Gem of the Earth Magic Grade 1, a gem filled with the Earth's energy. Although it isn't valuable as a jewel, it has the ability to use special magic. He doesn't care much about this item. Because its magic grade is low, it doesn't seem very useful. The usage is summarized in Yoon Min's head. When used, the user can see what has happened in an area. It's definitely thanks to the memory of the land skill. Because of it, we've found ways to hunt monsters many times. Starorian glances at the gem in his hand gloomily. With this, we will find their identities. We will find out who they are. Starorian bows his head, flips through a book, and suggests, I have a favor to ask you. Can you help me? Yoon Min crosses his arms, silently agreeing. At least let me hear what it is. I have to do it anyway. This is the main quest. Starorian looks up, explaining seriously. Thank you. Although we have stopped them for now, we don't know when they will strike again. To prevent that, I need your help with a few things. The system pops up. Explanation, fluctuating vitality. To prevent the possibility of a powerful curse harming this land. The mage Starorian has requested you to find some ingredients, blood from an orc warrior and a wild beast. There might be something worthwhile. Quest requirements. Collect blood from an orc warrior. Collect blood from a wild beast. Rewards experience points. Silver coins. Title, Starorian's Apprentice. Potions and ore appear in Yoon Min's mind. Blood from an orc warrior and a wild beast, huh? They surely won't volunteer to donate blood, so I have to go hunting. However, this makes Yoon Min slightly anxious. I currently possess the prestigious Orc Warrior title, so I can't hunt orcs. I've even increased their favorability to gain their trust. Yoon Min's eyes narrow in annoyance, his brow furrowing. I have to fight them and lose that title. Is that my only choice? Is there nothing else I can do? Yoon Min stands before the orc camp and shouts loudly to the orcs inside, open the door. One quickly approaches and recognizes him. Welcome, human warrior. I still remember you, the one who knows respect. The large door opens quickly and the orcs surround him, curiously greeting him one after another. Welcome. It's been a while, friend. What brings you here? Yoon Min glances around, furrows his brow slightly, and speaks to one of them. It's nothing major, but could I ask for a favor? I immediately gestures that he is ready. I will help. Tell me. Yoon Min gets straight to the point, looking awkward. I need some of your blood. Can you give me a little? The orcs are stunned and startled. What blood? The orcs explain, looking confused as they hold their own blood in high regard. A warrior's blood cannot be given away like that. Sorry, warrior. Blood is only spilled on the battlefield. The orcs mumble incessantly in his ear, saying that letting blood drop elsewhere is a sign of disrespect. This makes Yoon Min scowl in annoyance, his veins popping. They dare talk to me about honor. I don't care about that stuff. If they are going to be like that, then I still have another plan. Yoon Min quickly asks, "All right then, can you lend me an orc axe?" One of them brings it to him. He takes it and quickly walks away. "Can you lend me one of those axes? Give it to me so I can grab it and get the hell out of here." Out looked on in surprise, watching him leave with curiosity. Yoon Min spoke up, giving a casual reminder, "Don't worry, I've got some business to take care of, but I'll be back soon." The group of orcs waved goodbye happily. "All right, friend, see you soon." Yoon Min gripped Oat's axe tightly in his hand. "If I could just get a little bit of their blood, that would be perfect." His eyes glinted with malice and cunning, but unfortunately they had to protect the honor of the Ot tribe. Meanwhile, at the wild beast camp, a wild beast stood firm, clutching a scythe. Suddenly he froze, filled with anxiety. The wild beast turned his head, glancing behind him. He shouted loudly in high alert, "Show yourself, who's there? Come out!" An object flew past his cheek, grazing him. The wild beast caught a glimpse and instantly recognized it. "An axe, is that you, Yoon Min?" Yoon Min appeared and disappeared, sounding amused and surprised. "You dodged that impressive, isn't it? I knew the wild beast would be faster, huh?" A sharp, pained cry rang out. Yoon Min smiled as he watched the beast fall, satisfyingly bottling the blood. System information updated. You have acquired the blood of a wild beast. The wild beast's body lay motionless on the ground. "Sorry, my friend, I didn't want to do this." From a distance, voices were calling out, "Who's there?" We just heard a scream. The group of wild beasts surrounded the body, confused. Who could have done this? "This is an odd axe. Those hateful pigs must have done it." Yoon Min hid behind a tree, enjoying the scene. He knew very well that these two species hated each other, so he felt free to manipulate them. The wild beasts were a species similar to humans, who despised the Ot monsters. Throughout history, these two types had fought each other for dominance over the forest. Yoon Min's eyes widened as he observed his meticulous plan unfolding. "I'm going to spark a war between both sides with this incident. It was going to happen sooner or later anyway. I'm just speeding up the process." On the other side, the Ot tribe was keeping a strict watch. Suddenly, something flew from afar, grazing an Ot's cheek. The Ot creatures gathered quickly, staring at the scythe. "What is this, a sword?" "No, it's a wild beast's blade." "I know it." The Ot creatures looked at their comrade pinned to the wall, resentment building in their hearts. "They attacked us. This is clearly unforgivable." Yoon Min smiled, watching as everything went according to plan. "You fools." He approached, acting surprised and probing. "What's going on?" The Ot creatures turned and immediately explained. "You're back. There's an emergency. This is the wild beast's sword." Yoon Min smiled, adding fuel to the fire. "The fire on my way here. I saw a wild beast warrior. He must be planning to attack this place soon." The Ot group roared with excitement, finally having a reason to fight. "I knew it, warriors, we must fight. We cannot let those weaklings win." Yoon Min smiled as he moved closer, leading the Ot group down the path he had laid out. Now, calm down. Are you really going to just sit there and think about it? Why should we wait until they come here?" His hands and eyes showed a fierce intensity, signaling them. "If you're going to fight anyway, why not strike first? If everyone goes, I'll help too." The Ot tribe roared in unison, accepting the idea and cheering. "That's a great idea. Humans really are smart." A massive Ot stepped forward, deep in thought. Yoon Min looked up, curious. "Who is that?" One of the creatures quickly announced everything. Yoon Min observed and guessed. Not the same guy as before. Must be the new Ot leader. He followed the gaze of the Ot leader. He held the axe tightly in his hand, exclaiming, "Perfect." Then he and the Ot group raised their weapons, giving the command, "We must strike first, follow me." The Ot army quickly rallied its warriors. Yoon Min's eyes were full of satisfaction as he watched. Everything is getting easier. He followed along, a victor's smile on his lips. "All right, let's go. Let's have a fun time on the battlefield." The Ot creatures gritted their teeth, looking ahead. The entire group, along with their leader, raised their flags and marched forward. Baiken hid behind a tree, peeking outside, unable to stop shaking. "They've gone crazy. They're absolutely bloodthirsty." He really didn't understand who had provoked them, as they had never been like this before. What on earth happened? The guy standing next to him was also trembling with fear. Do you think they'll keep fighting like this? He swallowed hard, giving his opinion, we should run before everything. But he was suddenly stopped by the other, who was terrified. Are you crazy? Do you see how many of them there are? If we get caught while running, we're dead for sure. Baikan countered, changing his mind. We'll hide here for a while. But a second later, he was horrified along with them. There was a human figure. What? Why is there a human there? Is he a player? The guy beside him also saw the figure lurking among the Ott creatures. No way. Why is a human with the Ott tribe? Who is he? Baikan was sweating buckets. He turned to advise his friend, look, we have no other choice. Run. But the guy with him was clueless. Huh, you just said not to run a moment ago. His face darkened and he hissed, just shut your mouth and listen to me. If we don't run, we're definitely toast. But a goblin suddenly ambushed us from behind. Yunmin heard a noise, then calmly turned around. They had already swatted Baikan's friend away. The whole group closed in, surrounding him. Yunmin quickly recognized that brazen face. Isn't that the guy I fought last time? The goblin saw Yunmin and acted like he'd struck gold, begging, are those goblins with you? Tell them to stop, please. I don't know what's going on, but please spare me. We know each other, right? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he took a brutal punch to the face. The goblin laughed hysterically. How rude you dare lay a finger on our esteemed warrior. Yunmin, do you know this guy? Remembering how Baikan used to bully him. A cold expression appeared on his face. I don't really remember. He shrugged, then ordered, if you think he's worth it, do whatever you want with him. Hearing the order, the goblins swarmed around him. Baikan could only swallow his anger and curse, damn it! But he refused to accept this fate. He struggled, shouting, get away from me. Yunmin smiled faintly and sent him a final message. Be careful next time, newbie. A tough battle is about to begin right here. The beast leader and the goblin leader were locked in a fierce struggle, not pausing for a single second. The goblin leader screamed, ordering his minions to give everything they had to kill all those filthy beasts. Don't let a single one survive. Yunmin stood back, observing it all. The two leaders were still savagely fighting while he waited for the right moment to claim the goblin's blood. He looked at the vial containing the new power, his heart filled with excitement. Finally, the system promptly notified him. You have collected the blood of a goblin warrior. Yunmin nodded, praising them. They're doing better than I thought. They must be furious that I'm the one pulling the strings. But he quickly geared up. He was going to join this fun, too. With that, Yunmin let out a war cry that echoed through the entire forest. The beasts began to look at each other confused. How can a human do that? Those goblin monsters. They called in mercenaries. They immediately switched targets to Yunmin, kill him. But that was exactly what he was waiting for. Each sword swing was clean and precise. You think you can kill me? Bring the leader here. His face clearly showed his wicked intent. There was another reason why he had incited this battle. If he only needed goblin blood, he could have just pretended to be a beast and killed one of them. But his true goal was actually the beast leader, a boss much stronger than the goblin leader. Besides, the beasts weren't as obsessed with fighting as the goblins were. They were more individualistic, so taking him down would be harder. Yunmin charged forward head-on with a much scarier purpose, using the goblins to wipe out the beast leader. This was the best opportunity he could ever have. Where are you? After taking out all the small fry beasts, Yunmin finally pinpointed what he was looking for. He gripped his weapon tightly. He'd found him. Yunmin swung his weapon, spinning it to create a devastating blow. Countless slashes appeared all around the two leaders. The goblin leader was struggling to defend himself. He seemed to be losing ground against the level 73 beast leader, who laughed gloatingly, the enemy of my clan will surely die. As soon as he finished speaking, a slash cut through his joy. His sword was knocked away. The beast leader sneered, sneak attacks like that won't work. But before he could finish, Yunmin's weapon flew in, leaving more wounds on his hulking body. He sneered and struck again. Oh, an opening. The beast leader was taken by surprise, thinking only, damn it, I have to block this. A tense explosion occurred and he was forced to his knees, falling backward. But he still had too much stamina to be finished off yet. You're stronger than you look, huh? Yunmin shrugged calmly. I intended to take both your arms, but I didn't expect you to keep one. He surrounded him with the rest of the goblin minions. But what will you do now? Your subordinates are all dead. There's nowhere left to run. He smirked mockingly. I don't have much patience left. Next up is your head. The beast leader found it laughable. I used all his strength to roar in fury, a measly human like you. Yunmin's eyes turned blood red as he went all out. A pitch-black aura began to emerge. He revealed a devilish grin. You have leveled up. You have earned the title Conqueror of the Harsh Forest. You are the first person to possess this title. The first Conqueror of the Harsh Forest rare. You have successfully defeated the 2 rulers of the Harsh Forest. Effects stamina and agility increased by 10. All stats increased by 5% when entering forest ecosystems. Then came the celebration from the goblins. We beat them. Yunmin stared blankly at the notification screen. Wait, there's more. The screen kept popping up with congratulations. You have earned the title Dark Curtain. You are the first person to possess this title. The first Dark Curtain unique. We commend you for successfully achieving 2 goals at once with your intelligence. Effects, intelligence, and insight increased by 20. Special effect you can use Conceal Identity. Looking at this, he was thrilled. He knew he would get the Conqueror of the Harsh Forest title, but he never expected to get Dark Curtain as well. It says here that because I took out 2 enemies, it seems the system won't let me make them my allies, Yunmin thought while resting his chin in his hand. I guess I only have a good reputation with them. That means there's still a chance they could turn on me, huh? But Yunmin just unlocked a new skill. Now I've got increased stats and even possess a special ability to hide my identity. This is going to be super helpful. Over there, the orcs are cheering and shouting, "Excellent, kill them all." In the battle between the orcs and the wild beasts, the orcs emerged victorious. The area the wild beasts used will be transformed into a ruined beast village. The fury of the wild beasts will manifest within the ruined beast village. He stepped forward and muttered, "They really enjoy this, don't they?" The smile on Yunmin's face grew more cunning. Time to head back to the old man and then get going. The tower was still lit up. Mr. Stororian looked at the 2 full vials, looking suspicious. "You're done already because of the high difficulty. I thought you'd need quite a bit of time." He shrugged and explained, "It wasn't that hard." The old man nodded and stepped back. "Wait for me a moment." Very quickly, Yunmin received a notification. You have acquired the title Apprentice. Stororian's first one. You are the first person to acquire this title. He looked up, staring at the glowing text. Stororian's first apprentice. The screen displayed a further explanation. The first person Stororian's first apprentice unique. You are the first apprentice of Stororian. You have earned Stororian's respect. Stamina and durability effects increased by 10. The detective's assistant will give you an additional 5% movement speed. He was excited about this gift. The effects are pretty good too, huh? Just then, Mr. Stororian happened to bring out the items. Here you go. Give this to Materian, who is currently in Chinsix. It's the improved antidote, the new antidote crafted for Materian, currently in Chinsix. The screen also showed a notification about the next quest completed. Deliver the improved antidote to Materian. Reward 3 silver coins experience points. Yunmin accepted the order and started his journey. This is the last quest in the newbie area. Finally, I'm heading to Chinsix. Inside the bedroom, a virtual reality gaming console appeared. After finishing the game that day, Yunmin woke up. He sat up feeling bored. Why do they have to make something like this? And limit the time too. Time is the only thing I've got. Yunmin hopped out of the pod. Well, for the sake of long-term health, I guess it's fine. He looked at the screen and muttered, so I need at least 5 more hours before I can log back in. Why not use this time to check out that post from earlier? Remembering his entire journey just now, Yunmin was full of excitement. I prepared for this situation by taking pictures of the items, then posting them. I hoped for a lot of comments, but everything he received left him bewildered. Yunmin muttered, "It's even in the hot posts section." I thought of a possibility. Surely everyone is just going to be suspicious. There must be many comments saying it's a fake, right? But his eyes widened in surprise when he clicked to view it. Honorary reporter. This appeared already. Secret dungeon discovered. There are secret dungeons alongside public dungeons. The Conquest of the Secret Dungeon by honorary reporter Ravek K. A series of information appeared. As a reporter for Web Game Magazine and a famous user, Ravek R. wrote about the secret dungeon, revealing its information in the style of an adventure story complete with images. The secret dungeon entrance was being revealed. Below, the comments were getting even more heated. Is this for real? I thought there were only public dungeons. Loose Warrior, how could that be real? Is this your first time seeing a fake post like this? Attacker, haven't you guys read what Ravik wrote? Secret dungeons are real. But I don't know if this person wrote it correctly or not. Come on, Shiver, but this post was posted before Ravik's. What if Ravik just changed it and posted it as his own? This caught Yoonmin's attention. Chami-sun, no way. The dungeon Ravik found has a different group of monsters. Ravik Kepler, hello. Ravik Kepler here. Meet with fish. Based on my experience, this post is very reliable. Trading might be difficult, but meeting in person is easier. Please contact me. He grinned as if he had achieved his goal. So because of that comment, my post became popular. If not for that, the post probably would have just looked like bait. This is also good for me. The comments from those others and now messages were pouring in. People were frantically trying to reach him. Ramus, I sent a message. Helladin, please check your messages. Highest price sale. I've sent you a message. I'm ready to pay 5% more than anyone else. Yoonmin started to filter through the messages. Excluding those who offered the lowest prices, the ones I really need to pay attention to are... He also gave himself a choice. Those crowds following groups always called themselves guilds, but in reality they weren't anything special. I know a few famous names from my previous life, so making a choice probably won't be that difficult. After thinking it over, Yoonmin clicked on the safest path and would be the first to choose the Megapixel Guild, a name derived from men play. They help newbies teach those toxic peakers a lesson and do other good deeds. They built a solid reputation, which is how they came up with that name. After that, he sent out a message thanking everyone for their replies. See you all at the graveyard on the east side of town. Once everything was settled, Yoonmin leaned back in his chair feeling pleased. All right, I've set the appointment now, I just have to wait. Everything is going so smoothly it's actually kind of scary. Suddenly a bolder thought crossed his mind. He wondered if things were moving along a bit too well. Is this okay? Is it really fine for things to be going like this? Should I try to push it even faster? But that thought was quickly squashed. Remembering the past, Yoonmin brushed it aside. No, just stick to the plan one step at a time. Besides, there's still a lot to come. Being reckless won't solve anything. Guess I'll go buy some stuff and get some fresh air. After wandering around the supermarket, he carried out a pile of bags, and as it happened, he walked past a group of guys hanging out. The guy in the blue shirt asked, "How many levels did you manage to gain at the Gold Pin hunting grounds?" The guy in the white shirt replied, 3 levels in 2 days, man. Then the guy with glasses chimed in, "Nice, I'm out here grinding until my hands are sore and I'm barely leveling up." Maybe it depends on the person, could be a control issue. Yoonmin walked past them just smiling. Everyone was talking about Thelot. He looked at the campus scene around him. He thought it would be empty at the end of September. Hardly anyone here, huh? But the person right in front of him made Yoonmin freeze. He shaded his eyes from the sun. What, who's that? A girl nearby caught his eye. She looked so familiar. She happened to look his way too. She immediately called out, "Kim Yoonmin, long time no see." His brain finally caught up. He remembered now. She was Lim Sui, the ex-girlfriend who cheated on him and dumped him. Because of Thelot. He had completely forgotten about her, but for her it had only been 4 months. For him it felt like years. Seeing the guy next to her made him frown, feeling annoyed. That guy next to her must be her new boyfriend, huh? I heard he's good at Thelot, and Lim Sui loves gaming too. So she's into skilled gamers, huh? As soon as they met, she started poking at him. I heard you're still trying, huh? He scowled, feeling irritated. What the hell is this? She scoffed. I only acted like that to show you. I'm just taking a break to play Thelot now. Or maybe wait, it's not because of you. She gave a teasing smile. Really? That's too bad. If you have any trouble with the game, let me know. My boyfriend is a Thelot expert. I'll ask him to help you out once or twice. But Yoonmin, now interested, stepped forward. Oh, what's his ID? Sui stood in the middle and replied with a proud tone. I think it's Filet. You've probably heard of him, right? Deep down, Yoonmin was clearly unimpressed. Filet, I don't remember any name like that. Must be a total scrub. Thinking that, he turned away. Not bothering with these two anymore, he said. All right, I'll keep that in mind. If we meet again, I'll save you. Filet puffed up his chest, looking annoyed. What did you say? Sui looked stunned by his decisive attitude. Yoonmin thought, how could I not? Before leaving, he offered them some heartfelt advice. Just level up as much as you can. If you run into trouble, give me a call. Thinking about it, Yoonmin almost wanted Lim Sui to know his game ID was Rokon. Yoonmin strode ahead. She would find out soon enough, and then she'd regret the stupid words she just spat out. Inside the game, a cloaked figure was already waiting at the graveyard. A voice from behind rang out, Megapixel. He raised an eyebrow. Yunmin appeared, his identity hidden, meeting the member of Megapixel. Looks like you found it. Item used identity concealment. Your name and appearance will be randomly changed. This effect lasts for 1 hour. He had been thinking like this. No need to reveal my real identity just because of a secret dungeon. He glanced around curious and asked, Did you come alone? The guy answered honestly. Yeah, this is valuable information, so there's no point in drawing any attention. He glanced back at Yunmin and continued. But my teammates are all ready to go. All I have to do is reach out and they'll come running, deep down. He gave a quiet nod, finally understanding. So that's how it is. He's trying to be on guard against me, but it didn't make him any more enthusiastic. He just urged, keep going. But Yunmin just shook his head. No pay up first. He frowned slightly. But what Yunmin said was fair. Hadn't he been trading like this the whole time? Give me something, I need some motivation. Megapixel agreed. Fine, I'll use one skill then. We both need to stay safe after all. He nodded in agreement. All right, deal. Next came the detect skill, but a second later Megapixel's eyes widened in shock. Everything had been sorted out smoothly. Thanks for the cooperation, Krypton. I've already paid a portion up front, so let's get moving. Level 35, Krypton. He gave a faint smile and nodded. This little trick worked like a charm. The two quickly headed toward the mysterious tomb. Yunmin gave detailed instructions. If you do it like this, the entrance will open. Megapixel gasped in amazement. It looks like some kind of machine. Yunmin chuckled. Keep that secret, all right. Now where's the rest of the money? Megapixel, feeling nervous, handed the rest over. If there are any problems, I'll contact you later. Very quickly, a bag full of gold was pushed forward. It contained 51 gold, 98 silver, and 20 copper. He nodded, quite pleased, getting over 50 gold just for selling information about a secret dungeon. He walked away happily. Guilds are the best. It's not easy to earn this kind of money in the game. It probably wasn't easy to get that money out of a guild member either. Who knows if it was even his own money. After that, Yunmin quickly transformed into his true form. I've taken care of that business. Now off to Shinsich, I guess. At that moment, he was still wandering through the forest, feeling bored. Damn it, this is so far. His face was dark, drenched in sweat. This is the problem with this game. It doesn't need to be this hyper-realistic, does it? I've been walking for over half a day already. But no matter what, Yunmin pushed through until the end. It looked like he had finally arrived. I was focusing staying in his best state, but he didn't lower his guard. If he died, he'd have to start all over again. A sound caught his attention. There was movement by a tree shadow. A cunning smile appeared on Yunmin's lips. It wasn't a monster or an animal. I wonder which cowardly rat this is. Just then a powerful force attacked from right behind him. Yunmin actually loved this kind of adrenaline rush. Interesting, that almost hit me. A group of 4 appeared right behind him. Their gear looked expensive, so they must be high level. Right, one of the others chimed in, who knows? Maybe he just likes spending money on fancy gear. His eyes turned a faint, glowing red. That's right, there are still guys like you around. Yunmin could feel the power radiating from the 4 of them. The red marks in their eyes showed that previously, they had killed other users and become peekers. They targeted people heading to town to loot the items dropped by other players. As soon as he turned around, they rushed him. Hey buddy, you got a second? I think we need to have a little talk. Yunmin replied, his hands already gripping his weapon, ready to play along. Sure, I love a good chat. Yunmin tilted his head and smiled, sending a chill down the thugs' spines. They were confused. What was wrong with this guy? What, too scared you have lost your mind? Yunmin stared them down with cold, piercing eyes, a scary grin still plastered on his face. Hey brats, tell you what, I'll let you go if each of you hands over 1 piece of gear. The guys froze. What was that? Yunmin explained. Why the surprise? Isn't this exactly what you always say when you go PKing? So I'm giving you a chance too. Isn't that nice? Yunmin thought to himself. Their only goal was to steal gear. Sometimes when a player kills another player, gear drops. Of course, it's a chance it doesn't always drop. The drop rate is higher than with monsters, but still only about 10 to 12%. The ringleader with the black bangs sneered, You think we're stupid? You've really lost your mind. They all drew their weapons in front of him. If you keep trying to be a hero and get killed, you'll have to walk all the way back here again. So don't get cocky. Yunmin smiled menacingly, his eyes widening. Negotiation failed. Yunmin raised his axe. So, honestly, I didn't want to let you off easy from the start anyway. The guy with the black bangs flashed a mocking, arrogant grin. He and his two teammates pointed their weapons forward. The skill level here is different from the village, you know. The burly crew-cut guy swung his weapon down hard, carving a straight line through the ground and kicking up a fierce gust of wind, but then he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock, seeing something streaking toward him. Yunmin had already closed the distance before the guy even noticed. He lunged forward, swinging his axe, shouting, "You idiot, I'm taking you out first!" The guy with the black bangs immediately dashed in using a reflective shield to block Yunmin's attack just in time. Yunmin was stopped, but he focused his gaze. A reflective attack skill, huh? Is he a paladin or a guardian class? The crew-cut guy lunged forward, raising his axe directly at Yunmin's head, shouting, "Gotcha!" as the axe slammed into the earth with massive force, scattering rocks everywhere, but Yunmin had already agilely dodged. Yunmin narrowed his eyes, tracking the barrage of attacks, when suddenly, countless bolts of energy manifested above his head, making him stare up in surprise. It was an arrow rain skill. The blonde guy raised his bow and unleashed a hail of energy bolts that rained down on Yunmin. "That's it," the blonde guy gloated. "No matter how fast you are, you can't dodge this." As the dust settled, Yunmin slowly emerged, his hand gripping an arrow. He collapsed to one knee, panting. Arrows grazed his body, drawing blood, but his gaze remained cold as he looked ahead. The others stood there, laughing mockingly. "How pathetic! You idiot, do you finally realize you're on a completely different level from us?" The guy with the black bangs spoke up. "If you change your mind, I'll play fair. Why don't you put your gear back on and keep going?" Yunmin stared them down, thinking, they're used to fighting in a pack. If I attack from a distance, I'll get hit by those arrows. If I get close, the paladin will target me. They're sticking together to cover each other. With that, Yunmin stood up forcefully. "All right then, if you want me to use gear that badly." Yunmin manifested two axes in his hands. "I've got some pretty good gear right here. Take this." The system chimed. Weapon-swapped tomahawk axe. Yunmin thought to himself, "I'm going to tear them apart one by one." He swung both axes simultaneously, creating a violent gale. The crew-cut guy winced and cursed, "Damn it," while the guy with the black bangs hurriedly raised his shield. "It's fine, I've got it covered." But Yunmin's power was so overwhelming that the guy's eyes bulged in panic. The guy with the black bangs was blown away. They were absolutely bewildered. What kind of power is that? The guy with the black bangs was sent flying, landing hard on the ground. Yet he still screamed, "Damn it, I'm still fine. Hurry up and kill that bastard." The crew-cut guy charged at Yunmin in a rage. "You bastard," Yunmin thought calmly. "Is that all it takes to make you angry? Then let's see about this." Yunmin tilted his body and swiped his arm to attack the crew-cut guy. The system chimed. Weapon-swapped warrior's battle axe. A new axe appeared in Yunmin's hand. "How strong are your skills really?" Yunmin knocked the crew-cut guy back, making him spit out a mouthful of fluid. Yunmin pointed the handle of his axe at the guy's gut. "You're worse than I thought." Yunmin landed the finishing blow, contorting the crew-cut guy's face as his eyes rolled back. Yunmin raised his terrifying axe high, one down, and swung it down. Blood sprayed across his face, but Yunmin suddenly jerked his head around when he sensed something flying toward him. He tilted his head and caught the arrow with his hand. "Oh no." Yunmin mocked the blonde guy who was holding his position after realizing his arrow had missed. "If you wanted to shoot me, you should have done it while I was busy with your friend." "Oh wait, I guess your friend died faster than you planned, huh?" The guy immediately pulled out 3 arrows at once and aimed straight at Yunmin. Multi-shot, Yunmin dashed forward, swinging his axe. Too slow. The two powers collided. Look at that immense power. The guy could only gape in surprise. A massive explosion erupted, nearly blasting both the blonde guy and the guy with the black bangs away. The blonde guy gritted his teeth. "Fine then," the system reported. Weapon-swapped combat dagger. The blonde guy rushed forward, wielding the dagger to attack, but Yunmin dodged it effortlessly. The blonde guy continued swinging the knife, but Yunmin leaned back to evade, thinking. "Switching to close-quarters weapons, huh? Looks like he's got some combat knowledge after all." Even so. Yunmin reached out, grabbed the blonde guy's arm, and brought his axe down, severing the hand. "You really thought a bowman like you could beat me in?" A close-quarters fight. Everything happened so fast that the blonde guy stood there, frozen. His eyes wide as blood sprayed everywhere. Yunmin stood there, resting the axe on his shoulder, one hand on his hip. "How's that getting your hand chopped off in this place?" "What the hell? But honestly, that felt pretty good. Don't you think?" The blonde guy collapsed, arching his neck in agony. Something else was incoming. Making Yoonmin glance over, it was the Earth Splitter skill, and the guy with the black bangs was right behind him. I was unleashing an incredibly powerful surge of energy, screaming like a madman, die. He swung his weapon down hard, creating a powerful blast of air. Yoonmin placed his hand on the guy's shield. You idiot, you want a taste of real power? Yoonmin poured his strength into the hand pressed against the shield. Before I was only pushed back because of that reflective skill. Do you really think you can kill me with something like this? The guy with the black bangs broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling. What kind of monster is this? Yoonmin uttered a few words that left the guy panicked. It's not that. Yoonmin slashed down with all his might. It's just that you guys are weak. The axe was slowly lifted, dripping with blood. Yoonmin turned his head to look at the blonde guy who was fleeing in terror. Right, there's one more, and Yoonmin looked around. Let's see now. Yoonmin lifts a boulder while the blonde guy bolts away like a man possessed, clutching his severed arm, his face pale as if he's about to die, thinking to himself, I can't die in a place like this. The blonde guy glances back and sees Yoonmin still standing there wondering, he's not chasing me. The blonde guy grins from ear to ear, feeling overjoyed, completely oblivious to the massive boulder hurtling straight toward him, thinking, I'm alive, you bastard, I'll get you back for this later. A loud crash echoes out. Yoonmin watches the scene satisfied. Perfect. As the boulder crushes the blonde guy, Yoonmin looks up and smirks, thinking, it's been a while since I've felt this refreshed. Fighting players is way more fun than fighting mobs. He thinks, but the system notification windows popping up make Yoonmin stop in his tracks. Player Rokan has won. Penalties will be distributed. According to the traits of each opponent, you have leveled up. You have acquired numerous items. Countless information boards appear around Yoonmin, too many for him to even read. Whoa. Man, Yoonmin mutters. The drop rates increased because the PK came with penalties. Looks like I hit the jackpot this time. You idiots should have just listened to me, he says suddenly, turning his head toward someone hiding behind a tree. Don't you think, little rat? Yoonmin's eyes glow like a beast spotting its prey. Stop playing these childish games. Come on out, before I slice you up along with that tree. He slowly approaches the tree, making the person hiding turn deathly pale with fear. I told you hiding is useless. I'm actually going to kill you. The guy in the hooded cloak lunges out screaming, What even are you? Who are you? Yoonmin rests his axe on his shoulder. Even if I told you. The guy grimaces at Yoonmin, sweating bullets, thinking he's definitely with those guys from before. But he doesn't have red eyes, he must just be a scout. Yoonmin squats on the ground, dagger in hand, inspecting it. How disappointing. If you don't want to fight, then just stand still. I've got no interest in weaklings. The guy is trembling, teeth chattering, but suddenly he launches an attack aiming straight for Yoonmin from behind. System notification, level 35 Rokan. The guy freezes in place, confused. You're only level 35. His eyes go wide in shock. At this level, he took down 3 level 40s, that's impossible. He must be exploiting a bug or using some hack tool. While the guy is lost in thought, Yoonmin's hand strikes. Yoonmin angrily grabs his throat and slams him into the ground, cursing, You trash. I told you I'd let you go. But you just wouldn't listen, would you? System notification. Player Rokan has won. You have obtained all of the opponent's equipment. Yoonmin stands there watching the guy sit motionless against the tree, laughing happily. Looting his equipment, I'm having such a lucky day. Yoonmin pulls out the pile of gear to inspect it, secretly impressed. The gear is actually pretty decent. Figures coming from the Chinsik Guild. It even has a bow with a super low drop rate. He must be pretty upset right now. Yoonmin turns around and leisurely walks away. I thought the support guys following him would jump out for revenge or something. Should I have gone easier on them? How disappointing. In Chinsik, where red-tiled buildings are packed tightly together. Yoonmin glances around as he walks. With people bustling about everywhere, he thinks, it's pretty crowded. There are this many people over level 40, it makes me realize just how huge this game really is. Reaching the Chinsik Mage Guild, Yoonmin stares at the massive building in front of him, muttering, the Mage Guild here is just as huge. Without hesitation, he pushes the doors open. Inside, there are many people walking about. Yoonmin thinks, though it seems the number of mages doesn't really scale with the size of the guild. Well, I guess it's the kind of profession that just gets more miserable the higher your level gets. He continues walking, his eyes scanning his surroundings. That must be why everyone here looks so strong. I can even see people who've already gone through their second job advancement. A cute girl with shoulder-length hair stands at the reception desk, smiling warmly. Welcome, she says politely. Welcome to the magic item shop. Please feel free to let me know what magic equipment you are looking for. Yoonmin asks for a scroll of ancient language. The girl turns quickly to grab it. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. Yoonmin thinks to himself. The scroll of ancient language is an item used for PK. It's a magic book that allows you to teleport to any of the 5 preset locations. Since it's linked to you while you're not in combat, you don't have to worry about dropping it somewhere. And if you just chip in a bit more money, you can even expand it to 20 locations. I really need to get those items. A girl placed the items Yoonmin asked for on the counter, a scroll of ancient script, 5 marking scrolls, and 20 teleportation scrolls. That will be 5 gold coins, sir. Upon hearing the price, Yoonmin thought to himself, this is honestly highway robbery. He scowled his hand, handing over the gold coins. 5 gold coins was a sum that not just anyone operating in Chimshich could easily afford. Just how many people have those bastards been robbing to have this much? And each of them had 1 item. Yoonmin looked at the items intently. The girl spoke up. Thank you, sir. Sir, I look forward to seeing you again. Yoonmin looked up toward the 3rd floor and muttered, let's see. Next is the 3rd floor right. Materian stared at him in surprise. Starorian sent you here? Yoonmin replied, yes, here is the antidote and a handwritten letter from Mr. Starorian. Materian took the letter and read it, then rubbed his chin with a look of suspicion. I really should have prepared for this in advance. So you're going to be the one helping me? Materian looked at Yoonmin's level. Level 35 is someone with your level going to be okay. Yoonmin pointed at himself confidently. You can count on me, sir. Materian glanced at Yoonmin with contempt. He really is just a piece of trash, but I can't ignore Starorian's letter of recommendation. Materian turned and started walking away. He didn't forget to tell Yoonmin, all right, I'll entrust you with this task. Consider it a test. A system notification popped up. Ceaseless Research Part 1. After seeing the first specimen of the antidote. That Starorian developed Materian wants to find ingredients to help increase its effectiveness. You must bring him the Forest Goblin Shaman's miracle drug. Condition Forest Goblin. Deliver the Forest Goblin Shaman's miracle drug to Materian. Reward 4 silver coins and stat points. Yoonmin read the info and smirked. Here we go. Materian is famous among players as an extremely vile NPC. Starting with this Forest Goblin Shaman's miracle drug, he would begin asking for all kinds of rare ingredients that had nothing to do with the main quest to finish his research projects. Usually players couldn't refuse. Completing the main quest meant they had no choice but to reluctantly accept. But that wouldn't work on me. Yoonmin tapped the system screen, checking the auction house. He looked at the screen displaying items up for auction. He vaguely remembered the items Materian would ask for next. Yoonmin calculated, since I have to make a trip anyway, I'll gather all the items at once to avoid running back and forth and torturing myself. He tapped to purchase the items. All right, done. Most of the items were considered common, so they were quite cheap. Yoonmin pinched the gold coins between his fingers, his face looking incredibly sour. It made the people around him look at him with strange eyes. All right, let's go. Materian was in his room intently studying a book and holding a test tube when suddenly something fell with a loud thud onto the table, shattering his test tube. It startled him. What the? It was Yoonmin bringing a massive sack. With a smug look, he said, I've gathered everything. Take a look. Materian was still in shock. What, how? He picked up the items, still bewildered. I really was looking for these things. How did you know? Yoonmin smiled and replied, You think I could become Mr. Starorian's assistant if I didn't know these things? Continuation. Materian smirked. It seems I underestimated you. Materian pointed at Yoonmin and snapped his fingers. Here is your reward. Instantly, Yoonmin's level increased. You have leveled up. You are now level 36. Materian started assigning a task that made Yoonmin stop in his tracks and stare wide-eyed. All right, now let me give you the rest of the tasks. A long, detailed information table appeared. Ceaseless Research Part 11. After seeing the first specimen of the antidote that Starorian developed. Materian wants to find ingredients to help increase its effectiveness. You must bring him the blood and heart of the lizard man. Continuation. Condition Forest. Deliver the forest lizardman's blood and heart to Materian. Reward 20 silver coins and stat points. Yoonmin frowned, annoyed, thinking to himself, he's starting to show his true colors now. I knew there would be more tasks, but giving me the next quest right away as if he'd been waiting for a long time. Furthermore, the lizard man items aren't available on the market right now. They aren't here. I want to get these things done as quickly as possible, but oh well, this is to be expected. The forest lizardman's heart can only be obtained by defeating the level 80 boss, the great forest lizardman warrior, and I'm still not strong enough to beat that thing yet. So I have to put this aside for now. Completing the main quest is still more important. But in this Chimshich, it's not like there are only quests. I'll just look around and find other things to do, starting with the easy stuff first. Outside, a statue of a tall man with his arm raised to the sky stood in the middle of the road. Yunmin stood watching the flow of people muttering in confusion. Is it here? He stood with hands on his hips, lost in thought. 1,123 steps. 130. In his past life, a player had spotted this clue and declared this place was the hero's, pointing to the exact spot where his legacy was hidden. No one believed that player, but in the end, they were the one who actually found it. Yunmin looked up at the statue. Back then it took a long time for the info to get out, but I already know all the clues now, so it's fine. Yunmin started walking, following the quest. 1,123 steps in the direction the statue was pointing. Then another 200 steps to the left and finally another 130 steps in that same direction. Finally, Yunmin's feet stopped. He looked around and saw nothing but the walls of houses. He scratched his head. According to the clue, it should be right around here. Suddenly a light shone onto Yunmin's face, catching his attention. A glowing circle appeared on the wall, triggering the effect of his rare title Seeker. Found the hidden secret. Yunmin smiled to himself, relieved. Lucky me. He pressed a brick on the wall and it split apart to both sides. Yunmin stood there, one hand in his pocket, looking extremely triumphant. The system notified him. You have discovered a secret dungeon. Yunmin glanced at what appeared behind the wall, a glowing golden gate looking incredibly magnificent and grand. Yunmin muttered, What is this? It's completely different from the stories I heard. He pushed the door open. Inside were countless stairs. Yunmin leaned against the wall, groping his way down. It got darker and darker, and a look of fatigue appeared on his face. My senses are all messed up now. I don't even know how deep I've gone. That guy who found this place, did he spread false info just to scare others? Suddenly, a bit of light shone in front of him. Where is this place anyway? A monumental notification rang out in gold. Hero Trial Level 1 beginning. Yunmin froze. What? A loud boom like an explosion occurred right in front of him. Everything began to collapse. Yunmin frowned, confused. What the hell is this? What's going on? I immediately dropped into a stance, a thought flashing through his mind. I can't dodge this. I have to stop it. Yunmin thrust both hands out, pressing against the massive solid boulder in front of him. He used every ounce of strength in his body, letting out a roar to hold that huge rock back. Yunmin gasped for air to regain his strength. At the same time, the system appeared above his head, a status board notifying him that his power had been boosted, allowing him to lift the entire rock. His strength and agility increased by 110%. His feet took so much pressure that the stone floor shattered beneath him. Yunmin panted heavily, his face streaked with sweat, and he knelt beside the rock. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I stopped it. Yunmin thought to himself, I only blocked it and my stamina has already dropped significantly. Damn it, it's on a slope. What do I do now? He tried to reach out and grab the rock again. Yunmin screamed as he lifted it higher than before. Damn it, this is heavy! His face was exhausted, but Yunmin didn't care. He was just focused on something. Hero Trial. He gritted his teeth, continuing to speculate. I knew the first level was a test of will, but I didn't know it would be this stupid. Yunmin's whole body trembled from exhaustion. I've been climbing for a few minutes now, haven't I? How much longer do I have to do this? A moment later, he was wiped out. Above Yunmin's head, a blinding light appeared along with floating stones. He stood up and brushed back his hair as the system chimed in. You have cleared level 1 of the hero trial, the trial of will. Yunmin looked calm. Only this much, that was easy. He put his hands on his hips and looked toward the satin-covered door ahead. Level 2 next, huh? The system echoed his thoughts, which flashed through his mind. Hero trial level 2 starting. It didn't even say what kind of trial it was. Yunmin clicked his tongue. Then he reached down to pick up a nearby stone. Using his whole body to gain momentum, he immediately threw it in a straight line. The stone flew with incredible speed and force. Seeing the trap laid out in front of him, he could only sigh in annoyance. Deadly dangerous, truly. Suddenly, Yunmin imagined a blueprint in his head. If that guy's info was right, then this must be a test of intelligence. Without equipment to scout or disarm the traps, they probably want people to use their brains. He began warming up his limbs with a smirk on his face. I'm not doing any of that trickery. Yunmin crouched down into a solid starting stance. I'll clear this place in the blink of an eye. A fiery red icon appeared right after. Berserk. His strength seemed to surge. Yunmin's feet were also empowered significantly. Next a green icon appeared. Flash. He lunged like a leopard toward its prey, putting his life on the line. Yunmin's eyes burned red, showing intense resolve. In that moment, the arrows on both sides shot out like lightning. The green icon appeared again, boosting his flash ability. He gritted his teeth, focused on one single goal right in front of him. That black gauntlet just a little further now. I'll be able to reach that long blue bar. Those arrows won't give Yunmin a chance to succeed. But as they kept attacking relentlessly, a red staff suddenly flew up from the stone floor. He seized the opportunity, catching it neatly in his hand and performing a few mid-air flips. He landed with the long red staff, and at that same moment the system chimed, "You have passed level 2 of the Hero's Trial Wisdom Trial." Gasping for air, he ordered it to deactivate the lockdown. I really thought I was going to die there. The system notification continued, "Yunmin, you do not have enough vitality. If you do not recover at least 10% of your health within 5 seconds, you will die." He cleared his throat. As a pale red liquid trickled from his mouth, he thought, if it weren't for this, it would have been my best skill. Yunmin's feet slowly walked through the gray mist to another location, and the system promptly announced, "Starting Hero's Trial Level 3. Yunmin thought to himself, not speaking aloud. Level 3 is the Trial of Temptation. I've heard there's a terrifying psychological magic that lures the challenger. Behind his head, an image of a young, beautiful woman appeared. She was sitting leisurely on a pile of gold and jewelry. Based on what had been revealed, it could be an alluring woman, endless treasures and items, or a table overflowing with delicious food. Yunbin showed a flushed, excited expression. What will I encounter? The system activated once again, making him panic. Activating mythical title effect swift resolution. What, getting rid of negative psychological magic just like that? He bowed his head slightly, I understand. Bored, Yunmin clasped his hands behind his back and strolled across the wooden bridge. Truly disappointing. The result of the trial was immediately reported by the system. You have passed level 3 of the hero's trial. The trial of temptation. Yunmin stood still, staring at the dark path ahead. In his hand now was a bright yellow bell, the bell of truth. Yunbin reached out and excitedly shook it with the question, "Is this the real path?" The bell quickly replied, "No." He smiled smugly. "I knew it." Images of 2 shadowy figures appeared in Yunmin's speculation. That bastard didn't clearly explain what I'd face after level 3, so I was quite suspicious, but I guessed right. Escaping his train of thought, he hurriedly searched the surrounding area. Now I have to find the hidden path. After a while, he vaguely discovered a button set against the wall. Is it here? The wall suddenly recessed, causing Yunmin to jump and shout as he instinctively leaned inward. He fell to the ground, muttering, "How embarrassing." The system chimed unexpectedly just as Yunmin's eyes caught sight of something. You have passed the hero's trial. A glittering iron helmet sat quietly in the center of the dark basement. Combined with the system's information, you have obtained the sealed iron helmet of the Lion King. You have received the quest. Find the Lion King's armor. Search for the Lion King's armor, collect the sealed pieces of Gao Kan's armor, and inherit the Lion King's power. Completion conditions. Own the sealed iron helmet of the Lion King completed. Own the sealed breastplate of the Lion King. Own the sealed leggings of the Lion King. Own the sealed pauldrons of the Lion King. Own the sealed boots of the Lion King. Reward the Lion King's armor set. Yunmin touched the helmet and blurted out, "This is insane, it's a set item," and the system board detailed it clearly for him. Sealed iron helmet of the Lion King. Type set. Used by the Lion King Gao Kan throughout his life. A portion of the Lion King's power is sealed within. Defense 530. Durability 3000 out of 3000. Strength plus 50, stamina plus 30. Effect Lion's Roar. Skill effect Battle Cry increased by 50%. Yunmin stared blankly at the helmet. The sealed part is the stat points. This is an item I can use to level up at least 100. No 150 levels. He imagined himself fighting other monsters. This alone gave him higher defense than an intermediate warrior. Not bad. Yunmin's lips curled into a smile, though he was slightly disappointed there were no clues for the other parts. Still, this was more than he had hoped for. Suddenly, the ceiling shook violently. Small stones rained down as the system urgently reported, "The hero's trial has completely ended. The Lion King's tomb dungeon will disappear." Hearing the system's report, he relaxed his face and smiled faintly. "The Lion King's armor is drawing the pieces together. You will know if you are near other pieces of the armor. So that's how it works. Right at this moment, I was teleported somewhere else. In 3 seconds, you will be teleported outside. 3, 2, 1. Seeing the crowds walking by, Yunmin looked around, bewildered. "Am I back in the square?" a local nearby suddenly looked up at the stone statue and exclaimed, "There's a crack in that statue!" The statue by the lake had shattered for no apparent reason, leaving the people in shock while he didn't care and turned to leave. Next, let's see about the love message. Yunmin touched his lips lightly and thought, "This is a trial chain that can only be received once your reputation reaches friendly. But thanks to the title effect, I already achieved it in the previous area." Finally, he lifted his spirits and flew off. No way. I've just got to keep pushing through these challenges. The scene had shifted to an orange-hued afternoon time, slipping away as that damn annoyance stayed plastered on my face 3 days after I'd been forced into the role of problem solver. These past few days made me realize that life, whether real or here, is just a grind. Yunmin thought back frustrated at the sappy lovebirds who forced him to play courier for their love letters. Can't just bail, so I have to stand here and watch it all. I feel like throwing up, my frustration boiling over. I've put way too much time into this game. Plus, I've got tons of titles that boost my stats and I've leveled up. I've even snagged some useful loot. A glittering green necklace appeared. Necklace of the Gems Tears Level 6 magic item. A necklace crafted from a gem combined with a woman's tears. It holds the longing for a lover and a prayer for their well-being. Stamina recovery increased by 50%. All healing effects boosted by 20%. And it applies a cauterizing effect. Yunmin held it deep in thought. This is exactly what I needed. This can restore my vitality after the berserk effect wears off. This stuff is legit. Suddenly, a raspy voice called out ahead, "Hey, did you hear?" 2 men were chatting and laughing. "Someone already hit level 70. I heard someone's even at 80. Man, I'm jealous. When am I gonna hit 50? Those words reached his ears. Because of those PK scumbags, leveling up lately has been a pain. Looks like everyone else is leveling up fast, though. An image of Yunmin's heroic self appeared above his head. As if fueling his resolve, he realized he needed to level up faster to be the first to finish the important trials and claim those titles. Time to pick up the pace. A blue system window suddenly popped up. "Greetings. Here is the update notification for today." Seeing the system message, Yunmin immediately grinned like he'd struck gold. A guild system has been added. You can now purchase a guild stone to establish a guild. 2. A housing system has been updated. 3. Many new items have been added. The list of new items: silk contracts, bandages, and dyes. Just then, Yunmin walked into the busy marketplace where people gathered, living and trading the items they'd found for coin. The guild system is finally here. You can now buy a guild stone to establish a guild. Finally, the guild system is launched. He looked at the screen deep in thought. You can purchase a guild stone for 50 gold. 50 gold for 1 stone. A sly, cocky look crossed his face as he imagined the guys from the Megapixel Guild groveling at his feet. 1 gold is worth 200,001 in the real world. That guild must be struggling right about now. His sharp eyes stayed glued to the screen, but something else caught his interest. He stood in front of a few buildings, hands on his hips, feeling smug. 2 housing system updated. With this update, I can buy homes in the city or land to build on. Yunmin looked up at the tall building with a cocky smirk. Others might think this is just for convenience. But there's a way to actually make this pay off. I'd better get to the housing inspector before anyone else beats me to it. Inside a large, luxurious building that looked like a hotel, Yunmin scouted around from side to side. I was met with the enthusiastic, warm greeting of the staff. "Welcome. How can I help you, sir?" The employee was trying his best to cater to Yunmin, but Yunmin just kept looking around. Hey, this is great." Nobody else was interested in the housing system yet. The employee's jaw dropped when Yunmin slapped a heavy bag of coins onto the desk. "Here, 65 gold. The guy panicked, looking worried as Yunmin asked to lease a massive number of rooms. "I want to rent all these homes. 3 rooms and 2 floors in this area, right?" The guy looked contemplative, staring at the pile of cash. If he rented them all out, something else would surely happen. After the housing system launched, Yoon Min imagined himself standing high up looking down as a crowd scrambled below desperate to rent a room. When real estate prices go up, they'll come crawling to me. Property values are gonna skyrocket. Yoon Min slammed his hand on the table, proud of the profit demand was already outweighing supply. Real estate is the ultimate investment. His face beamed, his nose practically growing with arrogance as he waved his hand, signaling, "All right, let's do it. But you want all of them, sir?" "Yeah, for the long haul." Yoon Min felt a rush of glee, imagining himself swimming in gold, living a life of endless wealth. "I have to pay rent every month, but as long as I'm the first to secure these spots, I'll be so rich that the rent will feel like nothing but pocket change." The employee was using his computer to sum up the rooms the client wanted. "So that's 10 three-room houses and 5 two-story ones, correct?" "That's right." The clerk pointed at a blank paper where the room numbers and required deposit were listed. "All right, but you have to pay the first month's rent up front. 3 gold for the 3-room house and 5 gold for the 2-story one. 65 gold total." Yoon Min gave a thumbs up, biting his lip with a triumphant look. "And the deposit is 32 silver and 50 copper." He had 65 gold, 32 silver, and 63 copper. "All right, let's do it." Yoon Min used his index finger to leave a fingerprint acting as a seal to finalize the contract. "Real estate mogul. You have signed a contract to lease over 10 medium and large properties at once." Yoon Bin used his index finger to press his fingerprint like an official seal, finalizing the lease. The real estate mogul had signed a contract to rent over 10 medium and large-sized residential properties all at once. Calling you a real estate mogul isn't an exaggeration at all. Everyone in the industry is starting to take notice of you. The perk after signing a real estate contract is that your deposit will be reduced by 0.05%. Yoon Min steps outside, beaming with joy. His mouth stretched wide at the thought of his impending wealth. $13. I'm rich. His lecherous grin and the pure, ecstatic state of excitement on Yoon Min's face. Should I go easy on them and just double the price? No, it's gotta be at least triple, right? What's the inflation rate again? He's inviting guild members to come check out the housing. In Yoon Min's imagination, the guild members are going to need a guild house. A guild house. A sturdy, safe, and powerful statement for the guild itself. They won't be satisfied with a small place. Yoon Min tosses the scroll into the air. He walks away casually and slowly. Business is all wrapped up. With a sharp look and a sinister smile, he thinks, time to pick up some more quests and go hunting. In the dense forest, trees topple and shatter wherever Yoon Min walks as he uses his axe like a demolition tool to hack away anything blocking his path. He spins his axe as he walks. In his past life, the lizard man habitat was a pretty famous spot, but I guess it hasn't formed here yet. He's looking for lizard men to fight and kill to level up. Well, maybe a wild lizard man warrior might show up here, so it makes sense. I only came here once I'd leveled up a fair bit too. Suddenly, he stops in his tracks. Yoon Min swings his axe up, ready for battle. Let's get started, shall we? His body stiffens. The presence of a lizard man is nearby. Not far off, he hears their roar, a battle cry. He prepares to rush over immediately. Nice, there are 2 of them. His face is twisted with sinister excitement at the prospect of a direct confrontation. Come on out. Come on out, a lizard man suddenly appears out of nowhere, slashing right at his side. A sharp point nearly pierces Yoon Min's eyeball a split-second distance. Yoon Min wears a savage grin, then madly lunges in to hack them down one by one. One of them looks up to the heavens. He dives into the slaughter, giving them no time to react. Yoon Min's face is alight with excitement. The beast is huge and muscular, with red skin, preparing to swing its axe down at him. Bam! He slams them to the ground like rag dolls. His eyes are burning red with intense rage and killing intent. Too slow. He leaps into the air and delivers a vicious strike. They target his shoulder. The lizard man clutches its shoulder, panting heavily from the pain. I haven't learned this skill yet, but that's gotta sting. His form shifts to black, his eyes glowing red. He glares right at them, arrogantly showing off and taunting them. If it were any other day, this would be over faster, but you bastards can't die yet. Yoon Min unleashes a blinding, axe-swinging strike. He licks his lips in excitement. I can get its tail with a 100% success rate if I cut it while it's still alive. Yoon Min shoulders his axe and stares. My loot is the lizard man's tail. If I'm lucky, I'll get some extra gear drops too. Lizard man tail. A series of notification boxes pop up. Yoon Min takes them to the butcher to make money. By completing the butcher shop quests consecutively, the hourly rate gets doubled or more. Wild lizard man tail meat. Because wild lizard man tail meat is so tough and delicious, it's a hit with foodies. Quest complete, obtained wild lizard man tail. Reward $2 per tail. He turns around and asks, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Yoon Min provokes the lizard men while others watch from the trees. "Let's play a little, you little lizards." One of them flips down and flies over him. Yoon Min's gaze is sharp and dangerous. A massive explosion rocks the forest. The lizard man is trembling as if something is choking its throat. He's strangling it, leaving it gasping and writhing. "You've leveled up. Nice, the benefits aren't bad." Yoon Min glances to the side with a sharp look. Suddenly, someone appears behind him. Witnessing the scene of him strangling the lizard man, he grins wickedly. "They fell right into my trap. They've been watching me, every gesture, every movement of mine they've been observing. They've been watching me for a long time now, coming out now because they think I'm exhausted." Wait, a pale hand appears. Is that him? The arrival of a phantom from nowhere. The winner of that 3-on-1 fight. He turns around, startled, to look at him. A group of 5 people is looking at him with arrogance and bravado. He's even fighting a wild lizard man all by himself. He's more talented than he looks. A group of people stands there watching him. Suddenly, his power begins to rise slowly. His expression darkens terrifyingly. The group becomes anxious and startled as Yoon Min suddenly gets angry. What is this outburst of power? His energy, a sudden burst of rage, is slowly rising within him. He erupts with a terrifying, cold, and dangerous killing intent. Don't be afraid, it's just him alone. It seems like there are no reinforcements nearby either. He points his axe at them and greets them. "Hey, good to see you. I didn't think you'd be here." With a murderous look and a growing madness, he says, "You're ready to die, aren't you? Odin's soldiers?" "Soldiers," he smirks disdainfully. "I have no idea what you're talking about. But wait, did we kill you before?" A person in full body armor wields an axe and slams it down. "Your end has come, Roken Helios." He laughs like a depraved maniac. In his past life, Helios was ranked 19th in the Thalot, ranked 9th in the Ragnarok Guild. Better hope it stays that way. Better than running away like a coward. Yoon Min laughs with insane, wild, and dangerous abandon. "I'm going to beat you to a pulp so badly you won't even dare to dream again." We finally meet again. Yoon Min, with an intimidating presence and thick killing intent, his rage reaching its peak, is ready to kill anyone who dares to stand in his way. "Ragnarok, I will kill you." Yoon Min smiles slightly, looking at the person before him. "We've finally met again." Ragnarok, their leader, grinned at Yoon Bin. "I like this better. We don't have to waste energy chasing him down," he said, sighing in relief. "He has no idea who I am right now." Yoon Bin thought, though, he didn't really care. It wasn't his problem. The leader, Helios, spoke with a menacing tone. "I'll make sure to teach him a lesson he'll never forget." But someone else caught Yoon Bin's eye, an emblem of a bow and a sword. He muttered to himself, deep in thought. "If I remember correctly, that's the guild emblem of the Blood Hunters. Since they're hunting me, these 3 must be from the same guild." A smile still played on Yoon Bin's lips. "I'm honored to be treated with such special attention." His voice was deep and resonant as he thought about them sending so many people, just to deal with one guy. Helios crossed his arms arrogantly. "We only concern ourselves with things that are worth it. We need to completely destroy anyone who stands in our way." Yoon Bin found it laughable. "What a coincidence. I also think I can't help but pay attention to those who make a living by preying on others. I didn't fear any of them." He unzipped his jacket. "Since you've all decided to target me, then I'll bury your entire guild along with you." Helios clicked his tongue in disgust. "That sounds like a load of bull. The Blood Hunters will step up to fight first along with a few other guild members. You should save that kind of talk until after you've beaten us." As they charged at him like a gust of wind, he just stood there looking bored. "Is that so?" Yoon Bin gauged the distance perfectly and swung his sword at close range. He pursued them relentlessly, shattering the ground beneath them. His teleportation destination was right in front of them. "Helios, I guess I'll just do that then." The moment Yoon Bin swung his sword, Helios blocked it. The two pressed against each other. "You're better than I thought. Now I can believe that you really did take down that group of 3 all by yourself." He sneered but noted, "The way you swing your axe around so recklessly." Helios used his explosive flame skill, blasting him backward. Helios laughed loudly. "You idiot, this is the true power of a level 41 magic swordsman, a magic swordsman." Through the dust of the scorched aftermath, Helios's voice still reached Yoon Bin. "Though I doubt you can even hear me right now." But by then, Yoon Bin had already launched a full-scale counterattack. Helios was caught off guard but managed to block it with his hands. Veins bulged in his eyes. His attacks weren't working. Helios spewed more fire, trying to burn him. Well, I just need to use something stronger then. Detonation skill. Once again, Yunbin was struck by the explosive burning power of his flame. He stumbled forward, his entire body covered in searing wounds, but it didn't drain Yunbin's will. It only fueled it further. You really haven't changed, have you? Have you? Yeah, you're still the same kind of person. His words stung like a knife to the heart. You think you're the stronger one just because you're a few levels higher than everyone else. Yunbin laughed out loud. You're just putting on a show and fooling yourself. In reality, your magic and swordplay are nothing more than an empty shell. His words were meant to provoke. To an arrogant, competitive person like Helios, do you have any other skills? It worked exactly as he planned. Don't you get arrogant, you bastard! Helios, fuming with rage, rushed in, but at close range, Yunbin dodged perfectly. He stood there calmly, sidestepping Helios without a care in the world. Fighting is so... Thinking back to his past life, Yunbin sighed. He couldn't rate Helios any higher than this. Because he had fought him thousands of times in his previous life, he could read his moves completely. He figured that was as good as the guy would ever be. Just as Helios fumbled, Yunbin struck with a precise move. Helios only vaguely realized it as his body trembled from the slash. Yunbin sneered at the idiot. His words dripped with contempt. Maybe you think you're number one, but in reality you're nothing but a big fish in a small pond, always bullying those weaker than you. This successfully enraged Helios. He stood stunned at the next words. I admit that your abilities are worthy of your talk. But if you can block this move, then say it. The heat of the fire made him swallow hard. This is incineration, an intermediate fire attribute skill. He actually learned it. Too fast, he must have spent so much time and money on this thing. Helios was so insane that his very smile turned savage and horrific. You piece of trash, you've never seen anything like this. Before have you? Helios unleashed the entire blast. Incineration die. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire forest. Dust and rock debris flew everywhere. Helios laughed arrogantly to himself. You bastard, there won't even be a piece of you left. He looked directly ahead and continued, Why would this damn arrogant brat dare to look down on me? But just as Helios was jeering, Yunbin stepped out from the fire, burning with intensity. He couldn't believe his eyes. No way. A lowly level 35 survivor after taking an intermediate fire attribute super magic impossible. Helios gritted his teeth in disbelief. There's definitely some trick to this. You dare use hacks, you bastard? How the hell were you able to counter that move? Yunbin launched another attack from an unexpected angle. Take this, you idiot, I told you, didn't I? Helios screamed in terror, unable to accept reality. Just like that, he vanished into thin air. Yunbin finally hit the ground and let out a sigh of relief as the notification popped up. Congratulations, you have leveled up. I barely won thanks to this mask. That was almost the end of me. After taking off the mask, he calmly started collecting his loot. Hey, the loot this time is pretty sweet. Damn you PK campers, all you know how to do is circle around and scavenge items from those weaker than you. Remembering Helios's final moments, he had to admit, honestly, he almost took me out at the end. I never expected him to be able to use intermediate magic. In my past life, players hunting monsters would be in danger if they ran into those guys lurking around. I guess it's the same in this life, he thought, recalling the lessons he'd learned. To fight back against them, the weaker players joined forces and almost managed to take these jerks down. Now that I think about it, most of the people who attacked them belonged to the Magic Guild, and they became famous for that feat. This used to make humans' battles much more profitable, but this time it's different. Now the Magic Guild can't do this anymore. I should get away from these losers. But before more of them arrived, humans suddenly had a bold idea. Maybe I should try out the Exterminator title. But just as he turned around, a beam of light appeared behind him and another squad showed up. He frowned and muttered, "What the?" standing tall before them. Yunbin glanced at their faces, his voice deep and cold. You guys found the right place. Here for backup, are you? Yunbin wore a cold, icy smile that invited them all in. Well, what are you standing there for? Come at me, you bastards. Yunbin slashed right through the guy. He broke into a savage grin. 15 against 1, system notification, you have leveled up. Yunbin stood tall, his posture imposing with countless swords stuck in the ground all around him. Yunbin squinted, assessing the situation ahead. He counted the people standing before him, 9 against 1. This time many of them standing on tree branches. They all aimed at Yunbin and unleashed the sky arrow technique, but Yunbin wasn't even scratched. The people on the branches were shocked. How did he block that? That was Sky Arrow. It has 100% accuracy. Is he hacking or something? Yunmin gripped his axe tightly, thinking, those idiots don't even understand their own skills. They don't know how to read the situation. After their attacks were blocked, Yunmin used his dash skill to slash through all the trees nearby. System notification, you have leveled up. The people Yunmin just took out couldn't accept it and started cursing. You bastard, I'm definitely reporting you. Yunmin shot them a cold, sharp glare. Being called a hacker is getting annoying. Go ahead and report me if you want. He walked over, picking up items from the ground with a gleeful expression. Time to have some fun and loot. Yunmin touched a cloak and suddenly it sparkled. He paused, surprised. Yunmin picked it up. What's this? The item info popped up. Rare grade stealth cloak. The wearer gains the ability to hide, however defense is very low. Defense 30. Durability 235 out of 300. Agility plus 10. Can use stealth for 50 mana. Yunmin's eyes widened in shock. A rare grade item with such a good skill and it's hard to come by. I really hit the jackpot. He pondered, why would they bring an item like this to a PK match? Do they think they won't die just because they have a crowd with them? These must be the biggest idiots in the world. I guess I should thank them for their stupidity. Suddenly something appeared that caught Yunmin's attention. A blinding light appeared right in front of Yunmin. He didn't even have a second to breathe. I should use it now, stealth. Streaks of light flew down as if from the sky and two guys appeared. One spoke up asking, is it here? The other looked around and replied, yeah, that's right, but it looks like he ran away. Yunmin was hiding in a nearby bush. He glanced over at the two guys, thinking to himself, did they really dump all their luck into the game? The guy in golden armor assessed, looks like he's not stupid enough to stay in one place. But are you sure he's a hacker? The guy in silver armor insisted, yes, I'm sure. He leaked info that he wasn't even scratched by intermediate fire spells. He was burned and didn't take damage. He even blocked all the arrows from the Archer Guild with his weapon. We need to report him right now. The one in golden armor asked, what did you say his name was? The one in silver armor answered immediately. Roken, one of our guild members used a detection skill to find him before they died. Yunmin, still in his corner, watched intently. Wait. He looked at the symbol on the cloak of the guy in golden armor. I think I've seen that emblem before. The guy in the gold armor spoke up. Just reporting won't get us anywhere. His face darkened. Send someone to find him, go on. Threaten him or just kill him, I don't care. We have to do whatever it takes to get that invisibility cloak back. Do you have any idea how much that item is worth? He grimaced, putting his hand to his head, muttering, why on earth did that woman have to carry it around with her? Yunmin glanced at him and thought to himself, I guess the person carrying the cloak was his girlfriend or something. But the way he talks about her, they must be on the verge of breaking up. The guy in silver armor asked, what should we do with the items the hunting party dropped? The guy in gold armor gritted his teeth in frustration. How many of them lost their weapons too? Those idiots. It was so hard to buy those items from the hidden dungeon, and now they've made everything even worse. Yunmin perked up as if he'd just heard breaking news. What a hidden dungeon. The other guy's voice rang out, we still need to use them, just provide more weapons. Yunmin's eyes went wide. Wait, I remember now. Where have I seen that symbol before? The Megapixel Guild. They always act like they're on the side of justice, but they're actually the ones pulling the strings behind the PK Guild, those bastards who specialize in ganking players. Does that mean the Megapixel Guild has surpassed the Bloodthirsty Guild and every other user out there? Back when I teamed up with Megapixel to attack the Bloodthirsty Guild, those bloodthirsty youngsters joined Megapixel after admitting their wrongdoings. Did everything really go according to plan? Thinking back now, it doesn't seem that simple. When they attacked me, even though I still had the upper hand, they had the upper hand. So the Megapixel Guild leaked my info to them. Is that it? I should train my bones a bit. No sooner said than done. Yunmin immediately went to battle a giant, ferocious level 75 monster, the Stone Breed Emperor Warrior. The monster opened its cave-like mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. Its eyes bulged before it crashed down, shaking the ground. Ding. You have leveled up. Wielding dual axes, Yunmin dealt with the monster quickly and cleanly. A true miracle had occurred. You have defeated 100 enemies stronger than yourself without resting. Yunmin looked up at the sky and roared. After long and exhausting battles, you have earned the title Infinite Challenger. You are the first person to ever obtain this title. Yunmin sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Time to get back to normal. First, the exclusive Infinite Challenger title. You have defeated 100 enemies stronger than yourself without rest. You are the embodiment of the god of war who does not know the meaning of giving up. Effect: every time you defeat an enemy, you recover 1% of your health. If you start a battle within a limited time, the chance to deal a critical hit increases by 1%. Damage stacks up to 10 times. Yunmin was sweating, but he smiled happily at reaching his goal. It was a bit of a hassle, but I've finally managed to defend against a great warrior. And I hit the target faster than I thought. You have reached level 50. You can now choose your second class. Please head to the nearest city to select your second class. You can acquire diverse skills through your second class. Yunmin pulled himself up and thought, finally level 50. Usually it takes people about a month. To reach level 30, he picked up a piece of paper and read it intently. I guess that's pretty average. Since I killed 100 monsters 30 levels higher than me, this is just a normal leveling speed. Yunmin tore the paper in half and uttered 2 short words, return. As soon as Yunmin finished speaking, a beam of light appeared and he vanished along with it. Yunmin was teleported to another place. He praised the return scroll. This is actually really convenient. Time to go choose my second class. Yunmin froze when he saw something. There were many people around him, all staring at Yunmin with annoyed expressions. What's? Yunmin glanced around and thought to himself, see those guys over there? Looks like they've been waiting for me in the square for a long time because they couldn't find me. A man wearing an earring suddenly walked up to Yunmin and called out, "Hey you!" His face was twisted in a scowl. "We need to talk." Yunmin casually raised his chin and started walking. "Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now." A few others walked up, their eyes wide and glowing red as they stared at Yunmin. "What?" The man with the earring grabbed Yunmin's shoulder. "I said we need to talk. Come with me before I—" He grimaced, seeing that Yunmin didn't seem to pay him any mind and was just calmly checking his system status window. This guy got frustrated and cursed, "You bastard!" The guy standing nearby whispered, "Is he crazy? Is he checking his own status window right now?" Yunmin kept staring at the screen, a smirk on his face. "Hold on, I'll show you guys something cool." He reached out and tapped the screen, adjusting the sound settings. Suddenly, Yunmin shouted loudly, shocking everyone around. Security, dozens of people wearing full-face armor appeared, making the onlookers jump in surprise. "What the NPC guards?" Those guys surrounded Yunmin, looking toward him because they had suddenly swarmed in. This thing actually exists. Yunmin smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, normally people who PK aren't allowed to wander around the city because the NPCs at the city gate stop PKers from entering from the outside. He looked at the earring guy and cursed. "You bastards, you think you can just go around ganking other players inside the city, huh? What a bunch of hot-headed idiots." The guy with the earring veins popping out on his forehead flew into a rage, wound up his fist, and aimed it at Yunmin. "You talk way too much, die." Yunmin didn't even flinch, landing a clean, heavy punch right into the guy's gut. Blood splattered everywhere. The earring guy crumbled to the ground, totally helpless. Yunmin stood there, hands on his hips, and said, "What exactly do you think you're doing?" "You're going to pay for this," the guy shouted, then turned to the NPC guards. "Hey guards, someone help carry out some justice here." The NPC guards immediately swarmed in to take down the thugs. The thugs were all screaming, trying to bolt, but it was too late. They were already being dealt with. Yunmin watched with a mocking grin. "If you want your stuff back, go check the auction house." A massive pile of items was neatly stacked in one spot. "All right then, I'm putting all this gear up for auction." A system notification popped up. Auction successfully registered. A young man in a yellow shirt, looking bright and cheerful, said, "Thanks for stopping by my shop." Yunmin, looking a bit ragged and cold in his gear, thought to himself, "I guess I just had too much stuff. So it was too much of a pain to list it all for auction by myself." He chuckled, thinking about those guys from earlier. "I set the prices pretty fairly. They're a bit pricey, but not so expensive that nobody can afford them. So I bet those guys are going to have a lot of trouble. Just watch." After that, he decided on his next move, returning to the main page. The forums were blowing up with posts. "The Lion Guild has a 2-story house in Munglao, and we're recruiting members. The Maoji Forest Guild is recruiting too. We've got a 3-story house in Sirius." Yunmin stood there, shivering slightly, staring intently at the screen. All these guilds that managed to reach the second city were posting recruitment ads. People were swarming around a guy and a girl who were loudly hyping up their guild. Just as he predicted. They were using their houses as bait to lure people in. Owning a house really shows off the strength of a guild. The more Yunmin thought about it, the more he realized why there weren't many guilds posting recruitment ads in cities where he owned all the houses. I already bought up all the best spots in that city. Most players want to join the strongest guild possible. Just then, a black screen notification flashed. Wind King Kingdom, the Wind Guild's base is established in Tan. We are recruiting new members, so do you guys have a house? Our Wind King Guild already has 20 members, and the number of people with their own private rooms is... He reached out and tapped the screen with his finger. I think it's about time to sell these off, and with that, Yoonmin made his decision. Time to do it. He uploaded his post, Real Estate Transaction. Toasts, I'm Krypton. I'm currently selling a bunch of 2-story and 3-story houses. I'm selling the ownership rights to these properties through a 1-week auction, and I'm offering long-term financing options. The comments started rolling in, and he smirked, amused. What is this? Is this for real? He stared at the comments, thinking, usually people would just call me a scammer. He imagined everyone turning their attention toward him, but everything would change once they realized a guild had actually managed to buy one of the houses he listed. Yoonmin's eyes suddenly locked onto something. His messages were blowing up. Wait, isn't the Toast who posted this the same guy who leaked the info about that secret dungeon earlier? Yeah, you're right. The Skeleton Knight set was unlocked right after he posted about the dungeon trade. I think he's actually telling the truth. How on earth did he buy so many houses? That made him smile, feeling pretty satisfied. I didn't expect to get replies this fast. Yoonmin watched the screen, remembering himself in his Krypton persona. I guess using a fake name really worked out. And even more people have been sending messages to you, asking to be notified if the property is still for sale. The Megapixel Guild says they urgently need a 3-story house. We're not trying to scam you, so please just let us know if there are any units left unsold. The Blood Moon Guild sent a message that even surprised Yoonmin himself to think that both the Megapixel and Blood Moon Guilds are reaching out to him. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. This is going to be fun, he thought. I'm really looking forward to next week. He walked up to a door and placed his hand against it. So here is what I need to do now. Yoonmin is now standing in front of a dilapidated house belonging to the Berserker Guild. He stands outside, banging on the door, repeatedly shouting, "Is anyone in there?" Yoonmin steps inside and looks around. Whether in the guild or on the streets, the Berserker Guild is always this rundown. A long-haired man is standing at the reception desk, tilting his head as he asks, "What brings you here?" Yoonmin gets straight to the point. "I'm here for a job advancement." The man with the scar on his mouth rests his chin on his hand and nods. "Is that so, Yoon?" Mine is caught off guard when his arm is suddenly lifted. A job advancement. The man with the scar is instantly knocked back, his eyes watering from the pain. "It's too early for you to throw your life away." Yoonmin, feeling a bit annoyed, pushes the man's hand away and curses, "Damn it, I was wondering what you were trying to say. Shut your mouth and just give me the paperwork. I'm preparing for my second job advancement." The man's gaze suddenly turns serious, his brows furrowing. Yoonmin glances over, noticing him staring intently at the palm of his hand. "Are you serious? Listen closely. You must have heard this already, right? This is your first job advancement. Let me repeat, once you've made your choice, there is no turning back." The man with the scar continues, explaining the two mechanics, one red path, one blue path. If you choose the same job class as your first one, your existing skills will be leveled up. But in exchange, you won't be able to acquire a wide variety of different skills. This means you won't be able to use combinations of various skills to unleash their full potential. Are you still sure you want to advance in the same job class? Colorful skills swirl in the air. As he said, the second job advancement isn't necessarily just a continuation of the first. During the second advancement, you can choose to combine different job classes. A young man with messy hair curls his fingers and gives a wicked laugh. And for certain classes, if you're lucky enough to receive special quests unique to that class, you can obtain a hidden job class. Two players might turn away from each other if they have different intentions, but it doesn't matter which one you choose. You will definitely have regrets about that decision eventually, because every job class has its own pros and cons. In his mind, he had already decided, which means any job class can upgrade its skills. It all depends on the style you want. Yoonmin smiles at him confidently. "I understand that, so hurry up and give me those papers." A chubby man with glasses and a round belly suddenly appears, shaking the items in his hands. "Great, you've really got the potential to be a berserker. Sometimes we need someone unconventional like you." He slams a stamp down onto the paper. "Congratulations on your successful second job advancement to berserker. A couple of new favorite items appear above Yunmin's head. You have successfully advanced to Berserker. The bespectacled man spreads a few items out on the table. Now that you've advanced to your new class, I should give you what you need, right? Go ahead and choose. Yunmin glances over a perfume. The largest item on the end, a blood-sucking item, a small red object lizard skin armor, and a sword right in front of him, the black sword. He rubs his chin deep in thought and mutters, "What a shame they don't have an axe." The mace looks pretty decent, though. The man with the scarred mouth watches with his arms crossed, looking slightly surprised when Yunmin decisively and happily picks up the lizard skin. I never saw that coming. People almost always choose the weapon. At this moment, the system screen pops up to confirm you have obtained sturdy lizard skin armor. Yunmin had clearly thought this through when choosing the item. I already have plenty of weapons, but armor is very difficult to obtain. Item lizard skin armor confirmed by the system. High-grade rank. A sturdy piece of leather armor to protect your shoulders made from the extra thick skin of a lizard. Even if you smash it against a tree, it will hold up. Defense power 85. Durability 300 out of 300. Can be repaired and upgraded. Yunmin reads the information and feels quite interested. It can even be repaired and upgraded. He walks over and sits at the table nearby, gesturing. Now let me see the skill books for the second job class. The man with the scarred mouth quickly rummages through his drawer. Sure, we'll get them out for you right away. Yunmin tilted his head, his face souring the moment he opened his pouch and saw how empty it was. Why that look, is it empty or something? That's when it hit him, right, of course. I didn't have a single silver coin left. He still hadn't received payment for the items he'd turned in. He glared at the girl at the counter with such sharp, cold eyes that she jumped. Talk about a bad vibe. Yumi marched over, crossed his arms, and got straight to the point. I need a loan. The girl, caught between caution and her professional training, replied, Yes, sir, you've come to the right place. She carefully recited her script. We are Aaron Bank, the bank that always brings you joy. Please provide your rank and name as part of the procedure. With a weary scowl, he slammed his hand on the counter. Berserker. Name's Rokon. The girl trembled, shrinking back in fear at his demeanor. What are they thinking? Why would the Berserker Guild hire such a timid little cat? She pulled out 3 shining gold coins and placed them on the table. Since he had reached rank 2, he was eligible for a loan of up to 3 gold coins. Yumi didn't hesitate. I'll take all of it. She approved the request. Very well, thank you for visiting. Just then, a system notification popped up. Your skills have leveled up. His first blue skill fragment leveled up, Blink level 2. You can now blink up to 3 steps, and your agility increases by 120% while using the skill. Next, the red fragment. Check level 2. Your next attack deals extra damage and your agility and strength increase by 120% for that following strike. Then came another red fragment featuring a screaming shadow battle cry level 2, which terrifies opponents with a furious roar. If the opponent is weaker than the player, all their stats are reduced. If they are significantly weaker, there is a chance to randomly stun them for a short duration. If the opponent is stronger than the player, this skill will not reduce their stats. The effect of the next skill the player uses is also part of this red fragment. Next is a body breaking into a Berserker Rage, Berserk level 2. You enter a state of pure fury to unleash massive power. All stats increase by 200%, and all skills can be used without mana. It resists all psychological attacks. You will not die even if your health is depleted, but you enter a rage where you cannot distinguish between friend and foe. Once the skill ends, you will take up to 40% of your health in damage instantly. If your health reaches 0 after the skill ends, and you cannot recover more than 10% of your health within 7 seconds, you will die. The first consequence is that all your stats will decrease by 40% for 10 minutes. The second consequence is a 20% decrease in all stats for 20 minutes. Yunmin pursed his lips, arms crossed, staring intently at the system screen as he weighed his options. All right, I've leveled up all my current skills. Yunmin absorbed the information and learned a new skill. Shoulder Charge. It's an orange skill fragment. Shoulder Charge level 1 deals significant damage. When knocking down an opponent, your strength increases by 130% for your next attack. You gain extra damage based on how long the target remains on the ground. You deal widespread damage, ignoring a portion of the opponent's defense. A long-range pursuit skill. Below that was another orange skill fragment with a shadow figure. Leap. Leap, level 1. Jump high into the air and crush an opponent in front of you. The minimum distance is based on the player's strength. Your strength increases by 130% for your next strike. You receive a power boost based on the height of your jump. While using this skill, landing causes no damage. And the throwing skill the chieftain of the Oru tribe showed him earlier, plus an bonus orange skill fragment. This one has a hand icon on it. Throw level 1. Your power increases when you throw a weapon at an opponent. Your strength and agility increase by 130% for the next attack. The further you are from the opponent, the less damage is dealt. Yunmin surveyed everything and evaluated his situation. I only have these 3. Not exactly a ton. Yunmin stood still, tapping his finger on his chin. I think it's better to master a few skills than to know a little bit of everything. Many players have multiple classes. Yunmin, in his serious weapon-wielding state, remembered Hawker, the purple-haired girl, and the people like him, Archmage Ares and China Speed. There are plenty of success stories from players who only focus on one class, even if others think combining classes is necessary. I'll just focus on upgrading this class. As a perfect berserker, I will defeat him. A small glass container. A quest item confirmed by the system Lizardman Blood. Yumi got it and felt a surge of joy. This is quality gear. Now, this is a good trade. The screen displayed his previous notification. You have completed the Eternal Trial Part 11. Meteorin was incredibly excited when he received it. You need to help me with this too. His next quest was confirmed. Eternal Trial Part 12. Meteorin is looking for ingredients to upgrade his antidote. After seeing the new antidote sample transformed by Sterorian, bring me fruit guarded by wild monsters. Request complete. Bring 10 wild monster fruits to Meteorin. Reward upon completion. 50 silver and a large amount of experience points. Yunmin felt a bit annoyed at the man's attitude, but he had no choice but to ignore him. He didn't even bother looking back at me. This quest chain has a total of 15 missions, and I still have 4 more to go. Yunmin is all alone right now, lost in thought as he stares at the system screen. I suspect this fruit must be located in the swamp area. The sunlight shines down into the forest with its massive trees. The melee class players are very hesitant. They are reluctant to visit the swamp because their feet would easily get stuck in the mud. For me, heading into the swamp isn't exactly the best idea either. There are so many monsters lurking everywhere. He curls his lip into a smirk, his expression tightening. Well, let's just see what happens. Before this would have been impossible, but now whenever I see them, I'll split them in 2 instantly. Yunmin immediately summons a scroll of ancient runes to travel to the swamp. Yunmin slings a massive axe over his shoulder and puts on his lion mask. It's time to go. Before he could even do anything, someone else appeared. A long-haired man, accompanied by 2 others, blocked his path, forcing Yunmin to ask point blank. Are you guys the ones the NPCs were talking about in town? Have you been waiting for me out here? Nice. It looks like this fight is unavoidable. Seeing the mocking look on his face, the man makes a proposal directly. Hold on, we aren't here to start a fight. We're here to talk, let's make a deal. The man eyes him intently and gets straight to the point. Just return the invisibility cloak you acquired. If you return it, we'll let you go. Yunmin just stands there, shouldering his axe, listening in silence with a dark expression as the man finishes his spiel. As for the other items I put on the auction house, you guys can just buy them back. He curls his lip and bares his teeth in a grin. The group is startled by his maniacal laughter, and they all grow visibly irritated, hearing the sarcasm in "return it." He says, I guess you bastards don't know the first thing about making a deal, do you? The long-haired man trembles with rage and points a finger straight at Yunmin's face. You're definitely playing the innocent card, because you're confident in your skills, but you should really think that over. We will hunt you down until you log out, don't even think about escaping. His face suddenly darkens, his voice and demeanor turning cold. Yunmin casually carries his axe and firmly says to their faces, You can only make a deal when the benefits are equal for both sides. What you are doing is intimidation. Not a deal, you bunch of idiots. Through his hands, Yunmin flashes a twisted look and a smirk. What was that, the invisibility cloak? His expression is provocative. He holds out his hand and beckons them. If you really want to take it back that badly, then you'll have to come and take it from me yourselves. How about that? Beneath the water splashes erupt. Stop running. A massive arm swings a hammer, aiming to slam it down in front of the monster. You're just like a cowardly rat. An explosion blasts, scattering the men behind him. It looks exciting. Good, nice block. The group keeps ganging up on him, weapons lunging forward. Yunmin stands still, his eyes glowing red. He hunches over and exhales a few breaths. He plants his feet wide and bursts of red energy radiate from his face. Will cry. The others are hit by the blast, their faces contorted in pain. Yoon-min grabs his axe and launches a dash attack, taking advantage of the moment. Yoon-min isn't paying attention. Another man jumps from the sidelines to ambush him. The guy rushes forward and lands a blow on Yoon-min's body. His mask doesn't react in time. His eyes widen in shock. Behind them, a man standing outside sees the dazzling explosion and hears the screams. He stands frozen, both terrified and amazed. What the hell is going on? Yoon-min, wearing his mask, emerges from the smoke, leaving the whole group confused. Didn't they say he was only level 32? A bearded man screams and launches an attack toward him. Just as he does, something sudden happens that the swordsman doesn't even realize. A young man with hair covering his face. One eye visible, he clutches his weapon, panicking as he sees Yoon-min approach. What? How they were just wondering amongst themselves, didn't he just turn level 35 a few days ago? At this moment his level finally appears above his head, level 50 Roken. Then with an agile body he lunges forward to attack them with his axe. He reached level 50 in just a few days. How is that possible? Yoon-min is going crazy over there, and amidst the chaos, someone else appears. He's too fast. We can't catch him. A girl with a braided ponytail turns around in a panic to ask, what do we do now if this keeps going? The man next to her ignores her and shouts loudly, shoot him! A field of magic circles continuously appears in the sky all around the area. We can't afford any more losses. Don't worry about aiming, just open fire. Yoon-min, currently grabbing a weakling, looks up, noticing they are planning to use that dirty trick. The guy being held struggles in his grip, yelling in panic, wait, are you guys crazy? The guy with the earrings from earlier suddenly tenses his face and screams the order to open fire. Yoon-min keeps his balance, standing his ground. While taking the brunt of a massive barrage of attacks, he is surprised to be taking so much damage. His eyes burning red like a beast, he throws a stone toward them. Another explosion occurs, blocking their vision. You idiots, shoot properly. Yoon-min stands there, one hand on his axe, staring intently, pondering, if they had used higher-level magic, I would have been done for. But regardless, I can still manage this. His eyes suddenly dart toward the back when he catches a signal, a skill effect. Arrows are fired toward him, a rain of arrows. He looks down and sees several corpses that had been struck by them, lifeless. The archers and mages are actually attacking him. At this moment, Yoon-min is surrounded, but in a flash he throws something out. There are at least 100 of them. Luckily, their entire guild is here. I swung my axe right before their eyes and carefully sized up the situation. It's not too hard, but I don't have enough mana to take on all 100 of them right now. I've only dealt with 20 of them. There's still a long way to go. The rest are gearing up to attack, appearing right in front of me, one bad situation after another. Well, I'll try to stall for time by minimizing high mana skills and recovering mana by leveling up. Now is definitely not the time to go all out with my heavy skills. My eyes glowed red as I scanned the melee squad closing in. I gripped my massive axe tight, watching the crowd swarm around me. All of them moved at once on a signal, launching a fierce attack. One guy jumped from behind me, weapon raised, ready to strike first. Shield foot of the Reaper iron wall. My hair blew upward, my eyes burning a deep crimson. Oh, you guys can use 2 skills too, huh? Yoon-bin turned his masked face, watching them with a serious gaze. His eyes flashed red, but he muttered, using 2 skills at once. That won't get you anywhere. I triggered 2 skills, simultaneously slashing out a crimson wave. A chain slithered across my body, snagging me. Yoon-bin was trapped tight. They looked thrilled. Nice, we got him. He fell for the trap, and they finally caught him. At that moment, I realized it was a hunter's trap. My eyes narrowed as I looked at the chains binding my body. These are suppression chains. Since you couldn't land a hit on me, you've resorted to these dirty tricks, huh? They all launched their skills in unison, forming a circle as they descended on me. Now it's our turn. Focus every attack on him. This is the end for you. Yoon-bin didn't look worried at all. Instead, he grinned, amused. I'm actually impressed by your effort. A massive explosion of flames erupted above my head. Fine, let's see what you've got. Come at me with everything you have. The pressure from the massive collision kicked up a cloud of white smoke and roaring fire. The guys watching from the outside were ecstatic. They were pumped up. Awesome, we finally got him. But one guy's eyes suddenly froze when he noticed something strange. The guy with the double earrings stiffened when he saw the broken chain links. I had used a skill and was now hovering in the air. What the? They were all stunned. Wait, is he flying? The guy with the earrings squinted, mocking me with a sneer. Don't make me laugh. What is he, a superhero or something? I didn't hesitate. Yunbin swung, landing a direct hit that shattered the ground and sent debris flying everywhere. A guy in brown-red armor stood there, sword in hand, completely shell-shocked. Yunbin went berserk, swinging his axe into everyone around him. Level up. As I paused for a second, I let out a calm breath. Level up. Yunbin stood tall like a statue, casting a sharp, icy gaze toward the crowd. Incredible achievement. You have defeated 100 players. You have earned the title Berserker Slayer. You are the first to obtain this title. The system screen flashed in front of me. First Berserker Slayer. We applaud you for pacifying the victims by defeating 100 berserkers. You are the first to achieve this title. Effect attack and defense increased by 15% when facing berserkers. When fighting any other opponent. Attack and critical rate increase by 10%, and is this a bonus for being the first one? Yunbin looked at it nonchalantly and did the math. Attack only increases when fighting berserkers. But for any other player it's different, right? The formation was broken as my attacks hit them all at once. With this, I guess it'll be easier to take out a group at once. Yunbin reached up to touch the mask on his face. Maybe I can even rack up 1,000 kills with this. Then I whispered to myself, I've come this far. Hopefully someday I can earn the title of 1,000-Man Slayer. Yunbin firmly took off his mask and looked at the pile of loot scattered across the battlefield. But first, I should save this location in my ancient scroll and head back to town. I haven't reached my destination yet, but I need to sell the stuff I picked up earlier. My black system screen appeared again. Auction registration confirmed. Yunbin grinned, getting down to business. All right, let's access the home page. He paused for a moment to think carefully. I can't exactly make the hunters cower in fear just yet, so I'll just mess with them a little bit. They'll never be able to find me. So I uploaded a post. I'm planning to wipe out the bloodthirsty hunters who go around killing other players in the Jinsik area. Yunbin smirked, remembering the look on that guy's face regarding the invisibility cloak. I've cut all ties with them, so they can only sit there and stew in their own rage. Better keep that invisibility cloak for myself. Yunbin looked at the screen with a triumphant, mocking smile. They actually thought they could get the cloak back from me. Keep on dreaming, you guys. I'm not selling that cloak even if you begged for it. In his palm, he held a shining gem. It was a bit pricey, but I don't really have any other choice. The system screen popped up. Safe zone. You can build a safe zone for yourself by throwing this onto the ground when not in combat. It creates a 2-meter radius safe zone. He considered the cost. It was a whopping 30 silver coins. Yunbin, wearing his lion mask, stood there as the guys around him laughed. It's a bit expensive, but it'd be worse if someone attacked me while I was injured like this. The monster levels kept rising and the number of opponents was higher than ever. Yunbin pulled out a book and flipped through the blank pages. That could slow down his quest progress. But that wasn't really a problem. Yunbin stood there confidently, observing a blue energy source appearing before his eyes, one hand tucked in his pocket. He looked toward it with an excited expression. All right, now let's get back to the main quest. Over here, Philip was gnashing his teeth in anger, cursing those idiots. He swung his arms in frustration as he stared at the black screen. They failed again. What a bunch of useless losers. Suhi stood next to him holding a bow. Timidly, she stuttered, Honey. She looked at him with a mix of fear and hesitation, her voice soft. Why don't we just give up? If it's just about that fancy cloak, we can get it back later. But she immediately got snapped at by Philette. Shut your mouth, don't you dare lose heart when we've just barely started. That black cloak, Edom, do you have any idea how much it's worth? That's a rare cloak. You can even use the stealth skill while wearing it. People would pay a fortune to get their hands on it. That thing is invincible. You could even take down a high-level player while wearing it. Philette gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face, his eyes glowing red with rage. Just you wait, you piece of trash. I'll take it back from you. It wasn't anything he could handle, but Yunbin had just uploaded a new post, starting the purge of the Blood Hunt Guild. The author, Roken, I'm looking to wipe out the Blood Hunt Guild. Those bikers around the Jinsik area, if you see them, DM me. Below the post, comments quickly started popping up. Gelpin some new fame-seeking trend, purging the Blood Hunt Guild, LOL. Smashing a hot pot, that's gotta be a new way to commit suicide. Sounds crazy, but I really hope it's true. They killed me 5 times yesterday. But then conflicting comments appeared. Suki, is he for real? Go check the auction house. Kim Soha, what does the auction house have to do with Suki? A lot of blood hunt items are being put up for sale. Is he really hunting them down? Iceland just noticed this. Meanwhile, Yunmin was facing an old tree trunk. It was clear that many bikers had been respawned back to the spawn point outside the city. He'd actually thought they died from a boss kill or something. Deep in the forest, Yunmin excitedly unleashed an attack on it. Were they really wiped out by a guy named Roken? I used a skill that shattered the wooden trunk. The more he attacked, the more he enjoyed it, laughing with glee as he gripped his axe tightly. All right, one more hit. Something small and yellow dangled from the trunk right above Yunmin's head. He reached out his hand, intending to grab the yellow thing. Yunmin threw a punch with his strong, muscular arm toward it. Yunmin caught the glittering yellow object in his hand, but his expression was a bit annoyed. Didn't get it this time either. That's why I hate forest monsters. They drop so few items and they just wander around all day. He picked up his axe, shouldered it, and looked around arrogantly. I bet if I just kill them all, I'll get it eventually. Randomly farming monsters isn't the basic rule of this game. I'll just keep going until I get it. System message. Red apple item acquired. You have obtained the forest monster fruit. Yunmin walked along feeling pleased. He looked at the apple in his hand. Finally done. Time to find the second quest item. Yunmin tapped his forehead. Having already decided to gather all the items first and then turn them in, it would probably be more convenient to complete the quest that way. His face scrunched up as he tried to remember. What's the next one? A clear blue lake at twilight. Oh, right. The Lake of Pure Light. It's in the middle of the wild forest, isn't it? It's a very clean and clear lake. Everyone gets excited and happy to use the water there. If you drink it, you get a temporary buff, so mages usually come here to fill up tons of bottles. A confident smile appeared on his face. He was surrounded by rabbits and flowers. Anyway, my next targets are the monsters that keep circling the lake, the herbs growing around the bank, and the fish in the water. Materian gave me these tasks because he wants to test the lake's purification ability. Yunmin stood in front of the lake looking not too happy. He had casually trekked along a long road through the forest. It was gloomy, but why weren't the bikers appearing anymore? Did I kill them all? If I'd known, I would have gone easier on them. Suddenly, he noticed something catching his eye over there. The idiot Yunmin quickly used his invisibility cloak to hide behind the bushes, witnessing a conversation. Can't you guys even kill one person? He saw the twisted, angry expression on Philet's face, that bastard. He recognized the guy's face and sneered. The leader of Megapixel, whom he'd just met, that jerk must be in a really tough spot right now. Philet was over there angrily shouting, "What are you going to do about that post?" The person on the other side gritted his teeth, refusing to back down. If we just leave it alone, it'll probably die down on its own. Philet, fuming veins bulging on his face, shrieked at him maliciously. Don't you see how viral it's already gone? Too many people have seen it already. And you can still say that? Do you think other players are still going to be afraid of Piker? After seeing that, Yunmin glanced at him with a cold, expressionless face. So that's why they were so quiet. It turned out they wanted to just ignore it, but the guildmaster was a bit smarter. The smaller players are going to panic when they see players with such massive builds. If players see that Piker is avoiding them, they'll be less scared of Piker. If that happens, they'll become targets to be hunted. That really was my original goal. But the person talking to him tried to calm Philet down. Calm down, I'll handle this. But Philet wouldn't have it, shouting at the top of his lungs, handle it. How exactly do you plan to handle it? Are you planning to let him kill you again and take all your gear, or what? He clenched his fist tightly, looked down, and slowly asked, Are you sure he isn't hacking? The black-haired guy on the other side insisted, Yes, I got a reply from the customer support team. They said there's no way he's a hacker. The guy immediately took a hard blow to the gut and turned pale as Philet snarled, Those useless fools! You think that guy is just a regular player? The more Philet thought about it, the more he trembled with rage. His teeth clenched tight and his forehead furrowed. Don't make me laugh. A massive VR game company like this can't even catch one hacker. So you're telling me a normal player can take on 100 people? Yunmin behind the bushes watched his angry display. Do you have any idea how much money I've poured into this game? He suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the guy's name. Philet. He narrowed his eyes, judging him. What a moron. Is he crazy or something? But Yunmin's eyes suddenly widened as he overheard, Then we just need to make him a hacker. We just need to manipulate it so everyone thinks he's a hacker. He was stunned. He didn't expect. Over there, Philet was losing his cool once again. He slammed his fist into the guy's face. Don't you know that catching a hacker is enforcing justice? Use your brain for once. Yunmin behind them heard everything and let out a chuckle. The saintly face he had met before and the angry face he saw now, he recognized him. Philet. So that's who he is. He finally remembered. the name that came up when he was dating Lim Su. He said he had quite a high standing in the lot, it must be true. Yoonmin recalled the moment he picked up the cloak from a girl who was lying motionless. So was it Lim Su who dropped the invisibility cloak? After realizing the truth, he smirked with great interest. I had no idea she'd be this useful. Only now did he see it. This was the beginning of it all. Yoonmin remembered sitting at the table watching Su chat. In his past life, he started playing the lot because of Lim Su. The more he tried to get her attention by playing the game enthusiastically, he heard she really loved the lot and wanted to get her noticed. The more he got crushed and humiliated. Then she would just stand there laughing at him with the others. But she didn't just laugh. She even ordered some guy to kill him. I'm sure that was the Megapixel Guild. Yoonmin's face inside the hood looked even more devious, smiling as if he were looking forward to it. If I'm lucky, I might run into them again. I'll pay you guys back for everything you did to me. Over at Philet's side, he was glaring with bloodshot eyes and ordering his counterpart. Bring a few of our elite members to the hunt. Tell them I'll help them reduce death rates and level up, but tell them not to think about coming back. Megapixel until they catch that bastard. The guy understood the intention and left to follow orders. Yes, he and the others were approaching the blue portal. All right, let's keep hunting. He and a few others were preparing to fight some monsters in the forest. This is going to be fun. Looks like there are about 72 of them. The forest monsters addicted to wearing iron helmets were glaring in his direction. Let's see how far they can get. A burst of flame erupts from the palm of a black-gloved hand. One of the thugs launches a preemptive strike, but Philet doesn't like how things are looking. From the sidelines, Yoon Bin watches closely, sizing up Philet. Not bad, I suppose, but nothing special. Just standard skills for that level. After a moment, he loses interest and turns to leave. He's got a decent bull-type summon to stand in front, but that won't last long. Watching this is a waste of time. I'm going to check out the lake. Yoon Bin removes his invisibility cloak. He strolls deeper into the forest, eventually stopping before a vast lake. Is no one else here? Lucky me. He places a hand on his forehead to scan the area around the water. Let's see what we've got. Suddenly, a massive bear appears in the woods, flanked by a pack of vicious wolves, all snarling at him. Oh, a blood bear and blood wolves, sweet, this is exactly what I was looking for. He lunges forward, truly excited by his good fortune. The system has confirmed the hot thigh meat drop. Since I need clean meat after hunting forest monsters, and since the specific type doesn't really matter if I'm lucky, I can finish the quest. A giant bear with sharp serrated teeth bares its fangs and roars wildly. But if my luck is bad, I'll have to fight the blood bear and the blood wolves. The pack of over level 80 wolves rushes at him in a swarm, maybe 10 of them. Yoon Bin has his axe ready, though it hardly matters. Yoon Bin effortlessly executes a skill slicing off the giant bear's arm. All of them are quickly cut down, piling up behind him. Now this is how you hunt total satisfaction. Watching those guys from the Megapixel Guild is just a headache. Time to loot. Yoon Bin jumps in surprise when a deep, ominous voice booms from behind him. Who is it that dares to defile this lake? He spins around to see the water rising and lets out a curse. Standing before him is a silver-white armored knight holding a sword. Yoon Bin recognizes him instantly and feels a sense of dread. Damn it, I even forgot this guy exists. The knight's face is completely hidden by his heavy armor. The lake spirit's protector. He guards the lake even in death. That's the level 100 Lake Knight A.T. White. He feels a chill of apprehension. The level is the main concern. He's level 100. People at level 99 are terrified of level 100 players because the gap in power is just that high. The difference between level 99 and 100 is like night and day. At level 100 you unlock combo skills. You can combine 3-part attacks of various elements. You can chain skills from your first and second jobs with other movements, creating a massive power gap. Yoon Bin grinds his teeth, anxious. Maybe I should come back later. Defeating a level 100 monster is a requirement for my 3rd job advancement, but I don't need to risk it right now. Yoon Bin grips his massive axe. If I beat him, all I get is a small water bottle, plus, this is considered the hardest level 100 monster near the Chinsik region, and it only drops the lake essence. But suddenly a smirk plays on Yoon Bin's lips. His rational side pauses to think. Wait a minute. In a flash, he remembers Meteorian's face. Maybe. Yoon Bin stands opposite the knight, neither moving yet. If I bring this lake essence to the person researching its purification properties, I might be able to get something out of it. Suddenly, he breaks into a wild, excited grin. It's worth a shot! Yoon Bin tightens his grip on his axe, thrusts it forward, and gets ready for battle. Forget it. Let's just do it. Come on, you OCD-ridden freak at White. AT White plants his sword into the ground, creating a field of energy at his feet. His cape flutters and water sprays up, drenching Yunbin's face. Yunbin gets even more excited. Holy crap! His eyes gleam with intensity. A double-edged blade behind the sword. Is he using a combo skill right from the start? AT White unleashes his power, the force of his aura instantly blowing away the surrounding space. Yunbin stands frozen before the gale, clicking his tongue in annoyance. That's a buff skill. He smiles cunningly, his heart racing. It's a basic third job advancement skill that boosts attack power by infusing energy into weapons. He can't maintain it for long since he's only level 100. Yunbin suddenly shouts, "But why are you using your ultimate move right out of the gate?" AT White laughs mockingly. "Fool, you'll pay for that with your life." The skill icon flashes Water Slash. He swings his sword in a decisive arc aimed straight at Yunbin. A deafening explosion tears through the space. The ice and water shatter, spraying everywhere. Yunbin stands in the middle of the shockwave, a crimson smoke surrounding him. He speaks calmly. "I think you're the one who's going to pay the price." As he speaks, his own powerful energy explodes. Burning flames engulf the area. The Berserk skill badge, the symbol of the skill Yunbin just used, immediately appears. He stands in the middle of the roaring red fire, laughing heartily. "You're the protector of this lake. And you're the one destroying it yourself, aren't you?" Immediately after that, the ear-piercing sound of clashing weapons rang out. AT White's razor-sharp blade cleanly sliced through the axe head, and then Yunbin lunged forward. They were evenly matched, each trading blow for blow in a relentless assault. AT White raised his sword and brought it down with a decisive strike. Yunbin reacted quickly, using his axe to block the attack, but the force of the blow was so immense that he couldn't help but let out a strained hiss. Yunmin's eyes burned red as he gritted his teeth, thinking about the steep repair costs. He gathered his strength and leaped backward to evade his mind racing as he calculated his dropping health, due to the lingering magical damage every time it made contact. Yunbin carefully observed AT White's blade, reassuring himself that there was nothing to worry about. "I can take this. I just need to watch out for their combo skills." The icon for AT White's skill appeared, Water Slash. The guy slashed down with power while Yunbin turned and dashed away. He yelled in excitement, having spotted his opponent's weak point there, a blind spot. His own skill icon flashed into existence at that very moment. Yunbin sprinted forward at super speed, screaming, "Hold it!" Seeing this, AT White immediately took a defensive stance, and in the next heartbeat a stream of water rose up to envelop him. AT White's skill icon appeared, Water Shield. Simultaneously, without a moment's hesitation, Yunbin charged straight into the solid barrier that had just formed, roaring as he pushed his strength to break through the water. I thought to himself it wasn't just a regular barrier. It dealt damage upon contact, but this was his only chance. He had to attack now. In the blink of an eye, the shield was shattered by Yunbin, shards of ice scattering everywhere to reveal AT White standing motionless. He lunged forward with an excited cry of "Yes!" as his skill icon blinked. He gripped his axe handle tightly, winding up for a critical hit. Strike. Seeing this, AT White immediately moved to counter a magic circle suddenly glowing on his sword. A system sound rang out, "Escape." The very moment Yunbin swung down, AT White's body turned into water, leaving him stunned. The stream of water glided gently past Yunbin, then it slowly coiled back into human form. He cast a murderous glare at his enemy, carefully weighing AT White's offensive, defensive, and even practical survival skills combined. Yunbin looked at AT White standing behind him, inwardly lamenting a level 100 monster just as expected. He was just too strong. Yunbin calculated carefully. But those practical survival skills usually have a cooldown. I'll surely pin it down next time. He reached out and grabbed the white mist hovering in front of him, threatening, "From now on, you'd better watch your back." Yunbin immediately surged forward, but AT White was no pushover, smoothly dodging every one of his attacks. Yunbin gritted his teeth, his mind calculating again. "It's not easy. Even though I'm under the effects of my berserk state when attacking images of other opponents I easily defeated, flash through my eyes. But if he attacks me while I'm using berserk, the state could be completely negated," Yunbin mused. And above all, as he simultaneously exerted force to block AT White's strike, he braced himself, his mind filled with complex thoughts. "If this keeps up, my weapon is going to shatter." Yunbin closed his eyes and frowned. "I need to end this in a single blow." He told himself, "I'll aim for the blind spot." Yunbin spoke coldly, "Unequip gear." Immediately, the mask slowly vanished into thin air. A.T. White scoffed, "What do you think you're doing? Are you preparing to die?" He laughed, replying, "Seems like it. I'm pretty much at my limit now." Yunmin lunged in an instant, nodding to himself, "You're right." He screamed, "I'm ready to die." A.T. White swung his sword, his voice cold, "I'll make sure to kill you this time." His skill lit up again, water slash. Razor-sharp slashes flew instantly toward Yunmin, who didn't flinch, stomping hard enough to crack the ground. Yunmin used the momentum to leap high into the air, smoothly dodging the enemy's treacherous strike. At the same time, his skill icon appeared, leap. Yunmin swung his heavy axe handle, ready to strike down on A.T. White's water shield. Protected by the barrier, the guy coolly remarked, "I'm quite disappointed. That kind of half-baked skill won't affect me." Water shield. Yunmin laughed mockingly. "Who said I was only using one skill?" "What?" Before the words were even out, the system immediately popped up. Throw. He braced himself and hurled his axe hard at the shield. The collision rang out with a deafening crash that echoed through the space. The sharp blade bit into the shield. It left a gap. Yunmin landed quickly, his eyes flashing with determination. "Finally, I see an opening." This was his last chance. He lunged in a flash, leaving a trail of smoke behind him. A rigid system voice chimed, "Hold." Simultaneously, Yunmin forcefully threw his body straight into the gap he had just created. At White, standing inside the shield and struggling to hold his ground, said, "I applaud your effort in trying to find a gap in my barrier, but there's no place for you to get near, kid." Yunmin ignored what he said and just quietly let out a smile. At that moment, the system sounded an urgent alarm. "Your health has dropped below 14%. He put on his mask and said calmly, "Equip Lion King's sealed iron helm." At White looked panicked, but the system cut him off. "Epic title effect, Absolute Resolve, is activating. Your health has dropped below 5% and all your skills are increased by 50%. Yunmin yelled in excitement. "I only asked to temporarily activate my title effect. You think I'm stupid enough to take a hit without a reason?" "You idiot!" he roared in joy. "This is the end of you." Right then, the shield in front of A.T. White began to fracture, the sound of breaking ice resounding loudly. The axe caught the momentum and fell perfectly into its owner's hands. Amidst the pouring rain of ice, both rushed forward without hesitation, unleashing their strikes directly at each other. The icon frames flickered. Flash. Strike. The sharp blade of Yunmin's axe carved a blindingly bright line, slicing past A.T. White like a gust of wind. In a flash, caught in the howling whirlwind, he was split in two, collapsing heavily to the ground. White let out a guttural groan that slowly faded into nothingness. After landing the lethal blow, Yunmin let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank God, it's finally over. At that moment, the system chimed, "Warrior's battle axe requires repairs." He smiled faintly, calculating to himself, "I guess collecting all these titles was worth it after all. Player killer, you've defeated a named boss one level higher than you." Thanks to the effects of his titles, his critical hit rate had increased by about 20%. Yunmin exhaled time to loot the items. Suddenly he froze, seeing White dragging his broken body toward the lake. Yunmin slammed his axe into the ground and spoke coldly. He then pressed White's sword right against his throat. He hissed a threat. "Where do you think you're going, huh?" White stammered. You bastard, how dare you?" Yunmin didn't answer, just viciously impaled him, making him cry out in pain. Immediately after, the system popped up, "Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased." The system continued to announce, "A magnificent achievement. You have overcome your own limitations and defeated an opponent way out of your league. You have acquired the title Rebellious Warrior. You are the first person to achieve this title." A notification chimed incessantly. "An extraordinary feat. You are the first person to defeat a globally renowned figure. You have acquired the title First Hunter to Name a Boss. You are the first person to achieve this title." At the same time, Yunmin stripped off his gear, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion, sighing helplessly. "Useless. Just totally useless now." He threw down a blue gem, calmly saying, "Create safety zone." A brilliant light instantly enveloped Yunmin. He nodded in satisfaction. "Good, now I don't have to worry about monsters respawning." The system suddenly appeared. "You have met a special condition. Therefore, your titles Rebellious Warrior and First Hunter to Name a Boss are being combined." Yunmin was stunned. What a title combination! The notification continued. "You have acquired the title Limit Breaker, a legendary limit breaker. You have defeated an opponent out of your league and met the requirements for an absolute unlimited entity. You are the first person to achieve this title. Effects: all stats increase by 10% when facing stronger opponents. All skill levels increase by 1 tier when facing stronger opponents. Level gap penalty reduced by 30% when facing stronger opponents. All stats increase by 20% when facing a named monster. He stared intently at the system window. He marveled to himself, I wasn't even expecting this. 2 epic titles combined into 1 legendary ranked title. Yunmin was dumbfounded. And what are these effects? All stats increase by 10% when facing stronger opponents. All skill levels increase by 1 tier when facing stronger opponents. Level gap penalty reduced by 30% when facing stronger opponents. All stats increase by 20% when facing a named monster. He grew suspicious. All my skill levels will increase by 1 tier and the level gap penalty will be reduced. Wait, really? It seemed he had realized something. Yunmin's eyes lit up immediately. So Meipan doesn't need to compensate me for giving him the tiger's essence, is this the answer? He stroked his chin and chuckled. What a devious game. That's exactly why I'm addicted to it. Meanwhile, a stealthy figure crept toward Yunmin chanting a spell. A skill icon flashed, Fireball. Yunmin spun around instantly. A scorching fireball was hurtling straight at him, but his magic barrier blocked it. The flames split in 2, grazed past Yunmin and exploded into the lake with a deafening roar. His voice rang out clearly, "What are you idiots doing?" 2 suspicious men hiding behind a bush trembled and asked each other, "Did you see that?" "I definitely attacked, but it just slid right past his side," the other replied, frustrated. "I knew it, he's hacking. He must have bribed the admins." Yunmin overheard their conversation. He just looked at them pensively. "I can guess what's going on. Seriously, I wonder when these rivals will ever give up." The 2 men jumped to their feet, urging each other to flee. "I've seen the video in cases like this. We should run now. We'll see what those admin bastards have to say." Yunmin scoffed at them. "Idiots." Yunmin thought excitedly. "Right time for these fools to go. Finally, I can collect the rest of the quest items in peace." At that exact moment, a golden light appeared before his eyes. The system chimed, "You have collected the tiger's essence." Yunmin picked up the jar and laughed delightedly. "Mapan! That bastard, I'm so curious to see the look on his face." Yunmin's axe was raised high, shining as brightly as new. The system chimed, "Repair complete." The blacksmith wiped the sweat from his forehead and praised it. "It should be as good as new." Yunmin swung the axe to test it, exclaiming, "Impressive." He gazed at the brand-new axe blade, feeling completely satisfied. "Great, the repairs are finished, and all items have been secured."